Chapter 35-29. The reconstruction seemed like a legend for the spectators, impossible to forget in this lifetime. However, the next moment was even more incredible. Li Qie was standing at the bottom and held the tip of the skeletal blade with 2 fingers. He seemed like a fly pushing up a mountain range. The stark contrast was a visual feast and left behind an indelible memory. There was no logical path for him to be able to stop the blade with just 2 fingers, no different from an ant trying to push down a tree or a mosquito trying to move a giant. Alas, this was indeed the case. He successfully stopped the monstrous slash while putting on a relaxed smile. Chaos Mantra, another of the 7. One ancestor shouted after analyzing the scene. "You're right." Others calmed down and agreed. A few among them weren't as surprised because Li Qie had used multiple mantras prior. They knew that he must be cultivating all 7, so they have grown numb. Nonetheless, it was hard to find the right words to describe the situation. Li Qie managed to use these common mantras in such an amazing fashion. Other top merit laws and mantras paled in comparison, not worth mentioning in the slightest. This made people wonder if they have been looking at the fake versions. Should we try again? Start over with the 7? One ancestor noticed that the reconstruction contained gods and devils, akin to the start of a new epoch. Li Qie resembled creation and the high heaven, capable of crafting all entities. Thus, others wanted to prostrate before him despite his ordinary stance and appearance. Go! Star Ancient Ancestor channeled all of his power into the skeletal sword, nearly crushing all the space around him in the process. Unfortunately, his full-effort attempt with the help of the armies still couldn't move the skeletal sword. Li Qie had an easy expression while gripping the sword as if he was taking a stroll in his flower garden. "This is insane, he's not human," one high elder eventually said. He had the urge of kneeling down before Li Qie. This was the case for virtually everyone in the crowd, even though Li Qie looked like a random pedestrian. He had no aura and pressure, only a friendly expression. "Not too bad, but you haven't grasped the true fundamentals of Myriad Dao heavenly physique." This so-called Space Dragon Emperor was only experimenting and didn't explain it fully to future generations. Li Qie chuckled. The development already shocked the crowd. Now, Li Qie's comment left them speechless. Space Dragon Emperor was praised as a revolutionary cultivator for starting a new path. Li Qie didn't seem to agree. He dares to talk about Space Dragon Emperor like this? It's too much. One expert said. He just wants to cause more and more trouble. An ancestor from an old sect said, Space Dragon Emperor's descendants will come for him after hearing this. No one can mess with them. No one responded because they didn't feel the same way. Li Qie was too heaven-defying. They didn't take offense to his criticism of the emperor. He's probably qualified to judge a member of the Denari founders. An ancestor said. Boom! Li Qie suddenly flicked his wrist and broke the skeletal sword before people could react. Golden Sun and the others appeared again and were blown flying while vomiting blood. The members of the armies suffered the same force. Too weak. Li Qie then waved his hand, releasing chaos on the unsuspecting world. The sky vault seemed to be falling down. All of his opponents became suppressed before they could get back up from the initial blow. The spectators couldn't believe it. Li Qie easily trapped the 5 ancient ancestors and the various armies with one hand wave. This force wasn't unbeatable, but they could definitely sweep through all of the north. Today, Li Qie had shown everyone his monstrous abilities. Activate. The ancient ancestors roared and mustered their power to get back up. Unfortunately, the suppressive force intensified and smashed them into the ground. Their blood stained the soil. It was as if Li Qie was toying with ants. This was too much for the spectators to take. It's over for those 3 sections. An ancestor regained his wits and concluded. Most spectators right now were horrified. They hoped that Li Qie didn't look over towards their direction or they would immediately drop to their knees. Chapter 35-30. the lives of the coalition were hanging on a thread. Just a bit more force from Wuxia would end with their death, truly horrifying just to think about. Suddenly, one could hear the loud sounds of rolling wheels from a carriage over the horizon. The yin and yang engulfed 10 million miles and culminated into a bright path originating from Yin-Yang Gate and reaching Ancestral Gate. There seemed to be a world being derived within the sounds of rolling wheels. The crowd was still shocked to see this phenomenon despite a lack of intimidating pressure. They knew that a supreme being was arriving. An ancient carriage slowly made its way through the yin-yang path. It seemingly rolled like a normal carriage, but with each full rotation of the wheel, it traveled across millions of miles. This was a type of spatial leap. It was made from the exceedingly rare archaic yin wood embedded with immortal bronze and jade, sun-moon stones. The carriage itself along with the ornaments exuded an ancient aura. The spectators could sense the years on them as if the carriage came from the past. Plenty of damages existed on the body, holes from arrows, cuts from swords. Some broken arrows were still stuck there. People could tell at a glance that it had experienced numerous battles and wars. They also heard the stomps of a beast dragging the carriage. It resembled a qilin but wasn't one. It had silver armor plates with white smokes shrouding its feet. It lacked the gallant divinity found in a qilin. Its eyes exuded frightening glimmers akin to lightning bolts capable of killing anyone. The carriage driver was an ancestor from Yin-Yang Gate, even older than Golden Sun's group. He had bright eyes and sharp brows. He had an outfit of an older style on, just him sitting there alone commanded reverence from the spectators as if he was a crownless king. A silver carapace lin. Someone in the front shouted in astonishment because this was a branch of a divine beast. Its bloodline would be the most precious in this world if the divine beasts didn't exist. Thus, it meant that the master of the carriage must be extremely prestigious to have a beast like this. That's Heavenly Sovereign Chan Yang, right? An ancestor said with uncertainty after seeing the carriage driver. Forefather. Golden Sun and the others became excited. Forefather. The soldiers of Yin-Yang still cheered despite being suppressed on the ground. He has to be the Heavenly Sovereign. The spectators thought that this was the case after seeing the army's response. Yes. Numerous took a deep breath to calm down. Heavenly Sovereign Chan Yang was nothing short of a legend in the north. Just mentioning his title alone always had a magical effect on the listeners. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that even a 3-year-old had heard of his title. He was the sun hanging above the north, illuminating everyone with his prestige. Though everyone had heard of him, very few had the privilege of seeing him in person. This included those from Yin-Yang Gate. Only high-level ancestors like Golden Sun were lucky enough. Thus, to be able to see him today was a great honor for everyone. I can't believe I will get to see him in this lifetime. There's zero regrets. An ancestor became emotional. Heavenly Sovereign Chan Yang, some juniors actually had tears streaming down their cheeks. The defining character of the North was here in person. All eyes were on the carriage. There's hope for Yin-Yang Gate. A high elder murmured, maybe he'll be able to change this outcome. Yes, at least they'll survive. Many ancestors agreed, Li Chia is really strong but there's no way he is stronger than the sovereign. It'll be even at best. In my opinion, Li Chia is still too young so there should be a small gap between them. But that doesn't matter, he's already solidified his position in history. An older big shot speculated. Their comments weren't meant to disparage Li Chia in the slightest. In fact, they could be considered as praises. After all, how many youths in history could be mentioned in the same breath as the sovereign? The forefather is here for us. Not to mention ordinary disciples from Yin-Yang, even their regular ancestors were overwhelmed. They would be prostrating if it wasn't for the suppression immobilizing them. This is the true power of Yin-Yang Gate. Who will be able to stop the sovereign? An expert asked. Right, even a Dao Lord would need to give him some face. Several Dao Lords have assumed a junior role while visiting him. Someone else commented. Because the sovereign taught ancient Zen Dao Lord, some referred to him as imperial teacher later on. Don't forget, the sovereign entered the forbidden zone and came out alive, one of the few to do so. This required immense power. A historical buff said with respect. That's untouchable indeed. Others were shaken to hear this. Creak. The carriage finally stopped and floated in the air. Heavenly Sovereign Chan Yang, sitting on the carriage, didn't bother looking at anyone, not even the ancient ancestors. His eyes immediately fell upon Wuxia. The crowd watched with bated breath during this meeting. They wondered about a battle between these two and thought that Wuxia was the underdog. The disciples from Yin Yang were ecstatic, thinking that they were saved. No one in this world could stop their forefather. This was the true ace card of their sect. However, in a kitchen soup restaurant inside Ancestral, the old shopkeeper gave it a quick glance before shaking his head. Not enough. Screech. The tense atmosphere was suddenly interrupted by a phoenix screech. It tore apart the clouds nearby. A gigantic bird appeared. Its 5-colored wings were large enough to blot out the sky. What is that? Everything turned dark and people became startled. Chapter 35-31. The mythical bird above was unique. Its long tail had a golden brilliance, its chest had special runic lines to form the character, virtue, filled with a venerable Tao aura. Its 5-colored feathers were resplendent, looking as beautiful as can be from a distance. It was abundantly clear that this bird was special, not inferior to the silver carapace lin. That's 5-colored Luan, right? A spectator became startled. This Luan had an extremely thick and pure bloodline, close to being a divine bird. 2 people were standing on its back, a peerless woman and an old man. The latter had a human body and a chicken head with 4 eyes. These eyes were extraordinary, most likely one of a kind. They looked like unmatched stars, each could see and illuminate 8 decilaces. People didn't dare to look straight at them even in their dormant state. They would feel their soul being drawn in. The eyes seemed capable of killing anyone at a glance or even refining an entire world. The old man resembled a true master, each action could cause untold destruction. One could faintly hear the roars of his plentiful vitality and power as if there was a true dragon hiding in there. He was definitely a top ancient ancestor. Other cultivators would feel the urge to bow or even prostrate before him. Strangely enough, he wore an out-of-place cloak with numerous colors. This could make people burst out laughing if worn by someone else. No one dared to laugh at this old man due to his frightening eyes. Dragon Phoenix Maiden. Everyone recognized the beauty standing next to him. What about him? Don't tell me he's that old ancient ancestor? The forefather of the Maiden's clan? An ancestor took a deep breath and speculated after seeing the bird. You're right, he is Dragon King Commander. I was lucky enough to see his portrait next to Dragon Phoenix Matriarch's portrait at the valley. A demon master said before kneeling on the ground. Commander, the demon then shouted with reverence. That's Dragon King Commander? Everyone was shocked, especially the demons. This title struck the crowd just as hard as Heavenly Sovereign Chan Yang. The younger brother of Dragon Phoenix Matriarch, a forefather of an ancient race. Some demons were unbearably excited, a few were moved to tears. Dragon King Commander's clan was a great demon race with an old and noble bloodline. They haven't shown up for a long time now. As for the commander, he dominated his era long ago. According to one legend, he petrified a first-rate sect with a single glance. Furthermore, some records indicated that he was from the same era as Yin Yang Gate. It's just that his clan always kept a low profile. Others would only talk about it in passing when the topic was Dragon Phoenix Valley. That's why he wasn't as famous as Heavenly Sovereign Chan Yang and Yin Yang Gate. However, a few old ancestors knew that he was just as strong as Heavenly Sovereign Chan Yang. Heavenly Sovereign Chan Yang is here, Dragon King Commander too. Is it all because of Wuxia? These 2 men were the most influential cultivators in the north now. People were shocked to see the 2 of them in the same place today. No way, Li Chia can't handle both of them. One spectator said after noticing that the commander was staring straight at Li Chia too. Li Chia could be the strongest genius in existence, and that still wouldn't be enough to take on two supremes at the same time. Seems like today is a good day. Li Chia let out a natural smile after seeing the commander. Everyone's here. The commander almost became hysterical but managed to stabilize his emotions. He then looked over at Heavenly Sovereign Chanyang. Bastard, what are you waiting for? Come out and greet His Excellency. The commander shouted. While the crowd tried to digest this statement, he rushed over to Li Chia and got on his knees. This little one never thought that I would be able to see you again, Your Excellency. I am moved to tears. His 4 eyes were actually moist. Dragon Phoenix Maiden, who was standing next to him, got on her knees as well. The crowd became stupefied. Shi Zhongtian greets you, Your Excellency. The colossal golem outside of Ancestral also got on his knees. His massive frame made it look like a mountain range was collapsing. Shi Zhongtian, he's the great-great-grandson of Stone Monarch Dao Lord. Another revelation took the crowd like a storm. Very few people knew his origin, not even the disciples of Ancestral. Now, it turned out that he was Shi Zhongtian. Most importantly, he also kneeled just like the commander. Chanyang greets you, Your Excellency. I've never had the honor of meeting you before, so I do not dare to be presumptuous and act familiar. Please forgive me. Heavenly Sovereign Chanyang got off the carriage and also kneeled before Li Chia. His head touched the ground. These 3 were absolutely the top cultivators in the north. All of them were showing absolute respect towards Li Chia. Even a Dao Lord wouldn't receive this level of ceremonious treatment. Thus, everyone's mouth was wide open. They have never seen such a shocking scene before. Once they calmed down, they knew that it was time to prostrate as well. Greetings, Your Excellency. The chant echoed across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. No one knew the importance and significance behind Your Excellency. However, since these top dogs were doing so, they had to follow the trend. This was absolutely the right choice. Chapter 35-32. Everyone was kneeling on the ground regardless of who they were, not daring to breathe loudly and disturbing Li Chia. That would be disrespectful. No one knew who he was, but since Dragon King Commander, Heavenly Sovereign Chanyang, and Shi Zhongtian were kneeling, his background and identity no longer mattered. Nonetheless, the question still lingered in their mind. Just who was Li Chia? How heaven-defying could his background be? No one dared to ask, of course. Some didn't even have the courage to steal a glance at Li Chia, or it might bring a calamity to their sect. They knew one thing for certain, that Li Chia was a supreme existence, one far exceeding Dao Lords. This was obvious given how those 3 beings were treating him. The next question became, what kind of existence is above Dao Lords? They couldn't come up with an answer while trembling with fear. Can it be 1 or 2 wisdom masters lived long enough to see clues in the shrouded history? They thought about a few particular lines in the records. According to the legend, there used to be a master reigning over the eras, a supreme emperor, a monster sweeping through all opponents. Historians had contrasting opinions on whether these figures were the same person or otherwise. They didn't fully understand the vagueness of the records. Rumor has it that someone had disrespected the figure and ended up with total sect destruction. From then on, it became a taboo subject. Another camp stated that a certain group purposely hid these events from the river of time. No one knew that exact reason, but the forbidden nature made future generations forget. It has to be him. The wisdom master thought about these legends and became overwhelmed. The legends were actually true. He secretly looked up to see Li Chia before lowering his head right away, not wanting to be spotted. It was difficult to control his emotions right now. This was truly an honor. Unfortunately, this was also a curse. He couldn't share this with anyone else, not even to his juniors. This was a defining moment of his life, yet he had to keep it a secret forever. Ultimately, the ones feeling the full brunt were still those from Yin Yang Gate. They thought that their sovereign was the strongest, not inferior to any Dao lord. They were so sure that Wuxia was a dead man and that they were saved. Alas, their ancestor was now kneeling in front of Wuxia to display total subservience. This was beyond their most terrible nightmare. They realized that they have messed with the wrong person, the worst possible man. The 5 ancient ancestors couldn't believe it either, especially the Celestial Trinity. They had been following Heavenly Sovereign Chanyang for some time. They knew more about him and his supremacy more than anyone else. How could their ancestor bow next to Wuxia's feet like this? It became obvious how much trouble they had brought upon their sect. They were now eternal sinners of Yin Yang Gate. Rise. Wuxia smiled and gave the command. Everyone felt as if they had just been pardoned from a serious crime. The commander was an exception. However, the sovereign and Shi Zhongtian waited until the commander stood up first before they did. The rest of the crowd was smart enough to wait for these 3 as well. Your Excellency. The commander had tears in his eyes. Wuxia also felt a sense of familiarity. He smiled and said, I thought that turtles live the longest. It looks like you live longer than them. The listeners felt as if only Wuxia would dare to compare the great cultivator with a turtle. Anyone else would be trembling with fear when talking with Dragon King Commander. It is thanks to your blessing, Your Excellency. The commander said excitedly. You're old now, no longer the young chicken like before. However, you may still call me boss. Wuxia said. Deference is no substitute for obedience, boss. The commander happily rubbed his palms together and said. Yi Yaoling standing nearby felt as if her forefather has become 1,000,000 years younger, reverting back to being a youth. The commander was an old friend, the 4-eyed basilisk. He survived the long years and became a supreme ancestor with a cool title. He used to call Wuxia boss when they were together. Thus, Wuxia told him to do the same for sentimental reasons. You still look the same, always 18. The commander said. Time moves so quickly, so many people are gone now. Wuxia stared at the commander and said. The basilisk sighed because loved ones have left him. This included his closest sister, Venerable Basilisk. Only a selected few were alive from his generation. He didn't expect to see Wuxia again. In the past, he saw Wuxia tear the sky apart and left. Words couldn't describe his feelings regarding this reunion. In fact, when Yi Yaoling reported this back to him, he suspected that it might be an impostor. When he actually saw Wuxia again, he found the guy to be the same. His temperament and style couldn't be duplicated. Chapter 35-33. The crowd remained silent, standing with both hands straight down and their head lowered. The only one eligible to speak was Dragon King Commander. Heavenly Sovereign Chanyang could only wait aside, just a junior waiting to be reprimanded. The others had to watch from a distance. Meanwhile, those from the coalition trembled with fear. Anxiety struck them deep since they could only wait for a sentence from Wuxia. They have offended Wuxia, so the result seemed rather obvious. Your Excellency. The sovereign saw that Wuxia and the commander had finished speaking and politely jumped in. In the past, others tried their best just to have an opportunity to bow and greet him. Now, he had to stand waiting. This wasn't easy in the slightest. You're putting me in a difficult position by bowing. Wuxia chuckled at him. The young ones were foolish enough to offend you, Your Excellency. Please do as you please. The sovereign said with sincerity in a calm manner. He didn't go around in circles nor beg for mercy. He had lived long enough to know about Wuxia. If this existence wanted to kill someone, asking for mercy was useless. We had no grievance between us, just the wrong time and place. Wuxia said. The sovereign smiled wryly. He indeed had bad luck because he didn't do anything to Wuxia. His only fault was being Ancestral Realm's successor. Alas, he had to watch his sect, Ancestral Realm, be destroyed by Wuxia. Now, He was a supreme ancestor, but his descendants decided to provoke Li Qie. He had no choice but to come out. Seems like I'm very unlucky, the sovereign said. He didn't expect to face something so problematic after reaching this old age. As I've said, there is nothing between us. Since you have acted with respect, I won't make it difficult for you. Tell me, what do you want? Li Qie said. Your Excellency, it is entirely up to you. It's my fault for not educating them well, the sovereign said. He was prepared for the worst because nothing good would come from provoking Li Qie. Even the strongest sects all ended with destruction. Remember how powerful Soaring Immortal used to be? It still became dust. The ancient Ming also dominated for eras. Where were they now? His Yin-Yang Gate had dominion over the north and could be considered a first-rate sect. However, they were still nothing compared to Soaring Immortal and the ancient Ming. The truth was that Li Qie himself didn't need to do anything. Just one message from him would summon numerous top existences to come and destroy Yin-Yang Gate. The disciples from Yin-Yang heard their ancestor and lowered their head, not daring to utter a single word. Resistance was futile because their strongest ancestor was accepting his fate, let alone juniors like them. They were nothing more than ants compared to Li Qie. I suppose you're stuck in the middle even though it is no fault of your own. Li Qie shook his head. It would be unreasonable for me to kill you. As for the other juniors, I'll spare them and leave it to you. Li Qie was in a good mood after meeting an old friend and decided against a massacre. Bastard, hurry up and punish those fools as an apology to His Excellency. Don't wait for someone else. The commander shouted at the sovereign, seemingly using his connection to intimidate others. However, he was actually doing the sovereign a favor. After all, they were from the same era, not many of them were left. The sovereign himself actually didn't do anything wrong. His unfilial descendants simply poked the beehive, so the commander helped him out by ending the issue here. Thank you, Your Excellency. The sovereign lived long enough to recognize the situation and bowed towards Li Qie. We'll end it with this. Li Qie nodded and agreed with the commander's suggestion. The sovereign took a deep breath and turned around, staring straight at the 5 ancient ancestors. Ignorant fools, you have done something unforgivable and become the sinners of your sect. Apologize to His Excellency via suicide, he coldly uttered. The 5 exchanged glances. They have already prepared for death but were still shaken when truly facing it. This was already a great result. They would be able to protect their sect by dying, the most merciful outcome for Yin-Yang, Skylight, and Firmaments. Everyone has to die. Your Excellency, my mistake. I'll be going now. Blaze Blade Heavenly Sovereign bowed his head towards Li Qie and laughed loudly. Clank. He raised his sword and decapitated himself. Blood gushed out as his body fell to the ground. Your descendant has failed you, ancestor. Farewell, may Yin-Yang Gate prosper. The Celestial Trinity bowed towards the sovereign first, then Li Qie. Your Excellency, we humbly apologize. Boom. They destroyed their meridians in true fate, causing their body to tremble and blood to drip out of the corner of their mouth. They then fell to the ground, lifeless. This is it, I hope future descendants won't make the same mistake. My fault, Your Excellency. Azure Dragon King got on his knees before also destroying his true fate. The 5 ancient ancestors committed suicide in order to protect their sect. Heavenly Sovereign Chan Yang didn't say anything and watched with a cold expression. In his opinion, this was already the slightest punishment. He knew that it would take 0 effort from Li Qie to destroy the 3 sections. Li Qie was being immensely merciful already. Your Excellency. The sovereign then turned back to Li Qie. Go, cherish the time that you have left. Li Qie waved his hand and said while dropping the issue with his opponents. Thank you, Your Excellency. May you live forever. The sovereign bowed. Scram already. He then turned towards the armies and shouted before leaving. The members of the armies left quietly with great dejection. they didn't dare to turn around once. When they got here, they were domineering and in high spirits, confident in destroying Ancestral City. Who would have thought that they end up running like dogs without their master? They would all be dead now if it wasn't for their forefather coming out to ask for forgiveness. No one expected this outcome at the start. Chapter 35-34. It didn't take long before no one from the coalition was left. The sovereign has successfully saved them all. The atmosphere became eerily silent afterward. The spectators still didn't dare to stare at Li Qia, whom they deemed to be the apex existence of this world on the same level as heaven. Looking up at him still required immense courage. He lacked the same ferocious aura and bite as other masters due to his ordinary appearance. However, in their eyes, he was as extraordinary and unreachable as can be. "Welcome back to the city, Your Excellency." Polstone Saintus led thousands of disciples outside the gate and prostrated on the ground to welcome him back. The disciples and ancestors, even the reclusive ones, all came out for this ceremony. "Good." Li Qia nodded and stepped up the palanquin. The descendants of Ancestral City didn't throw away their ancestors' face. Dragon King Commander praised after seeing this. Meanwhile, the neutral spectators outside the gate lowered their head with their hands hanging downward in order to bid him goodbye. "I took pride in my intelligence and being able to read people. Seems like I'm clearly inferior to a junior today, how embarrassing." One wise master commented. Those nearby didn't say anything. The knowledgeable ancestors felt the same way. Not long ago, many found it astounding that Polstone Saintus supported Li Qia and annulled the marriage agreement with Yin Yang Zen Gate. They considered her choice to be unwise and irrational. Moreover, the youths thought that a junior like Li Qia wasn't worth her antagonizing Yin Yang Zen Gate. Nonetheless, the Saintess still made such an unbelievable decision. Most thought that she would herald a calamity to Ancestral City. In hindsight, she had the best insight and chose the right person. In fact, her decision saved Ancestral City. Just think about it, if she had acted like everyone else and valued by Jianshan highly, the result would have been obvious. She would have died just like Bai Jianshan and Skylight Princess. Even her sect might have been destroyed. Now, she had the chance to invite Li Qia inside the city and could serve him. This was a godsend opportunity. Even Heavenly Sovereign Chan Yang wasn't so lucky. Realizing this made the wisdom masters among the crowd think that they were nothing more than frogs under the well, truly shameful. It'll be hard for Ancestral City not to rise with her leading the way. One ancestor commented. She earned the favor of a supreme existence like Li Qia. This was a true fortune and opportunity unavailable to others who failed to see it. So many youths and geniuses felt embarrassed as a result. They were the loudest bunch in questioning Polstone Saintus and Dragon Phoenix Maiden. By this point, it became apparent that Li Qia wasn't the lucky one but rather, the two girls. "Go back and stay in the sect, stop causing trouble." An ancestor eventually yelled at his juniors. This was duplicated in multiple groups. They eventually left Ancestral City and returned to their sect. The powers in the north closed their door and stopped their disciples from traveling after this event. They were afraid of the young ones causing unnecessary trouble, especially something foolish like provoking Li Qia. Yin Yang Zen Gate and its allies were the best examples. They nearly got destroyed from the debacle. The ancestors also ordered their disciples to not talk about Li Qia. This was another potential source of trouble. Heavenly Sovereign Chan Yang didn't immediately return to the void after bringing back his sect members. He stood at the highest peak there and gazed at the world in silence for a long period. Yin Yang Zen Gate has been around for a long time. It had a similar name in the past, Yin Yang Gate. It was created by the invincible immortal Emperor Yin Yang, becoming one of the strongest imperial lineages. Later on, the sovereign during his youth was chosen by Ancestral Realm as its successor. Unfortunately, he didn't finish learning his arts before the realm was destroyed by Li Qia. This power was extremely strong and has lasted for millions of years, capable of commanding the world. Unfortunately, it stood no chance against Wuxia. This experience left a deep impression on Chen Yang. Thus, he later changed the name of Yin Yang Gate to Yin Yang Zen Gate. Unfortunately, the sect was nearly destroyed again under his leadership. He nearly became an eternal sinner as well. He watched the land in silence. He has always been here and guaranteed its prosperity and survival. Though it grew stronger with him around, it eventually became his shackles. The descendants became a source of worries. Most importantly, it seemed that his protection caused future generations to become inferior, filled with pride and a sense of indestructibility. He eventually made up his mind. It was time for him to leave. After all, he had protected Yin Yang Zen Gate long enough. The descendants had their own path and fate. He chose to follow the path of the immortal emperors and the Tao lords. It was time for him to leave and be free to his own desires. He couldn't keep on being the sect's guardian. Otherwise, declination would be inevitable. Ancestor, that Wuxia, the ancestor in charge of guarding the coffin, quietly said. Silence. The sovereign shouted with unquestionable authority, never bring this up again. It is a forbidden matter that might result in total destruction. My mistake. The ancestor's legs became weak as he dropped to the ground and apologized. It is time for me to go. I leave Yin Yang Zen Gate to you all. The sovereign added. The ancestor became startled and said, Ancestor, where are you going? The ends of the world or wherever I want to. The sovereign had an unprecedented sense of freedom after making this choice. Ancestor, if you leave, what is the sect going to do? The ancestor was scared out of his mind. The sect has always been under his protection. This allowed them to be confident, rising above all obstacles and defeating their foes. They have their own fate, no need for me to worry. The sovereign casually responded, no longer caring about the sect and future generations. 1. Normally, the adjective before the noun, gate, doesn't matter. This time around, since the author specifically made this distinction, I'll be changing the new Yin Yang Gate to Yin Yang Zen Gate. 2 reasons behind omitting Zen. First, brevity and an assumption of triviality. Second, it was hard to translate correctly without context at first. The character has the following meanings: meditation, Buddh, Zen, dhyana. Meditation can't be used since it would be a guess without context and it's too long. Dhyana is better but would also be a guess. Zen is neutral enough, so this should have been the pick. I just thought that it wouldn't matter in the grand scheme of things like the majority of names. Chapter 35:35, Ancestor. The young ancestor prostrated and begged, please reconsider for the sake of the sect. He then smashed his head onto the ground, aware of the great blow to the sect in the absence of their sovereign. No need to say more, I have made up my mind. The sovereign waved his hand. If one day, Yin Yang Zen Gate is in danger, the ancestor knew that further persuasion was futile, only hoping that his ancestor would care about old ties. Invite troubles? Deal with them. The sovereign flatly said. But, what if the sect goes down? The ancestor didn't expect this answer. So be it. The sovereign had made up his mind and said, countless sects have gone down in history. What's one more? Ancestor. The ancestor shouted, but the sovereign was already walking out toward an unknown destination. From then on, no one ever saw heavenly sovereign Chen Yan again. Wuxia looked down at Ancestral City from a high pavilion reaching the clouds. Everything else seemed tiny like insects. He didn't say a thing while Dragon King Commander and the others remained quiet. After a while, he sat down with a natural expression, staring at the group. Years went by in the blink of an eye, but I still remember everything clearly. The commander sobbed. He used to be the four-eyed basilisk back then and enjoyed his youth, one worthy of remembrance. Today, he stood at the top and looked back at the past. It would never come back. Indeed. I remember how you ran for your life while being chased by your sister. Wuxia chuckled. Please don't make fun of me, I only cared about playing around then and didn't sympathize with her good intention. The basilisk smiled and felt warmth. It's a shame she's no longer here. Venerable Basilisk was also a top genius in that era. She lived quite long and left her clan to start Dragon Phoenix Valley. Alas, her power wasn't enough to withstand the withering of time. I wouldn't mind being chased around by her right now. The basilisk's expression became sad. He had experienced numerous years and goodbyes. However, this particular memory still overwhelmed him with emotions. That's time, there's no going back after it passed. Li Chia said. The basilisk nodded and took a deep breath. He stared at Li Chia and said, "Look at how old I am now compared to you, boss. I'm always 18. Li Chia chuckled. I also want to be 18 every year, but I don't have your Dao heart. That's the difference between us. The basilisk said. Of course, old here wasn't about physical appearance. At their power level, they could always reshape their body at any moment. However, his Dao heart was the thing that was old in this case. I've been growing bored recently, the Grand Dao is too long and lonely. Maybe resting in peace is better. On the other hand, you're still moving forward in a heroic fashion, that's why we can't compare to you. Our Dao heart probably would shatter if we experienced the same things as you. He went on to say. I'll always be invincible regardless of the long path. Li Chia said, there must always be a pursuit in life. A fish still wants to turn over, an insect still wants to bare its fangs at the high heaven. That's what I want to do. Your pursuit is beyond my imagination. If you're a fish or an insect, then everyone else in the world is inferior to these things. The basilisk said. Li Chia only smiled and didn't respond. Shi Qingjian and Yi Lingyao didn't join the conversation since they haven't reached the right level yet. Your clan's girl is not bad. Li Chia glanced at Yi Lingyao and smiled. Not too stupid. The basilisk said, she was scared by you and immediately reported it to me. In the beginning, I thought someone had the audacity to pretend to be you. Yi Lingyao smiled wryly, recalling the first meeting with Li Chia. That was truly a frightening experience. She found him to be too arrogant and careless. It was a good thing that she didn't try anything disrespectful because not even her ancestor would be able to save her. Good talents, same with her bloodline, boundless potential. Li Chia nodded approvingly. What are you waiting for? Thank boss for praising you. The basilisk had a happy expression and told Yaoling. She came forward and bowed towards Li Chia. Your next line is, please grant your junior a fortune. Li Chia glanced at the basilisk. Huh, boss, you're the lord of the world, bestowing one fortune or two isn't a problem. Plus, you're always generous to smart juniors. The basilisk laughed. Very well, your bloodline is special enough. I have a phoenix art here, perfect for this occasion. Li Chia smiled and said. A divine gift. The basilisk was excited for his junior and said, peerless indeed, thank boss again. Thank you, young master. Yi Yaoling got on her knees, as moved as can be. Being taught by her ancestor was already incredible enough. In reality, very few members in the clan have been this lucky for millions of years. Today, she got something even greater, a gift from an existence treated with reverence by her ancestor. This would exceed anything else. Once she stood up, Li Chia raised his finger and metallic clanks could be heard. A Dao law emerged along with a phoenix screech. A light flashed once before disappearing. This Dao law has entered her mind. Numerous runes and characters appeared within. Poof! A phoenix true flame oozed from her body. She became ecstatic but didn't forget to bow again. This supreme art was enough, she didn't need anything more in life. Shi Qingjian was envious but didn't dare to ask Li Chia. Since you have followed me recently, I do have something to give you. This is a garment made from phoenix feathers. Li Chia noticed this and said. He took out a garment burning with phoenix flames. Hymns and visual phenomena of other birds bowing to a phoenix manifested. Li Qie personally created this garment after obtaining the feathers. Thank you, young master. The emotional Shi Qingjian continuously kowtowed after seeing the present. Li Qie sat there and accepted the gesture while glancing towards the horizon. You want to leave already, boss? The basilisk said. He spent enough time with Li Qie back then to understand his expressions. I'll be taking a look at the abandoned land, have to figure it out. Li Qie nodded. That place used to be the Buddhist ground, it's all ashes now. Too many things happened and the world shattered. I didn't pay enough attention to see what happened. I came to take a look later, but that place was bizarre and inscrutable. The basilisk said. A few things will always surprise. Li Qie smiled. Heaven is omnipotent, or so they say. However, in this case, the villainous heaven couldn't get everything right. When will you ascend, boss? The basilisk pondered for a bit before asking. Chapter 35-36. Ascension was a serious topic, or at least this was the case for juniors like Shi Qingjian and Yi Yaoling right now. In fact, they were very curious about it. For millions of years, Dao lords after finishing their cultivation would go up to the sky and disappear. The question for regular cultivators became, what kind of world was up there? Unfortunately, the answer eluded them because Dao lords never came back again or sent down messages. That's why they could only speculate. No rush. Li Qie smiled and told the basilisk, I'll do it when the time is right. The basilisk didn't know when the time was right. However, he was sure that he would be able to witness another incredible ascension from Li Qie, the second one as far as he knows. He hesitated for a moment before sighing with envy. Ascension is the lifelong pursuit of many. This was the reason why people wanted to become a Dao Lord. It was so that they could see the legendary world above. Unfortunately, those who weren't Dao Lords would find going up there prohibitively difficult. Of course, there were exceptions. For example, Space Dragon Emperor made it up there. It's not impossible for you to go up there. Li Qie smiled. Boss, you want to take me up there? The basilisk became happy and hurriedly responded, its eyes brightened with eagerness. During Li Qie's coronation, he didn't go up alone but also brought thousands of people with him. This became one of the greatest legends in the 9 worlds. No one has ever been able to surpass this. The crux of the issue is that you don't want to go up. If you did, you wouldn't be waiting till today. Li Qie said. The basilisk opened his mouth but decided to reflect on this quietly. Back then, his cultivation was weak. Even if Li Qie had allowed him entry, he wouldn't have chosen to go up because he would only be holding Li Qie back. Today, he was a supreme ancestor. It was no problem going up there. Alas, actually doing it made him hesitate. Looks like you can't go. Li Qie could read his mind. Maybe I'm too old now, can't deal with the trouble, or my heart is too soft. There are too many things to worry about. The basilisk shook his head. It was perfectly fine to ascend with Li Qie's protection, but what about his race and descendants? Their race and Dragon Phoenix Valley would lose a strong backing. I've promised Big Sis to take care of them, looks like I can't go. He let out a bitter smile. Venerable Basilisk was even more talented than him. She eventually became the matriarch of the valley but ended up dying before him. During her last moments, she told him to protect the valley. That's why no one dared to do anything to the valley in the past. Let the children carve out their own path. Otherwise, they'll be your shackles and chains. Li Qie said. I understand. The basilisk said, I suppose I only said it so easily because I knew I wouldn't go. He was similar to Heavenly Sovereign Chan Yang in this regard. They were their sex protector, but to put it in a different perspective, they were prisoners. Rise and fall are normal and inevitable, nothing lasts forever, the same with sections. If your descendants are incapable, just leave them alone. Each person will live differently. Li Qie smiled. For old people like us, maybe dying is the best result. We come into this world without worries and will leave without any as well. The basilisk reflected. He suddenly thought that his sister's death might be a good end for her. She no longer needed to worry about their race and descendants. As one grows older, they'll usually become more emotionless. Wuxia said. What about you? Can you let go? The basilisk said. I have never been shackled or stopped for anyone. The Tao path is still ahead and I'll keep walking forward. Wuxia shook his head. True, I lack this mentality. That's why you're the boss. The basilisk fell into silence for a bit before speaking. No need to force it. Do what you wish. Wuxia said. The basilisk knew that on the path of the Tao, a single thought could change one's fate and their sect's fate. The two of them chatted for a bit while the two girls politely listened. Princess showed up once. The basilisk eventually brought this up. Numerous shocking things have happened in Wuxia's absence, but the basilisk didn't talk about them. However, this made him put on a serious expression. The girls became curious due to their ancestor's appearance. Who was this princess? I know, sounds about right. Wuxia stared at the horizon, his mind drifted back into the past. She brought someone with her. Very few knew about this. The basilisk added. A helper is necessary indeed. Wuxia eventually responded. The basilisk knew that in order to be chosen, this helper was extremely capable and worthy of trust. Are you not worried at all, boss? However, he found Wuxia's aloof expression surprising. Why should I? A child can't be a dog with a tiger for a father. Plus, there's nothing they can't do in 8 decilaces. Wuxia chuckled. You're right, boss, I worried for nothing. The basilisk put on a smile after realizing this. Wuxia was right not to worry. Plus, the princess was there too. Nothing in 8 decilaces could trouble them. To put it bluntly, one word from her alone would summon numerous supreme masters to protect them. Wuxia's prestige and supremacy as the Dark Crow remained in 8 decilaces. His invisible hand was still here to grasp the world. The burial grounds are gone now. The basilisk reported. Right, now that's a surprising matter. Even the heaven can't control everything perfectly. Wuxia said softly. What is your opinion on this? The basilisk said. During the Great Disaster, the top masters and sects only worried about their own survival. They had no time to care about other matters. A long time after the event, they found that certain things have vanished into thin air. Chapter 35-37, No opinion, I'll just sweep through whoever stands in my path and reach the end in due time. Wuxia answered. The basilisk smiled wryly. This was indeed the proper answer from someone like Wuxia. So wise, boss. It looks like I've grown cowardly too. The basilisk said. During his youth, he didn't fear anything and always acted arrogantly. Now, he was so many times stronger, but his action became prudent, no longer as impetuous as before. After all, he had nothing to think about before. Now, he shouldered the well-being of his clan. Thousands and thousands of lives depended on him, so he had to act carefully. It's not necessarily a bad thing, just a different perspective. Wuxia smiled and said. He could sympathize from his own experience. Boss, may I go with you to the abandoned land? I might not be of much help, but I can still run errands or make you tea. You need someone to serve you when going out. The basilisk said. Despite being one of the top existences in the north, the basilisk knew that his cultivation wasn't enough to enter Wuxia's eyes. He wasn't that useful and could only be an errand boy. No, just stay home. As you said, you're old and it's time to relax. Your clan might be your shackles, but being there will still make you happy. Enjoy having the little ones run around or rest on your knees. Wuxia shook his head. Of course, the basilisk didn't mind. He has accomplished many things in his life and reached the top of the Grand Tao. His branch was populous and capable. He had no regrets in life outside of not being as untethered as Li Qie. I do envy you, boss, always able to move ahead. He said. The path is endless. One shoulders more than people can imagine. Li Qie said. True, my Tao heart can't make it that far since I'll falter eventually. He didn't find it shameful to admit this. There have been plenty of geniuses, immortal emperors, and Tao lords in history. However, only Li Qie reached this level. Okay, this is a rare opportunity. Feel free to ask His Excellency any question regarding cultivation. Ancestors or whatever's teachings can't beat a few words from His Excellency. The basilisk eventually bought another chance for the girls. Li Qie didn't refuse out of consideration for the basilisk. It was alright to give the juniors a better chance too. The two girls exchanged glances. Yi Lingyao was the first to speak. Your Excellency, you cultivate the 7 laws of the Golden Age and still have immense power despite only being a violet marquis. What is the mystery behind this? This has nothing to do with the 7 laws. The basilisk answered instead while shaking his head. Any merit law, even the most basic one, will be extremely powerful when utilized by His Excellency. He has exceeded the boundary of techniques. You're half right. Li Qie smiled. It's true that I can exert any technique to its fullest potential. However, the 7 laws are unique. They're simply misunderstood by others. So the 7 laws are actually strong? Shi Qingjian was interested in this topic as well. The 7 laws when used by Li Qie could suppress anything else, virtually invincible. However, she thought that might be because of the user. That depends on what you're talking about. Li Qie said, are you referring to the 7 laws passed around the world or the real ones? The problem has to be related to that brat, blessed. There's something off here. The basilisk joined in. The duck egg buyer and pure sun Tao Lord have learned the 7 too. It's just that these laws changed after the brat. He rubbed his chin, not directly calling foul play. It's just that he thought that there was more than meets the eyes here. Didn't the world benefit after learning the explanation of blessed Tao Lord? Yi Lingyao said. The 7 were known as laws of the blessed as well. They existed long ago and didn't have the current names. The old names weren't part of the record. In the past, people had a hard time cultivating with varying methods. Cultivation was far from its prosperous self today. This changed with the appearance of Blessed Tao Lord. After proving his Tao, he established a sect named True Immortal and spread the 7 laws. He investigated the 7 and simplified them, then gave everyone his unique interpretations. Henceforth, people had an easier time cultivating. It was easy for mortals to start, so the era of cultivation began, hence the Golden Age moniker. The Tao Lord's contribution couldn't be refuted. It was a magnificent achievement. When future descendants talked about him, they thought that he was a great man despite not being the strongest. The next era became known as Myriad Tao. Others also called it the era of the blessed due to his teachings. Other widely used names included era of the 7 laws and era of Tao doctrination. True Immortal sect propagated the 7 laws to every corner in 8 deciles during this era. Hard to say. The simplified 7 laws changed greatly afterward, no longer as pure as during the chaotic era. The basilisk answered, I remember my skepticism back then. However, the brat also stopped the unrest and chaos, allowing people to live in peace. Couldn't critique that. He was older than any Tao Lord since he was from the previous epoch. If he himself didn't question blessed, juniors like the 2 girls absolutely couldn't. During the late stage of the chaotic era, the wise sages worked hard with expeditions to the forbidden zones. Unfortunately, the stability didn't last long because the various races started to fight each other for domination. The flames of war ravaged 8 deciles once more. Rivers of blood were a common sight. Finally, blessed Tao Lord flattened the chaos, and people could finally live in peace. They then cultivated the 7 laws, and this heralded the next era. Future descendants would always talk about Tao lords, but few dared to curse the meritorious blessed Tao lord. Most had nothing but respect when talking about him. Only someone at the level of Dragon King Commander was qualified to question him. These matters have dispersed like smoke. Li Chia said, whether it be sincerity or ulterior motive, it doesn't matter anymore. He had a good idea about the 7 laws but didn't care too much. Rumor has it that the brat talked about being enlightened by an immortal. I actually thought he was talking about you. The basilisk glanced over at Li Chia. 1. Pure Sun Tao Lord was Pure Yang in one chapter, changed to Pure Sun to match an earlier word 2. So Blessed was another hard title to translate. I'm not sure if you guys remember the TL note for the first chapter, but it seems like we got it right. Chapter 35-38. At this point, not just the basilisk but even the 2 girls stared at Li Chia. There were plenty of legends about Blessed Tao Lord. One of them told a story about his youth and his Tao search. He came across an immortal and was taught by this great being. It made the Tao Lord's background and stories even more mystical. Some believed that he was only an ordinary youth before meeting this immortal. They went on to say that the 7 modified laws were passed down to him by the immortal. This made it easier for everyone else to cultivate. It's not me. Li Chia shook his head. The basilisk knew that it wasn't Li Chia after hearing this. He rubbed his chin and said, a bit interesting. It's as if they're trying to be mysterious. True immortal. They don't exist here. Others might not wonder about this so-called true immortal. However, the basilisk has been around Li Chia in the past. Li Chia had brought this up and he completely trusted Li Chia, hence his skepticism. There were 2 possibilities in his mind previously, that it was either Li Chia or the guy was a fake. Of course, he has never seen this person before and didn't know the location of the meeting between Blessed and this person. On the other hand, the majority of future generations believed it. Blessed Tao Lord went on to create a sect and named it True Immortal. I wouldn't mind a meeting if there's a chance. Li Chia smiled. His expression made the basilisk's heart skip a beat. If Blessed was telling the truth, then Li Chia would eventually meet this True Immortal. It wouldn't be a pretty meeting for the immortal. I wonder if it's on purpose. The basilisk had bold speculations because things seemed to change too much due to the changes of the 7 laws. The future generations haven't seen the real ones, but he did. Thus, he was aware of the disparity. He didn't dare to say that there was a nefarious plan behind this because cultivation certainly prospered afterward. It became easy for everyone to start training. As time went on, the 7 laws were abandoned for other forms of cultivation. Therefore, the cultivation path started to diverge after the era of Blessed Tao Lord. They became more distant from the original Tao start. He wasn't at the level where he had a good grasp of the myriad Tao. However, he could still tell that there were minute changes. It wasn't as connected as before. In a sense, the ease of cultivation with the 7 actually lowered its floor and power. Cultivators picked private merit laws instead. They began hiding these secrets and cultivation became segmented. He had no comment on this particular direction. There was only one thing he was sure of, that the power of the Grand Tao weakened as a result. Of course, he never said any of this publicly. He was a man of status now and needed to be responsible with his words. Anything is possible. Li Chia didn't care for this and nonchalantly said, people can make their own choices. There are pros and cons. And you, boss? The basilisk asked. I serve as a spark for this world. Li Chia said, however, this present can extinguish in the wind and rain. It requires fuel and future generations need to handle the supply. I understand. The basilisk nodded. Your Excellency, is it possible for me to cultivate the 7 laws? Shi Qingjian eventually took a deep breath and asked seriously. Li Chia glanced at her and chuckled, you want to start over? It requires immense courage and determination. The Grand Tao isn't easy and your expectations won't always be met. Shi Qingjian was powerful enough already. Starting over meant paying a great price. Moreover, this path was full of unknowns. She glanced over at Yi Lingyao before answering, I want to experiment. Let's see if it's the right one. Li Qie smiled. Li Qie began instructing the two girls in a brief session. He was able to easily explain profound issues. The two girls became immersed in the lesson. He didn't stay for long afterward and departed for the abandoned land. He didn't have thousands of disciples for the departure ceremony, only a top ancestor like Dragon King Commander. This was more than enough. The city became silent and everyone made way from him on the street. The crowd stood with their head lowered, not daring to breathe loudly. Some didn't have the courage to look straight at him, knees also buckled and they dropped to the ground. He still looked as ordinary as ever, the commander didn't exude his aura either. Nonetheless, fear still permeated the atmosphere. People only stopped being nervous after he was long gone. They stared in his direction and saw that he was heading to the deep south of northern West King. It was a barren land filled with golden sand. One couldn't see the end of it. Go back, can't go with me forever. Li Qie smiled at the basilisk. Boss. The basilisk got on his knees and said, I think this will be our last meeting. My old bones will turn into dust soon enough and won't be able to pay respect anymore. He performed a full kowtow right afterward. Tears streamed down his cheeks. It wasn't easy for people from his generation to live till now, let alone meeting someone else. He believed that meeting Li Qie again now was a miracle. There wouldn't be a second one because he wouldn't be able to live for that long. Plus, he didn't need to live for that long. When Li Qie returned once more, he would be nothing more than dirt underground. Take care. Li Qie sighed, his hardened heart felt some emotion once again. May you have fortune and peace. May you never stop on your path, Your Excellency. He bowed again. Yi Lingyao and Shi Qingjian standing in the back also prostrated. Goodbye, my old friend. Li Qie helped the basilisk up. Goodbye, Your Excellency. More tears streamed down the basilisk's cheeks. Li Qie smiled and turned around. He headed towards the yellow land without looking back. Chapter 35-39. The dried atmosphere made people parched, wanting to leave this place. A terrible heat must have ravaged this area, turning everything into sand. It was impossible to stay here for long. The moment one set foot in this place, it would feel as if they were walking into the gates of hell. This place didn't used to be known as the abandoned land. Those in 8 Desolaces didn't know of its glory days. It was still famous because it separated the south and north of West King. Normally, the two sides had no contact due to the distance. Crossing this land was exceedingly hard for any person. Only a Dao Lord could do so. Someone like Demon King Commander didn't want to try because the trip would take too much effort. Using a portal was rare as well. Some powers certainly had the ability to do so, but it required an exorbitant number of chaos stones. No one wanted to do this. Thus, only a big event or the activation of a Dao Lord would connect the two sides of West King. The size of this abandoned land remained unknown, only that it served as a separating distinction. The actual conditions inside were a mystery as well. Dao Lords and Supreme Ancestors have entered but rarely talked about it. The most they would say to their juniors was to not go there. Of course, many didn't listen to these seniors and still gave it a shot. They were confident and prideful, the rulers of their domain. Thus, an adventure to this place should be just fine. Unfortunately, they never returned after going in. These disappearances added to the legends. Some stated that there were ferocious fiends or the land itself was perilous. Others said that there were treasures from the older epochs waiting for the fateful ones. The Dao Lords and top masters didn't say anything about these rumors. They only warned their juniors to not enter this dangerous place. This wasn't enough to deter future generations. Otherwise, why did Dao Lords such as Blessed and Buddha travel there? In fact, all of the Tao lords from Buddha holy ground have traveled there, Buddha, Dhyana, and Vajra. This garnered more attention to the land and the belief of old treasures became widely believed. One thing was quite strange. The land was considered dangerous by the top existences and people didn't leave after going in. However, it wasn't considered one of the 7 forbidden zones. This meant that it still wasn't as dangerous as the 7. At first, travelers would only sense the scorching dryness. However, as they delved deeper, they would feel a mysterious power seemingly summoning them. This affected all travelers, no exception. It was as if there was a gentle hand in front waving at them. Peace and warmth awaited, people couldn't help moving forward. Li Qie sensed it from the very start. With the first step, it seemed to be illusory, shifting in and out of existence like feelers trying to explore and scout. As one moved deeper into the land, they would get closer and completely wrapped around the person. Once the traveler figured it out, they would already be wrapped like a cocoon. Escaping was futile. Li Qie had a smile on and didn't mind the intrusion during his path. The layers of this power wrapped around him didn't affect him in the slightest due to the power of his Tao heart. They were as feeble as spiderwebs before a giant. While standing outside, people had the impression that this land was endless with nothing but emptiness and sand. This wasn't the case. If they got far enough, the sand completely disappeared. The ground wasn't dead any longer and became pleasant like a beach. Li Qie saw flashing lights of the Buddhist affinity, seemingly emanating from the soil. The mysterious power at the start was dense and powerful, making others feel close to it. Now, with the flashing lights, one would feel as if there was a Buddha on the horizon chanting supreme mantras. He was the one waving, wanting to lead travelers towards a kingdom of salvation. This was awfully tempting and virtually impossible to escape, akin to a bug trapped in a spider's webs. The more it struggled to break free, the tighter the bind. The lights also didn't affect Li Qie. Just think about it, he was someone who could turn into a Buddha with a single thought. How could this affinity tempt him at all? As he got farther, he started seeing some corpses from various eras. The newest ones were only several years old. The old has been here for millions of years. They were dried now but still had vivid expressions. All of them had the same pose too, sitting like a meditating monk. All of them stared in the same direction, deeper into this land. It appeared that the summoning force was still calling them during their last moment. There was no pain and suffering on their face, no struggling either. This seemed to be a peaceful death. They went to the other side without any worries and unwillingness. Death seemed to be the gateway towards the Supreme Kingdom. This would naturally frighten any spectator. Li Qie moved on and saw shrines and temples. They were no longer as magnificent as before, the walls and sides were broken. Nonetheless, one could still imagine the original splendor of this place. It was definitely a holy kingdom of Buddhism. Chapter 35-40. The Buddhist lights became denser as he delved deeper into this land. After reaching a particular threshold, the light became a layer on the ground. It was as if a treasure bottle had broken and the Buddhist serum inside had spilled out. This golden serum looked quite magical. Moreover, the summoning force became stronger. The Supreme Buddha was virtually standing in front of him now for the enlightenment process. Others would suddenly want to join Buddhism. Fewer bodies were seen in this area. Judging by their appearance and clothes, these beings were far more powerful than the ones in the outer area. Monks' corpses could be seen now. They had a reverent expression and wore an old-styled robe. It was abundantly clear that they were from an older age. The ravage of time didn't destroy their body. They certainly didn't belong to this epoch. Their hands were still clasped together to form a mudra. It seemed that during their last moment, they continued to chant Buddhist mantras in an attempt to prove their belief to the heaven. There was a clear difference between these monks and the corpses outside given the various clues. The latter were outsiders, forced to come in and die by the summoning force. As for the monks, they were natives that have reached the height of Buddhism. They gave everything, their powerful Buddhist affinity and ultimate faith for this land. Buddhist Funeral Plateau. Li Qie sighed while looking at the monk, one of the 12 burial grounds, gone. Yes, it turned out that the so-called abandoned land was the Buddhist funeral plateau from the previous epoch. Though it was considered a burial ground, it was still a place of worship, a holy land in the mind of many. Alas, something happened during the Great Disaster unbeknown to outsiders. The place suffered destruction and numerous wise monks died. Remember, this area has survived an entire epoch and gathered the power of faith from trillions of living beings. This resulted in immense Buddhist affinity seeping into each inch of the land and every blade of grass. This affinity remained till the present day. Anyone who came here would be affected by this summoning call. The longer the stay, the stronger the calling. Eventually, they became prey to the affinity and were forced to stay here till death. They turned into part of the land, another brick for its foundation. This didn't apply to Li Qie, who still had a natural expression. During his previous visit to this place, even Di Shi couldn't affect his Tao heart, let alone this remnant affinity. He started seeing cracks and holes. Something seemed to have torn the ground apart, truly a shocking scene. He looked up and noticed that even the sky vault was torn apart with numerous jaw-like black holes meant for devouring. Further up were stars that had been dragged down or were completely broken. One was split in two, another tough one had a hole from one side to the other. Another star made of ice became reduced to continental masses of glaciers. The sun itself seemed tilted and its flames ravaged this area, heralding an apocalypse. Old shrines and temples were still floating in the air despite being damaged beyond repair. Nonetheless, they still exuded Buddhist affinity. Some had wise monks sitting in the meditative pose. Of course, they were already dead. The destruction took one back to the monstrous event of the Great Disaster. All living beings wailed in lamentation. If someone from the Nine Worlds epoch were to see this, they would be left aghast. Buddhist Funeral Plateau, one of the 12, was definitely among the strongest domains. Even an immortal emperor couldn't touch it. Alas, the entire place was finished now. Its old prosperity was no more. The great Buddhist lords and their followers have disappeared. No one could come up with a good explanation for this result. Di Shi, what happened? Li Qie murmured. Few had a better grasp on the true might of Buddhist funeral plateau than him. It has existed for countless years, always refining Buddhist power and faith. Moreover, it had someone like Di Shi as well. In addition, one of the 9 heavenly treasures was here, Myriad Thoughts Pot. Li Qie marched silently onward and saw untold destruction, enough to frighten the most courageous men. He didn't support Di Shi's actions back in the previous epoch. He believed that this path wasn't possible, but it could still be considered a worthwhile experiment. Numerous supreme overlords have tried things like this in the past. No one could be sure of the result. However, they haven't even embarked on the journey and already faced destruction. Thousands of possibilities popped up in Li Qie's mind, but he didn't come to a conclusion. He eventually reached the deepest area of this forsaken place, the core of the plateau. It contained the power of faith and Buddhist affinity. These two things manifested into a supreme ocean of Buddhism. The ocean had shattered. Its light leaked onto the fragmented ground like a golden serum. After more time, perhaps golden lotus flowers could bloom from the serum. This place would be considered a holy ground once more. Above was a large black hole with cracks emanating from it. The Buddhist serum was oozing through all of these cracks. Li Qie carefully observed the scene. It could have been a shocking battle or a plundering contest. Something tore apart the sky and dragged up everything. It must have been a destructive process. Other cultivators were nothing more than ants. He squatted down and touched the soil, trying to sense this broken land for a full scout. Myriad Thoughts Pot, he frowned because this treasure wasn't here any longer. The plateau should have been untouchable with this pot, but they have lost. Chapter 35-41, was the pot taken away by the invaders or by the plateau? No one had an answer to this. Li Qie focused his eyes, seemingly piercing through time back to this event. What's the intent? He murmured. After his observation, he found that the plateau wasn't fully destroyed. After all, it was massive and the broken area was only one part of it. For example, perhaps this core location was still perfectly fine. Thus, in reality, perhaps the plateau was still around. After all, Di Shi, the Buddhist lord, Nihility Temple, Nalanda Temple. None stuck around. Di Shi, this is an all-out attempt? Li Qie said. He stood there quietly. The unique burial grounds of the Nine Worlds have lost two members, Drystone Courtyard and Buddhist Funeral Plateau. However, the two cases were different. Drystone Courtyard was suddenly dragged away without any warning. In this case, Di Shi made his move, resulting in a destructive event. This force had immense power since they also had the myriad thoughts pot. There must have been a great battle here. It was hard to tell whether the plateau was still around or not. His eyes eventually flashed during the observation. He came to a particular void zone. This was a scar on the sky that has lasted for millions of years. It was special, unlike the other cracks. The others poured down Buddhist serum while this one had the presence of death energy. This gray affinity didn't belong to this world. It should be from a world of death. He touched it and smoke came out of his hand. This was a power capable of corroding the flesh of top cultivation masters. They would be reduced to skeletons in no time at all. He dragged some out and didn't mind the corrosive nature. He found it to be very familiar and started peering through the crack for a long time. What a method. Li Qie sneered and said, "The fox has shown its tail, just wait. Instead of picking the right path, you choose to antagonize me. How suicidal." This sneer of his was awfully cold, capable of freezing the ages. The gods and devils would be trembling while prostrating. His expression became normal again. No one could read his thoughts right now. He moved on to check the other cracks, taking his time. One particular hole made him stop because of the surging light within. However, the hole was too deep. Even a heavenly gaze couldn't see the bottom, as if this was an entrance to hell. He turned towards another location with a corpse. This corpse was bent with a large golden chain coiled around the shoulder. The man was trying to pull something up when he was alive. The other end of the chain was inside the peculiar hole. Li Qie activated his gaze and saw that it was tied to a large temple. This person tried everything possible to pull the temple out of the hole. Unfortunately, his efforts were unrewarded. He wore a gilded kasaya and was a Vajra. This was millions and millions of years ago, yet his posture remained the same. It seemed that even death couldn't stop him from trying to pull the temple out. Around him were flowers. They were still as fresh as ever, as if they had been brought here yesterday. Thus, this meant that across the long years, many have come to pay their respect. Vedas. Li Qie frowned again. This person could be considered an old acquaintance. He used to be a heinous villain before repenting and joining Buddhism. Li Qie had killed his entire race. Vedas was the sole survivor. He didn't expect to see the guy here today. He sighed after seeing Veda's heroic and commendable attempt. Nothing will change the fact that you have committed heinous crimes. Your attempt to be good does not cancel out your evil. Li Qie stared at the corpse and said, "However, you stayed true to your words and became a devout Buddhist with a heart wanting to be good." Buzz. Li Qie gently waved his hand and light illuminated the corpse. Boom. Buddhist radiance suddenly erupted from the corpse. It became gigantic and seemingly came back to life. Clank. 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 It grasped the chain tightly and started moving forward. Each step left behind a deep footprint as the temple was being slowly pulled up. The chains on the shoulder could crush the corpse to pieces from the pressure. Nonetheless, it still didn't give up. Boom. The temple was finally dragged out. The corpse then sat on the ground and became normal again. Amitabha. The corpse placed its palms together and chanted one last time before closing its eyes. Buzz, it turned into Buddhist particles and scattered to the wind. Its obsession was finally gone. People would think that this was just an illusion if it wasn't for the temple next to the hole. Earlier, the corpse still had obsessive intent left, so Li Qie decided to give it some power. The intent woke up and was strong enough to fulfill its desire and mission. Thus, it dispersed along with the Vajra's body. From now on, the heinous villain and the devout Buddhist were no more. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Li Qie said softly. This was also the case for the area. It was no longer the holy land of Buddhism nor the dreadful burial ground. The future descendants would no longer know the stories of Buddhist funeral plateau. 1, Chapter 1038. Chapter 3542. Few people managed to get out of the abandoned land, let alone crossing through the entire thing. Thus, the sheer scale of this area eluded regular people. However, this just didn't apply to Li Qie. Of course, he didn't travel so far to find a treasure or to have an adventure. The goal was to find an answer to certain questions. He had a good idea after seeing the broken world. Though it didn't solve all the mysteries, it was good enough. Thus, his next target became the southern region of West King. If one could actually travel through the abandoned land, they would make it to the southern border. Of course, only Dao lords and a few supreme ancestors were capable of this. The outer region of the abandoned land consisted of sand and heat. People's mouth became dry and they couldn't help licking their lips. The sun was cruel in this desolate desert. The birds and fish all hid from the scorching temperature. One could occasionally see some vegetation like a leaf or two, but they were already on the verge of withering. One person eventually appeared, walking through the sand with a leisure expression. Though his robe has been dirted and the wind made his hair disorderly, he still sauntered forward. The traveler was none other than Li Qie, who has made it to the other side of West King. The perilous journey didn't affect him at all. Of course, he could have traveled through with one spatial leap, but he chose against it. He did a full scout of the abandoned land instead. He eventually climbed on top of an exceedingly high sand dune. He saw a broken wall with a tent on top. Inside was actually a vendor's stand. A little merchant was arranging his merchandise and ready to yell for customers. This was indeed a confusing matter. There was definitely no one close within a 10,000 miles radius. One would be hard-pressed to see another living soul once every 1,000 years here. In the case of a traveler, they would be flying in the air across this desert. Not to mention his own survival, how could he get any customer here? Customer, you're so early. Please, come in and rest for a bit. The merchant saw Li Qie and waved at him with a smile. Abnormality usually was a sign of trouble. Anyone would be cautious towards this merchant under these circumstances. Li Qie was an exception. He casually walked into the tent and sat down on a stool. The cruel sun was finally blocked, so this was a refreshing feeling. The merchant scooped a ladle full of cool water from a jar nearby and handed it to Li Qie. He said, "This weather is unbearable, please, have a drink to quench your thirst." No one would dare to drink this water out of suspicion, but Li Qie grabbed the ladle and drank the entire thing in no time at all. Nice and cold. Li Qie laughed and returned the ladle. Another then. The merchant got another scoop for Li Qie. The latter still fearlessly drank the whole thing before belching with satisfaction. He then lazily stretched after chasing the heat away. "Do you want one more, customer?" The merchant remained enthusiastic. Keep in mind that water could be considered priceless in a desert. However, this merchant didn't seem to mind at all. "I'm full." Li Qie smiled and finally took a look at the merchant. The merchant was tall and sturdy. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he looked a bit unsavory with a fierce-looking face and an exposed chest despite wearing a black robe. His beard was unkempt and resembled a hedgehog's quills. Thus, he looked more like a meat butcher instead of a merchant, looking greasy and hot-headed. "Where are you from, customer?" He revealed a smile towards Li Chia, one resembling the smile of a butcher before slaughtering his prey. From where I should. Li Chia didn't mind at all. Where are you going, customer? He seemed to be friendly, but this didn't change the innate creepiness in his smile. Where I should be. Li Chia replied, not showing any prejudice towards the merchant's brutish appearance. Sigh, it's not easy to traverse this devilish place. It's even more amazing when you're walking. It was as if the merchant hadn't seen a living person in a long time. He didn't try to advertise his merchandise and took advantage of this rare opportunity to chat. It's not too bad, the difficulty lies in one's Tao heart, not the sand and the heat. Li Chia responded. Well said. The merchant clapped approvingly and laughed. You sound like a scholar, the opposite of an uncouth person like me. I can't be as eloquent. Really now? So why is an uncouth person such as yourself here in this place where even the birds don't want to shit? It's not easy making a living here. Not easy? I'm starving to death. The merchant spat on the ground. Not a single customer year-round, so I can't even afford a cooked meal. Eat raw then. Li Chia said. Amitba, you're funny, customer. I am a proper person who never kills. The merchant placed his palms together. His appearance would indicate that he was anything but proper. Moreover, he wanted to sound like a wise monk, yet due to his expression, it looked as if he was a demon disguising as a monk, on the verge of opening his bloody mouth. Li Chia only chuckled in response. Sigh, it's hard being in the city nowadays, city folks are vicious and greedy. If I'm not careful, I'll be a meal in someone's stomach. I might be starving here, but at least I'll survive. Chapter 35-43. The fierce merchant looking like a butcher had a pained expression as if he was a little girl that got bullied recently. Li Qi ignored him and looked outside. The scenery is especially nice. This statement was certainly incongruous due to the harsh environment. The sun here could drive people crazy. Right, peaceful and good for the soul, nothing to worry about. Strangely enough, the merchant agreed and nodded repeatedly. Who knows if the two of them actually thought that this perilous place was beautiful. A third party would certainly think that they were crazy. The scenery inside is even better. Li Chia said, completely aloof of the situation. Right, Buddhist serum gushing everywhere just like a heavenly kingdom. The merchant touched his sparse hair and said with a touch of yearning, it's a shame that I was born in the wrong era, unable to see the prosperous kingdom. Amitba, how enviable. True, you could have been a wise monk just by putting on a kasaya given your bald head. Then you can go up the altar and start chanting mantras to save all living beings. Li Chia said. Customer, I consider this an insult. The merchant placed his palms together and said, even if I have the jibba on my forehead, I'll still be a terrible monk that eats meat and drinks, not a wise one at all. So what if you drink and eat meat? Li Chia stared at the horizon and said, even a heinous villain can become a Vajra. Amitba. Put down the blade and become a Buddha. The monk chanted while lowering his head. Unfortunately, I don't believe in that at all. Li Chia responded, those who deserve death should die, repentance and striving for good aren't enough. Customer, who do you think deserves death then? The merchant actually put on a dignified expression, a clear contrast to his brutish one prior. Whoever I deem so. Li Chia replied. Isn't that tyrannical? The merchant pondered for a bit, perhaps only the high heaven can judge, it's not our responsibility. The high heaven is the high heaven, nothing to do with me. I will kill whoever I believe deserves to die, the high heaven included. Li Chia said. The merchant became startled. Those who understood the underlying meaning of this phrase would feel the same way and considered this as sacrilegious. The merchant didn't refute the statement and carefully pondered. I can't say I understand. I'm just a vulgar merchant. He eventually shook his head and said helplessly. Vulgar or not, I know that you're a cautious and prepared person, no? Li Chia smirked, seemingly implicating something. Ah, the merchant said, no way, there's no point in being cautious at this tiny shop, nothing is worth a single coin here. Li Qie didn't bother responding, but the merchant maintained a distance from him. He seemed to be thirsty and drank more water. Do you think there are ghosts to the south? Li Qie suddenly changed the topic. The merchant paused for a bit before swallowing the water. He got his fill, then wiped his mouth with his sleeve after a loud belch. I've never seen ghosts before, but the south is indeed a little strange. Some unknown creatures have crawled out. So you have done some research? Li Qie stared straight at him. Nothing grand like that. The merchant waved his hand and humbly said, I'm just trying to stay alive, that's more than enough for me. But the sages of Buddha holy ground might not share the same thought. Li Qie suddenly brought this up. The merchant's expression became frozen. He eventually shook his head and sighed, future descendants can't understand the goals of the sages. Speculations are merely in vain. Li Qie chuckled and dropped the topic. Customer, you're heading south? The merchant asked. Indeed. Li Qie looked in that direction. It seemed as if he was already looking at it. It's not that easy to get there. May I ask for what reason? The merchant said. To end a few things. Li Qie casually responded. The two remained vague as if there was no need for words. Their manners and expressions said it all. What about you? Li Qie glanced at the merchant. Just trying to make some money for food. It's not that easy nowadays. Start early and come home late at night, afraid of meeting ill-intended people on the way. I'll lose everything if I'm not careful. The merchant said. There are many transactions. Li Qie smiled and said, for the high heaven, the 9 heavens and 10 earths are nothing more than merchandise on the counter. Someone as brutish like me can't understand what you're trying to say. The merchant smiled wryly. Fine, since you have prepared a stand, take out a few items. I'll see if I want them. Li Qie said. Oh, I almost forgot. The merchant slapped his head and said, look, I'm so absent-minded now, it's been a long time since I had a conversation with someone. He didn't have that many things, only enough to fill a cloth bag. He placed them on the stand in a careless manner, virtually just tossing them up there. How about this bronze thurible? He held up the thurible. It was exquisitely made with some viridity on the edges, looking a bit old. I found it from the Buddhist land. The moment I dug it up, Golden Spring's sacred lotus materialized. The smell of incense permeated along with Buddhist mantras. I'm confident that it is a priceless treasure. There are rumors about the abandoned land having things from the previous epoch, I'm sure this is one of them. The merchant swore. This is indeed from that previous era, but it's not a treasure, just a regular thurible. Li Qie took one glance and said. Then look at this one, supreme Buddhist beads from the Western Paradise. The merchant immediately picked something else. The beads were carved from wood. Each had the image of a Buddha with different expressions. They had the smell of sandalwood, seemingly being stored in a shrine for many years. I found it from the capital city, the heirloom of a great clan. It originated from Heavenly Dragon Temple. It was blessed by high monks for millions of years, capable of eliminating evil. The merchant bragged about the Buddhist beads. It's fake, just an imitation. Li Qie said dismissively. Imitation, really? The monk became startled. Damn that bastard, actually tricking me with a fake? You messed with the wrong person. I'll flay you. I'll flay you good, the merchant shouted, looking to be in pain and resembling a meat butcher ready to kill someone in a maddening rage. However, he cursed for a bit before choosing another item. He put on a smile befitting that of a merchant again. He held a stone and introduced it to Li Qie. Customer, please look at this stone. It should be a meteor with a big origin. Back in the old era during the Great Disaster, the sky suddenly turned dark. Chapter 35-44. The merchant enthusiastically introduced the meteoric stone in his hand, saying that it was unique in the world. Those not in the know would actually believe him, their heart would start beating faster. Unfortunately, Li Qia's attention was on another item placed in the corner of the tent along with other old and broken items. What about that thing? Li Qia picked it up and asked the merchant. It was a simple ring made of bronze with only one engraving, the character, Buddha. This type of writing was from an older era and wouldn't be recognized by most. It no longer had a metallic shine due to its age and a lack of polishing. It appeared worthless, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that no one would pick it up after coming across it on the street. The merchant became tense after seeing this. His eyes shifted a bit as he laughed. "Customer, that's only a crappy ring not worth anything, that's why I didn't present it to you. You should take a look at something else." Li Qia casually put it on his finger and it just happened to be a perfect fit. It seemed to be specifically made for Li Qia, quite pleasant to look at. The ring became a part of him. A glimmer flashed in the merchant's eyes. He put on a forced smile and said, "Are you sure you don't want to try something else? A broken ring like that doesn't suit your image." "No, I'm more than happy with it since it suits me. No need to pick anything else." Li Qia smiled. "Customer, you're a man of high status." The merchant's expression became bitter. "Wearing this ring is beneath you, please. How about this prized bracelet? It can encompass and store anything in existence. The core is made from crimson divine stone and was refined using a supreme spatial art." He took out a bracelet with a blinding light, immediately illuminating the tent. Even a fool could tell that this was a priceless treasure, countless levels above the broken ring. The ring looked shabbier in comparison. The two weren't on the same plane of value. "Customer, what do you think? Since our meeting is fateful, I'll sell the bracelet to you at a big discount, okay? It is suitable for your status, unlike that broken ring." The merchant praised the bracelet. "It's not bad, definitely capable of taking in a realm." Li Qia glanced at it and said, "Right, take the bracelet and forget about the ring." The merchant laughed and tried to exchange the two. "Nah." Li Qia immediately refused. "The ring is crappy, but I believe it is connected with me by fate, so I want it. I don't care for other treasures." The merchant's expression became worse and worse. Anyone else would think that Li Qia was crazy for picking the ring over the bracelet. Even a blind person knew which to pick, so Li Qia's choice was inscrutable. "How much for this ring?" Li Qia smirked. "Well," the merchant rubbed his palms together, looking a bit awkward as if he didn't know how to price it. "You don't want to sell it?" Li Qia's half-smile scared the merchant. "Of course I do." The merchant closed his eyes and gritted his teeth. "But keep in mind that this ring is my family's heirloom. My mother passed it down to me and wanted me to give it to my future wife. It's just that I still haven't found one yet despite my old age. If I were to lose the ring, Mother would destroy me," he complained while wearing a sad expression as if he was telling the truth. "Name the price." Li Qia pushed on. "The ring itself is nothing, but it has special significance." The merchant didn't know what the price should be. "In my opinion, it's not worth a single coin." Li Qia said, "But since you came all this way here to set up a stand, I'll be nice enough to give you one." He then tossed a coin towards the merchant. The merchant instinctively caught the coin and then stared at it, bewildered. He became speechless, unable to express his emotions and thoughts. Fine, even one coin is still money, at least I didn't lose everything." The merchant had no choice but to accept his fate. He carefully put away the coin as if it was an exorbitant sum. Li Qia smiled and ignored what had just transpired and the pain inflicted. "Customer, do you want to look at anything else? My treasures are from places all over the world, they're magical yet fairly priced." The merchant introduced other treasures. "Not good enough." Li Qia glanced at them and lacked interest. "Sigh, it's not easy doing small business recently. It's too hot here too, just selling one or two items is enough to thank the heaven. It's impossible to take care of a family like this." The merchant couldn't do anything else and gave up. He started complaining and let everything out. Just give up if you can't do it, stop complaining. Li Chia stabbed him instead of consoling. I want to do that too, customer. The merchant said, but that's easier said than done. I have the old and young to take care of, they're all crying for food so I can't just quit. The merchant took advantage of having someone to speak with and complained his heart out regarding his family situation. Then let me take care of your wife and kids. Li Chia smilingly joked. Anyone would become furious after hearing this disrespectful comment and might go even as far as taking out their weapon. However, the merchant seemed fine. He heartily laughed and said, that's a good idea, really a good idea. Then customer, you can take care of my whole family then. I hope you'll be able to deal with the messes. These two strangers were saying some ridiculous things. The merchant actually handed his whole family over to Li Chia, who simply chuckled at the idea. It's getting dark and it'll be dangerous. Customer, you should move on. Have another drink first for the journey so you won't be thirsty. The merchant looked up at the sky before handing another ladle filled with water. Li Chia drank the whole thing and left without saying another word. Watch out for the jackals and wolves, especially the ones who wear yellow robes. The merchant shouted as he was leaving. Li Chia didn't answer and walked across the desert. If he were to look back, he would find that there was nothing near the broken wall. The tent and the merchant were nowhere to be found. Others would think that they have just met a ghost or that it was only a dream. However, Li Chia still had that bronze ring on his finger. Moreover, he didn't look back once, not caring at all about the meeting. 1. Jackals and wolves are idioms for evil people. Chapter 35-45, The Abandoned Land Separated West King. In reality, the South was far larger than the North, far stronger as well. For millions of years, the South gave birth to plenty of talents. Its power and resources exceeded its northern counterpart. One must bring up Buddha holy ground first when talking about the South. It was the strongest lineage there with the vastest territory. Some research said that they owned 1/3 of the South, perhaps even more. During its golden age, it most likely possessed 2/3 of the South. From this, one could easily gauge its might. According to some count, it had 4 Dao lords, 3,000 kingdoms, and 8,000 sections. There was a popular phrase in the South regarding the sect size, just one wrong step and one can find themselves in Buddha holy ground. Li Chia strolled forward without ever looking back. The dry and hot climate had no effect on him. He eventually made it out of the abandoned land and found a scene of green. Rolling hills and a billowing presence of life. People couldn't help but take a deep breath after being in the desert for so long. The air filled with moisture made them greedily breathe in several more times. It became a contrast between a verdant land and a hellish inferno. The mountains and forests ahead belonged to Buddha holy ground. From now on, the land was under their jurisdiction stretching from north to south. Li Chia looked ahead and decided his path. He didn't care about the 3,000 kingdoms and 8,000 sects of this behemoth. It was nothing more than a path to him. After making it out of the lush forest, he found a straight road leading to a city. A carriage was waiting, made from regular timber instead of any extravagant material. It looked sturdy and practical. It was pulled by just one horse. It was relaxed, eating grass to the side of the street right now, seemingly waiting for something. An old man sat on the front. His clothes weren't expensive but carefully chosen and meticulously threaded, clearly done by a master. He closed his eyes to rest while still holding the reins. He also seemed to be waiting for someone. The place was rather quiet outside of chewing noises from the horse. Occasionally, one could hear the roars of beasts and birds chirping from the distance. This painted a tranquil scene. However, it was strange to see a carriage waiting in this remote region. There was no other road through the forest. After Li Chia got close, the old man immediately opened his eyes and stared at Li Chia. His appearance was actually quite impressive, clearly not one used to manual labor. Just his natural expression alone exuded a dignified authority. He seemed to have enjoyed a high status for a long period. This eventually accumulated in a special aura. Nonetheless, for some reason, the outfit and position of a carriage driver also fitted him perfectly. It was as if he was born for this position. He didn't pay much attention to Li Qia, but upon noticing the bronze ring, his brows furrowed. "Customer, do you need a carriage?" He straightened his back and asked Li Qia. His voice was slightly excited. "Sure." Li Qia answered with a half-smile. The old man immediately prepared by pulling back the horse. His actions were skilled, clearly experienced, as if he had done so 1,000,000 times. This was surprising due to his dignified appearance. "Where are you going, customer?" The old man put on the reins and asked Li Qia. "No rush, take your time." Li Qia posed with his hands behind his back, gazing towards the south in a calm manner. The old man slowed down with preparing the horse. Time suddenly came to a still. Li Qia didn't move an inch while the old man worked without making a single sound, seemingly afraid of disturbing Li Qia. This strange moment lasted for a while before the old man patted the horse. He smiled and told Li Qia, "Customer, the horse is ready, we may go whenever." Li Qia turned around and climbed up the carriage, not feeling awkward in the lightest. He sat down without looking at the old man once. Meanwhile, the old man also sat in the driver's position. He tidied his hat and held a horsewhip, looking just like a veteran. "Where to, customer?" The old man spoke. "Go south, to the end of the path," Li Qia said. This destination was vague, causing people to feel like a monk trying to find his hair. The old man didn't ask twice and agreed, "So be it, southward." "Please sit tight, customer." Boom! He smacked the whip on the horse without wasting any movement. It neighed and started pulling the carriage. The carriage traveled at a fair speed without any jolting or bumping. This was comfortable, akin to riding on a cloud. Li Qia slept inside the carriage without worrying in the slightest. On the other hand, the old man couldn't help stealing glances at Li Qia. The guy was really sleeping without being on guard, as if there was no point in doing so. This surprised the old man. There were two possibilities, either a brat that was leaving home the first time or a true master not needing to exercise prudence. He didn't say anything and glanced at the bronze ring on Li Qia's finger. His eyes moved slightly afterward. Anyone else would not care about this ring due to its conspicuous nature. However, he really wanted to take it off for a careful look. He simply refrained due to certain qualms. Reason eventually won and stopped him from doing so. Though he was curious, he didn't ask Li Qia anything. He looked forward and focused his mind on controlling the carriage. This was his responsibility and duty. After a long time, Li Qia woke up and asked, "Are we there?" "Customer, not yet, but almost." The old man smiled. Li Qia rubbed his eyes and said, "Someone told me before we started that the road is full of jackals and wolves. Be careful now." The old man responded, "This place is Buddha holy ground and it's bright out. If there happen to be jackals and wolves, they'll be chanting Buddhist scriptures." Chapter 35-46, Is that true? Li Qia became interested and smiled. "Yes." The old man said, "Buddha holy ground is prosperous and peaceful. It flourishes and people don't even need to close their doors at night. There are no bandits and thieves." "I see," Li Qia said. "Vajra dynasty is in charge of the sacred ground. This has been the case for millions of years, ruled by generations of wise sages and Vajra Dao Lord. This is nothing short of a golden age." The old man took his time explaining the current situation of the holy ground for Li Qia. He clearly had a high evaluation of the dynasty. Of course, he was also telling the truth. Buddha holy ground was a special entity, a lineage that has lasted for eras and was different from the others. Though the land was considered to be under Buddha holy ground's jurisdiction, it actually had very few disciples. The only power truly belonging to this lineage was Sacred Mountain. Its location remained unknown. The 3,000 kingdoms and 8,000 sects all believed in Buddhism. Their merit laws and ancestors were most likely from Buddha holy ground, so they could be considered side branches. They would also always listen to the holy ground's command. But overall, this was only a general outline and the title of the area. The actual lineage in charge, Sacred Mountain, didn't meddle in mundane matters nor cared about authority. Because of this, the other powers still needed a ruler in order to govern the vast territories. This ruler needed to represent the entire holy ground. In this generation, the one in charge was the Vajra dynasty. It didn't use to be called this in the past. Its previous name was Archaic Sun Kingdom or Archaic Sun Dynasty. This title eventually changed after Vajra Dao Lord. The connection added more prestige to their dynasty. The current king was capable and magnificent. His reign allowed the powers in the holy ground to have peace and prosperity. From what I know, the Vajra dynasty doesn't have much to do with Vajra Dao Lord. Li Qie smiled and said, No, that's an unfair statement. The old man responded, there is a deep connection between them. The Dao Lord used to be the Prince of Vajra and joined Sacred Mountain later for training. After becoming a Dao Lord, he also returned to rule Vajra for a bit and left many treasures there. He laid out a comprehensive history of Vajra for Li Qie. His facts were true, albeit not without bias. The Dao Lord was indeed from the dynasty, but he wasn't a prince, only a bastard child from a side branch. He had no status to speak of during his youth. However, his talents were peerless, allowing him to join Sacred Mountain and accomplishing great things. Due to this, the dynasty known as Archaic Sun naturally wanted to elevate his background, so they bestowed him the title of a prince. He never represented the kingdom while ruling the holy ground either, only himself. Nonetheless, the kingdom decided to change its name to Vajra. This successfully raised their position in the region. The Dao Lord didn't oppose this. He actually remembered his roots and even taught at the dynasty before. This truly benefited them and laid a strong foundation for the future. The old man continued to teach Li Qie about this history. In his words, the dynasty and the Dao Lord were virtually the same, both are orthodox branches of the holy ground. This was a forceful explanation since technically, the Dao Lord was from Sacred Mountain. Nonetheless, Li Qie didn't say anything. The dynasty has done an amazing job ruling the holy ground, definitely a top contributor among all the powers. The old man praised. True. Li Qie chuckled. Of course, the old man was right because the dynasty has reigned several times in the past. This time, their reign has lasted for a while until the present. Plus, the holy ground definitely prospered. A while later, the old man glanced at Li Qie's ring, whether on purpose or otherwise. He asked, Where did you come from, customer? The abandoned land. Li Qie said flatly. You're funny, customer. The old man shook his head and said, That's an ominous location with no inhabitants. It's fine if you don't believe me. Li Qie nonchalantly said. Of course not, I only found it strange and didn't mean to question you, my apology. The old man smoothed things over. Your ring seems unique, is it an heirloom? Finally, he couldn't help but ask. This crappy ring? It's not an heirloom. I found it along the way, probably doesn't worth anything. Li Qie smirked and stared at the old man. Huh, the old man laughed and dropped the issue. Li Qie didn't pursue this and closed his eyes to rest. He didn't bother to ask the old man about his background and status. Customer, have you heard of Sacred Mountain? A long journey consisted of boredom, so the old man occasionally chatted. There were plenty of powers in Buddha holy ground. However, there was only one capable of determining its path, Sacred Mountain. It served as the core and the soul of this region. Buddha Dao Lord reached the Dao at Sacred Mountain and started the holy ground. Later on, Vajra and Diana Dao Lord did the same. All 4 Dao Lords were from Sacred Mountain, more or less. Thus, the mountain was everything to the region. The holy ground wouldn't exist without the mountain. That's why everyone here knew Sacred Mountain. Though few disciples from there could be seen, the place remained prestigious. And if I haven't? Li Qie said. Are you a visitor, customer? Everyone in the holy ground knows about Sacred Mountain. Only outsiders haven't heard of it. The old man became surprised. Oh. Li Qie asked the old man, looks like you know Sacred Mountain very well, have you been there? The old man smiled and shook his head, of course not, I'm only a driver, not qualified to enter Sacred Mountain. I'm only repeating what I've heard before. Plus, you have a special aura, a dragon among men, so I thought that you might be from there. These words didn't come out easily. He called Li Qie a dragon among men despite his ordinary appearance, probably needing to abandon his principles in order to say so. Chapter 35-47, I don't know where Sacred Mountain is. Li Qie looked outside and smiled. The old man continued controlling the horse with a strange expression. After a while, Li Qie sparked up another conversation. Do you like driving or would you rather do something else? Well, the old man pondered before answering. I'm just a driver who hasn't tried anything else, so I can't answer your question, customer. Driving requires skill and finesse. Li Qie smiled. The path isn't always flat and danger-free. Not dealing with the problems well might result in being in a beast's stomach. Makes sense. The old man nodded. Fortunately, my old bones are still tough and this whip is usable. Ordinary beasts can't get close to me. My trusted horse is smart enough to stay away from their lairs too. Boom. The old man raised his whip and smacked it perfectly on the horse's back. The latter raised its speed right away. The process was smooth as if these two were perfect partners who could read each other's mind. I see. Li Qie nodded. The terrains will be tough as well with perilous peaks and precipices. It's better to be careful. Rest assured, customer, I've been driving my entire life and know every small and big road across the holy ground. I'll exercise caution when crossing those places. As long as you're sitting on my carriage, you don't need to worry about a thing. I'll get you to your destination unscathed. The old man said with absolute certainty. Li Qie smiled and didn't say anything. Customer, may I ask why you're heading south? The old man continued the conversation. Chopping some firewood. Li Qie answered with a natural expression. The old man didn't expect this response and shook his head. You're joking, customer. You're going to travel millions of miles from north to south just for some firewood? Everyone would naturally consider this answer a joke. Who would travel across the holy ground just to chop some wood? It's fine if you don't believe me. Li Qie didn't bother debating. The old man remained silent. It was still unbelievable if Li Qie were telling the truth. Moreover, the position Li Qie started at had a forest. There was no lack of firewood there, so the whole thing felt like a surreal dream. He didn't bother questioning anymore because Li Qie looked like he was being serious. Everyone says that you need the right tool for the occasion. You need a good hatchet in order to not waste the long journey, and I just happen to have a good one. I'll let you borrow it. The old man took out a hatchet and handed it back into the carriage. The hatchet was wrapped several times by a thick cloth. The old man seemed to treasure it and didn't use it regularly. All right. Li Qie accepted the hatchet and smiled. How convenient. I don't have to waste time looking for one now. Perfect. The old man nodded enthusiastically as if being of use made him happy. The carriage sped at full speed, but the two didn't feel any swaying or rocking. After a while, it finally stopped. The old man shouted at Li Qie, Customer, this is as south as I can go. The path ahead is perilous and my carriage won't make it. This is as far as I can take you. That's fine. Li Qie woke up and stretched, climbing down the carriage. The wilderness stood before him with majestic peaks and foggy valleys. Fierce birds hovered above while vicious beasts roamed the ground. Their roars could be heard as a warning for intruders. Li Chia glanced at the place before tossing a bag of money at the old man. "Customer, it's too much." The latter caught it and said, "Consider it a tip." Li Chia smiled. "Thank you, customer. The path ahead is not easy, please be careful." The old man bowed his head. "Indeed. Well, one can get out of a treacherous mountain path, but it's harder to escape the treachery of men." Li Chia said. "Your words are always wise and profound. I lack education and can't understand." The old man smiled and shook his head. "Perhaps." Li Chia turned back to him and said, "Kneel and pay respects to me now and I'll spare you in the future." The old man stared at Li Chia, perplexed. The guy didn't seem to be kidding at all and still wore a natural expression. "You're funny, customer." He let out a wry smile. "How unfortunate, you have missed the opportunity." Li Chia stopped caring and embarked on his path. The old man stared intensely at Li Chia's back. An extremely sharp flash could be seen deep in his eyes. His hands trembled ever so slightly, but he held back, deciding against being reckless. Though he calmly stood there, a million thoughts have just passed in his head. Most of them consisted of killing moves. When Li Chia turned around was the best opportunity for him to deliver a fatal blow. He had plenty of methods to do so in a split second. Alas, he restrained himself, reason told him not to do it. Why? It was because Li Chia was completely defenseless with numerous openings. This made him confused about Li Chia's identity. Along the way, he tried numerous times and failed to grasp the guy. All in all, judging by Li Chia's conduct, he didn't consider the guy a real threat. However, his intuition told him that this guy was dangerous. The conflicting feelings resulted in hesitation. He kept on watching Li Chia until the guy disappeared into the mountain ridge. From start to finish, Li Chia walked slowly as if he didn't know what was going on. Death knocked on his door several times and he had no idea. He finally withdrew his gaze and murmured, "So courageous, I want to know who you are." He reflected on the circumstances and didn't come up with anything new. This happened too quickly and without warning. What does he want to do? He wondered. This was outside of his expectation. The same applied to the strongest characters and ancestors in Buddha Holy Ground. They didn't receive a single message or information about this. He stared in a different direction, his eyes flashed coldly with murderous intent. Will everything change soon? He then thought that it was impossible. It would be too sudden and no one in the Holy Ground could accept it. No, a junior can't change anything. He turned back towards the mountain ridge and concluded. If a supreme genius had appeared, then he could understand. However, this ordinary brat had no cultivation to speak of. It made zero sense to him. Nonetheless, he chose against following Li Chia because that would be unwise. He knew that Li Chia might be weak, but he should have people backing him up. Chapter 35-48, Rolling hills and deep forests, peaks covered by dogs. This made people feel as if they were entering a mysterious world. It consisted of towering trees, bottomless lakes, and dark valleys that could lead someone to another dimension. There was no lack of powerful birds and beasts either of the chaos primal level. Bubbles appeared on the surface of a pond. Splash! A young, hornless dragon got out of the water and lay by the shore, lazily enjoying the sunlight. Screech! A screech tore apart the clouds as a massive bird flew by. Its wings caused gales to destroy the trees below. Raw! A primal roar came before a massive beast. Its shadow engulfed the land. As this great beast slowly walked out from a valley, the smaller creatures within 100 miles radius started running away. The ones too weak or slow to do so became paralyzed on the ground, completely suppressed by its monstrous aura. The area had too many monsters, including high heaven-level ones. They definitely reigned the region. Nonetheless, Li Chia walked through leisurely while using the borrowed hatchet to cut the vines and briars. The beasts saw him from a distance and got far away even though he didn't exude an aura. Their beastly instinct told them that Wuxia was the real slumbering monster. Of course, a few powerful yet blind ones roared and tried to stop his path. The result was obvious, Wuxia easily chased them away. None of them affected his trajectory in the slightest. He crossed through numerous mountains and valleys before reaching a particular peak. It wasn't that large or majestic. In reality, it looked rather obscured compared to its brethren. Nonetheless, Wuxia chose it as his resting place. The pinnacle had enough trees for ample shade. Various vines and briars filled the area. Beyond them were red tiles and walls. It turned out that there was a building in this place. However, it looked decrepit with broken sections in the walls. Nature has taken over inside. This is it. Some memories and familiar figures popped up in Wuxia's mind, prompting an emotional fluctuation. Not too bad, I can still stay here, he said softly after looking at the condition inside. He started to clean up with the hatchet given to him by the driver. It was extraordinary and sharp. He had no difficulties clearing the vines and thorns. He ended up clearing the entire peak. Eventually, one could finally see a temple on top. In the past, it must have been far larger, but now, only this section was left. There were still Buddha statues in the center. The walls had Buddhist diagrams depicting different things. Unfortunately, most were broken by now. After all, the rains and winds across the years could break down the toughest structure. He heaved a sigh of relief, satisfied with his job while looking at the temple. Though it wasn't as majestic as before, it was still more than enough for Wuxia. He picked up a plaque on the ground with ancient characters. Few in the modern era could read them. He swept away the leaves and dust, revealing 2 characters, Archaic Buddhist. He quietly murmured the words, Archaic Buddhist Temple. He stared at the characters for a bit before hanging the plaque up again. He then entered the shrine and stood in front of a wall painting. The damage rendered the content inscrutable. Nonetheless, Wuxia still stared at it since he still remembered everything in his mind, so it didn't matter. After a while, he sighed and said, another fateful connection ends in this generation. Just like that, he decided to stay at this temple. He actually lived like a woodchopper, true to his words. He spent each day personally chopping firewood in the morning, then burning them into charcoal at night. Time passed by just like that. If anyone were to see him, they would assume that he was just another woodchopper. This lasted for a while and no one knew his intent. He also raised a wild boar and a dog since it was convenient. The wild boar had sparse hair. One of its fangs was broken, seemingly damaged from fighting with another animal. The dog had an ashen yellow fur, skinny and feeble as if it had starved for a long time. Wuxia named one Lil Black and the other Lil Yellow. He didn't put a lot of thought into this. Lil Black didn't do much outside of eating the roots around the temple or dug up the soil. However, Wuxia made use of this and planted seeds for some vegetables. As for Lil Yellow, it was sickly and only lay in front of the entrance the entire day, too lazy to even open its eyes. Occasionally, Lil Black came to bother it and it would finally lift its head to bark once or twice. Of course, it would sometimes follow Wuxia when he went out to chop woods in order to hunt some small animals. The man, boar, and dog lived in this manner. This uncomfortable life was actually quite peaceful. More time passed and he harvested the vegetables with no intention of leaving. He didn't work all day and spent some time relaxing. Nature was kind to him, the mountain breezes and water from the springs. The roars of beasts served as melodies. The only thing he made sure to do each day was to stare at the wall painting and chant. If someone were here to listen, they wouldn't be able to understand him anyway. The chants were too profound and ancient. The words were unheard of in the present day. He didn't miss a single day regardless of the circumstances. On one morning, an old man visited the temple. He wore an ordinary robe, his back was slightly bent and his complexion aged. He occasionally coughed as well. Nonetheless, he had no trouble traversing the harsh terrain. The beasts didn't dare to approach him either, seemingly afraid. He stopped for a bit at the base before climbing up out of curiosity for the temple. Chapter 35-49. The dilapidated temple was surrounded by trees, looking quite tranquil. To the front was an old plaque with 2 characters. Archaic Buddhist. The old man took his time reading the characters. It took a while before he said with uncertainty. His pace quickened as he wanted to see which master was staying here. However, he stopped before reaching the entrance because there was a dog laying on its stomach there. It had nothing but skin and bones, looking weak and dispirited from a long-term illness. He wouldn't have spotted without getting this close. Many would assume that it was already dead since it didn't move at all. No sign of breathing either. Nonetheless, the old man stopped because the dog still gave him a sense of danger. He had walked across the world before. Very few things in the southern region of West King could make him shudder in this manner. His eyes narrowed as light exuded from his forehead while gazing at the dog. It was still lying there, unmoving. It probably didn't notice the old man. Noises from another direction attracted the old man's attention. In another corner outside of the entrance, he saw a boar resting beneath the shade. It was round and chubby with patches of hair, looking funny and adorable. Next to it was a vegetable garden. Calling it a garden might be an exaggeration due to its simplicity. The boar looked lazy and bored while sunbathing. It occasionally ate from a stem growing out of the soil. The old man instantly took one step back and prepared his defense. Meeting that dog was startling enough. Now, the boar took it to the next level. Both of these things were here. It was too much of a coincidence. Gao! Gao! The dog suddenly barked, seemingly unhappy because the old man reacted more to the boar. This wasn't the case. It was only a matter of timing since the boar came after. The old man channeled his mantras and gathered his energy, ready for a tough fight. Meanwhile, the boar chewed the stalk and raised its head at the dog, looking rather arrogant. Can these two be from the legends? The old man shuddered again. His thoughts were interrupted by chants coming from the temple. It wasn't loud but had a calming and pleasant effect. The dog heard it and closed its eyes again, going back to sleep without caring for the old man. This was the case for the boar too. It continued chewing on the stalk, looking as bored as can be. The old man became afraid again. He recognized these two creatures and found it unfathomable that they would become docile after hearing the chant. In this split second, 1,000 potential decisions appeared in his mind. He eventually took a deep breath and tidied his clothes. He checked his walking posture and removed any sign of arrogance before walking towards the temple. This temple was clearly time-worn. He took note of the statues and wall paintings. Their meanings eluded him despite his rich knowledge. He followed the direction of the chants and made it inside a hall. He saw a young man sitting and facing the wall. The guy seemed to be sleeping, lacking the seriousness when chanting. He resembled someone who was spewing rubbish more. This surprised the old man. In the beginning, he thought that it would be a supreme master, not an ordinary youth. He couldn't help gauging the youth, looking at him up and down. His appearance was as ordinary as can be, the same with his cultivation. Southern West King had as many cultivators like him as the number of hair on an ox. He started questioning himself. Did he misjudge? He wasn't trying to judge a book by its cover. However, all signs pointed otherwise. He had met plenty of people before and was always right in his assessment. He stopped thinking about this and focused on the wall painting. It was too old and was damaged. One couldn't see the content anymore, only the faint outline of what seems to be a woman. It was impossible to tell if she was a beauty or not. She seemed to be floating, perhaps descending from the 9 heavens. All in all, one could imagine many things due to the vagueness of the painting. He stopped and glanced at the youth again. The guy was still chanting while closing his eyes, similar to sleep talking. He resembled a student sleeping in class and was spouting nonsense. At first, he was only curious about the chant due to its effect on the two animals. However, after actually listening, he found the content to be complex and boundlessly profound. He immediately realized that this wasn't nonsense but rather, the highest level mantra. He took a deep breath and focused all of his mind on listening. He had seen plenty of merit laws and manuals before from Tao lords and emperors, even the scriptures of the ancient past. He wouldn't dare to claim himself as a peerless genius in history. However, he knew how amazing his talent was. It allowed him to understand numerous top merit laws after reading them once. Alas, he didn't grasp 10 to 20% of the content. The chant exceeded anything he had heard before. He felt as if he was falling into an ocean of the Tao, immediately losing his way. In fact, he was doing an incredible job to keep his sanity and wits while listening to the chant. The unprecedented experience of floating in this Tao ocean shook him to the core. He gained immense benefits from this brief session. Calling it an immortal scripture wasn't out of line. Of course, this required the listener to be able to comprehend the content. As he understood one or two lines during the Tao search, lightning bolts coursed through his mind and illuminated his grand Tao. They chased away the fog and let him see truths. He became ecstatic and couldn't help stomping his foot. He had no idea that the youth had stopped chanting. It took him a while before he woke up from meditation. He looked around and noticed that the youth's eyes were open. He was still staring at the painting, not at the intruder. It was as if there was a supreme beauty there commanding his attention. By this point, the old man realized that this youth was actually a hidden master. He wasn't wrong this time. The youth eventually glanced at the old man and shook his head, attempting to reach that girl's domain with your meager abilities. Know your limits. The old man didn't become angry after hearing the contemptuous comment, only frozen in place. He became emotional and afraid. The youth only needed one glance to know everything about him. You're fortunate to be alive. And the Tao deficiencies can be repaired as well. Li Chia added. Immortal, please teach me. The old man immediately got on his knees and said respectfully. If an outsider were here, they would be stunned to see someone as prestigious as the old man kneeling right now. Chapter 3550, I am in need of a servant, are you willing? Li Chia glanced at the prostrating man. I agree. The old man respectfully said without thinking twice. He had dominated his entire life but he was completely convinced and ready to submit to this supreme existence today. Rise. Li Chia nodded. How should I address you, immortal? The old man stood up and said softly. Call me young master and I shall call you attendant. Li Chia responded. Yes, young master. The old man agreed with haste. From now on, his previous prestige no longer mattered. He shall be known as attendant. Just like that, the old temple in the wilderness had another person living there. Of course, his arrival didn't add to the liveliness of the place. He was old and rarely spoke. Nonetheless, each word that came out of his mouth was of value. Life continued on in a rather boring manner. Li Chia still continued to chop wood and burn them down into charcoal. The old man found this puzzling but never asked Li Chia. As for the boar and dog, they simply ignored him, treating him as air. He didn't seem to mind either. Today, the temple welcomed its third person. The moment the gate was open, there was a girl lying there. Upon closer inspection, she was around 15 or 16. She wore an expensive dress embroidered with flowers. It was tattered now with numerous stitches and patches. Dirt and grass covered her face. Her hair used to be bound but after crossing the forest, it was just a mess with leaves on top. She looked like a fugitive who ran here and didn't know the way. She had some bloody marks too, nothing serious. They seemed to be from sharp thorns and branches. Her lips were pale and her yellow complexion indicated a lack of nutrition. She seemed to be abandoned and had to cross the wilderness. She had a small bundle wrapped in cloth consisting of damaged clothes, nothing valuable. However, she was still hugging the cloth bundle before fainting. It seemed to be extremely important to her. The boar was sitting next to her and letting out small groans. Once Li Qia opened the door, it immediately shouted at Li Qia before pushing its head into the girl. Its intention was clear. Meanwhile, the dog nearby looked up and stared at the boar with disdain. "Since when are you so nice?" Li Qia glanced at the girl and the boar before chuckling. The dog then opened its mouth to reveal its fang, seemingly wanting to eat the girl. The boar naturally didn't like this and roared back. It was nice to the girl but not to the dog, ready to go all out. "Enough." Li Qia waved his hand. The two animals played nice in Li Qia's presence. Lil's Black came closer and pushed its head on Li Qia's leg, clearly begging for help. "You want me to save her?" Li Qia smiled. Lil's Black nodded repeatedly with its eyes wide open, trying to garner some sympathy. "A vicious beast trying to do good, I see." Li Qia shook his head. By this point, the old attendant came out and noticed the girl. He checked her appearance, bones, then veins before exclaiming, "Foredoomed star." The old man immediately knew that this girl had a terrible fate, one destined for destruction. "It's nothing like that, just born in the wrong period." Li Qia smiled and shook his head. "I see," the old man said with astonishment. "Others mistake this for something unsalvageable. However, there's no lack of splendid steeds, just not enough bo lu." Li Qia continued, "It's just a matter of fate and the right meetings." The old man thought that only Li Qia would say something like this given the circumstances. "Bring her in and wake her up," Li Qia ordered. The old man immediately obeyed. Lil Black looked excited and ran into the temple. As for Lil Yellow, it still stared at the boar with contempt while laying on the ground. It occasionally revealed its fangs. Perhaps the girl was nothing more than food in its eyes. The girl woke up after getting help from the attendant. She slowly sat up while Lil Black roared quietly in excitement. "Ah!" She saw the boar and bellowed with fear, immediately retreating while tightly clutching her cloth bundle. "Don't worry, it wouldn't have dragged you back here if it wanted to eat you. You would be nothing more than bones in that case." A leisure voice consoled her. It was none other than Li Qia who was sitting nearby with the attendant next to him. The frightened girl couldn't help moving closer towards Li Qia. "Okay, go outside." Li Qia waved his hand at the boar. It grumbled twice before leaving the hall. The girl found this astonishing, a wild boar actually listening to a man's order. She heaved a sigh of relief, still slightly afraid. She felt a little better after looking around and realizing that this was a temple. After all, she carelessly entered this area. It was truly dreadful with beasts everywhere. She remembered seeing the white fangs of a beast before fainting. Where is this place?" She stared at Li Qia and the old attendant with fear in her eyes. "A safe place," Li Qia answered. The girl lowered her head, not daring to speak. She didn't know what to say either due to her current state of mind. "What's your name?" Li Qia inquired. The old man became surprised once more. This was rare because Li Qia rarely showed interest in anything. Fan Bai. She hesitated before revealing her name. She was still lost, not knowing what to do. "I see that you have cultivated a little bit," Li Qia continued. "Yes, just a little bit," she said softly, still not daring to meet his eyes. Her expression was one of sadness. "Still want to learn?" "Yes," she blurted out without hesitation before realizing that she was being impetuous. She took one step back while gripping the cloth bundle. She thought that she was asking too much. Just being alive was already good enough. Alas, deep inside, she still didn't want to give up on cultivation. It was a matter of inability. She had a hard time filling her stomach while wandering about in a desperate plight. The 1 or 2 lines of mantra didn't come easily. She tried to understand them to no avail. Whenever she had time, she still tried to comprehend them despite the cold winds and empty stomach. Why do you wish to cultivate? Li Qie smiled. The girl opened her mouth but no words came out. She lowered her head, not daring to respond. Tell the young master, perhaps he can help you. The old attendant cheered her on. He knew that meeting Li Qie was the greatest fortune in her life. Missing this could fill someone with lifelong regrets. 1. Bo Lo is a famous horse tamer back in the spring and autumn period. This idiom is talking about being able to recognize talents. Chapter 35:51. I want to change my fate. The girl bit her lips and held her sleeves tightly. She looked up at Li Qie and eventually spoke with hesitation. It was quite sad since she was a little girl wandering in destitute. Her life was as thin as a piece of paper. Why? Li Qie smiled. The girl still had some fear, not daring to look at Li Qie for long. She quietly answered, I just wish to stay alive with some dignity. Her voice was as feeble as a candle in the wind on the verge of extinguishing. However, she was determined to keep it going even with just one spark left. It's possible. Do you really want to cultivate? Li Qie nodded. Yes. She said without any hesitation this time. Very well. Go wash your face. We'll start tomorrow. Li Qie waved his hand. Really? She couldn't believe her own ears. After numerous misfortunes, she became an evil portent in everyone's eyes. They chased her away and she didn't have a place to stay. She didn't dare to come into the city because once spotted, others would jeer or even thrash her. Because of this, she had to sleep outside in the wild, lacking food and shelter. Nonetheless, this was still better than being in the city. At least she didn't have to face continuous disdain and bullying. She desired a place she could call her own despite knowing how impossible this was. No one in the world would ever take her in or let her have her own place. Thus, the concept of home became foreign to her. Alas, the desire for this still existed in the deepest crevices of her mind. Since she had no place to go, cultivation became impossible. No one would ever teach her until now. Li Qie took her in and even agreed to teach her. She thought that this was just a dream. She secretly pinched her thigh and the pain told her otherwise. I'm a man of my words. Li Qie replied. The girl paused but still decided to tell the truth. Everyone calls me the foredoomed star that will kill everyone around me. That'll happen to you too if you take me in. She had a hard time dealing with this cruel reality. It has happened several times before, so she couldn't hide it in order to not hurt a good person. Li Qie disagreed and smiled. Cultivation is about going against the heaven, rebelling against it. Who cares about this foredoomed star? If you're afraid of such a thing, then there's no point talking about cultivation. Even the old attendant nodded approvingly after hearing this. But I will really cause your death. Many have died already. She revealed her traumatic past. If such a thing can kill me, I wouldn't be sitting here right now. Go wash your face. Li Qie shook his head. She couldn't believe it. People had always run away from her out of disgust. Some even banished her, yet Li Qie didn't mind. This moved her to tears. She tried to speak but nothing came out. Call me young master. Li Qie said. She secretly wiped away the tears in her eyes and took a deep breath. She bowed and said, Yes, young master. The old servant then took her away and prepared a place for her to stay. Once she appeared again before Li Qie, she had finished bathing and had a refreshing aura. Her hair was still messy since she had cut it herself. Nonetheless, it looked cute and delicate when draping down. Her skin was tan from being out in the sun too long, but this didn't diminish her good features. Her eyes were round and tall. Her emotion could easily be seen through them, especially fear. Young master. She bowed, not knowing what to say while standing before Li Qie. Have a good rest tonight, we start tomorrow. Li Qie got straight to the point. The girl started absorbing the events today. She realized that this was her new reality now. All the unhappiness in the past seemed so distant, at least for now. She had a home right now and a great opportunity to cultivate. Thus, she woke up very early the next day, waiting for Li Qie. She cherished this once in 10,000 years chance. Let's get started. Li Qie smiled and took her to an open spot up the peak. He taught her a few chants to start. These lines were very simple. The girl wasn't supremely talented or anything, but she carefully memorized the words. In the past, she did everything she could with the cultivation lines she found, repeating them multiple times. She had a heart yearning for learning, so she absorbed everything he taught her. The old attendant stood there since Li Qie didn't explicitly forbid him. He also carefully listened to the chants. After she finished memorizing one line, he taught her a simple movement. Nonetheless, it would take several times before she could copy the move due to her average talents. Strangely enough, Li Qie had plenty of patience this time and repeated the move for her. Afterward, he said, the lines and the movement happen in unison, so study them together. Take your time. I will try my best. She nodded with determination. Li Qie didn't say anything else and went to chant in front of the wall painting. She was freed from any distraction and earnestly trained. At first, the old attendant found the lines to be very simple, the same with the movement. This could be considered an elementary mantra for new learners. However, the latter part attracted his attention. When he combined both the lines and the movement, he immediately noticed the innate profundity. He was a true genius, unlike Fan Bai, so he was capable of learning top merit laws in no time at all. Combining the lines and the movement opened a new world for him. Each breath he took during this process was immensely useful. It felt as if he was learning from a sacred scripture. It was up to the learner to see how many pages they could open. Li Qie didn't teach her anything else beyond this. She never asked either and repeated the training without finding it boring. She stopped to rest and drink water whenever she was fatigued and thirsty. She persevered like this for days after days. Eventually, her movement was flawless and she could easily recite the lines. Chapter 35-52. As days went by, the girl knew the chants by heart, enough to recite it backward. Nonetheless, she still meticulously analyzed each word while incorporating it into her movement. Though the attempts were identical, each gave her a unique feeling. This meant that she had incremental improvements in a gradual manner. She cherished the opportunity, so she was the first to wake up and the last one to sleep. Though Li Qie didn't teach her anything new, not an ounce of grievance could be found in her. Her entire mind and soul were hell-bent on learning this lesson. The old man frequently watched her training. This was quite beneficial for her too, because her talents and knowledge were far inferior in comparison. He gave her indirect guidance or answered a few questions. He knew full well that there were no standards nor rules for this type of cultivation. If he were to instill his own comprehension and knowledge into her, that would actually slow her down. Thus, he minimized his involvement as much as possible. Nonetheless, he resembled a teacher more than Li Qie. The latter virtually ignored the girl after the first session. He had only checked on her once or twice during his leisure hours, then corrected certain things. Other cultivators would find this teaching method ridiculous. The old man found this surprising but didn't ask too much. After all, Li Qie had higher cultivation attainments. If he were to teach the girl anything, that would be akin to displaying his slight skills before an expert. One day, Li Qie saw this and didn't stop it. He approvingly nodded instead. Correct, you're a passable teacher. I have a question too. The girl isn't limited to techniques and variations. The old man smiled wryly. That's why her height will be greater than yours in the future. Li Qie smiled and said, "A few people just need one move in their entire life to be invincible. There's no need to worry about techniques. Just worry about the essences of the Tao along with a tough Tao heart." The old man accepted this criticism since it came from Li Qie. He carefully digested the meanings behind them. How many invincible techniques do you have?" Li Qie looked at the old man and spread his palm. "Thank you for your guidance, young master." The old man took a deep breath and said. He had learned plenty of merit laws and imperial techniques. However, only a few moves served as the foundation of his domination. "You won't be able to catch up to her with regard to this particular move." Li Qie smiled. "May I ask for its name?" The old man became curious. Due to his erudite knowledge, he could recognize merit law's origin and source after seeing them for the first time. This wasn't the case for this particular move. He had no idea where it came from. Buddha bowing. "I crafted it specifically for her. As long as her Tao heart is firm enough, she'll reach the next height." Buddha bowing, the old man was shaken by both the name of the technique along with Li Qie's action. How could the guy create a move suitable for the girl in just one night? He definitely couldn't do so. He stopped speaking and stood to the side. "Go fetch a few things here." Li Qie took out and handed a list to the old man. The old man took a look and saw precious and rare materials. Of course, it wasn't impossible for someone like him to obtain them. "Young master, is this to change the girl's fate?" The old man became startled. "She has to do that herself. How can a tree grow and blot out the sky without experiencing enough storm and rain? I am simply laying a foundation for her." Li Qie smiled. The old man agreed and bowed, leaving to carry out his task. He only needed several days to gather them despite their rarity. Li Qie immediately got started with preparing a supreme formation. He easily sealed space along with the other affinities, reincarnation cycle, yin and yang, karma. The old man was in awe while watching this. The guy did it with such mastery while needing zero effort. Li Qie also had a cauldron with boiling medicinal water inside. It had a strange aroma. He glanced at the girl and asked, "This will be awfully painful. Can you handle it?" "I can." The girl didn't know what Li Qie wanted to do, but she had full trust in him. "Good." He immediately tossed her into the boiling cauldron. She was startled while flying through the air. However, next came the heat trying to boil her. "Focus, recite the chants." She heard Li Qie's voice deep in her mind. She immediately recited the chants in order to stop the scorching water. "Accept rather than reject, let the medicinal water seep into your body." Li Qie roared again. She followed his instruction and the scalding heat came along. This pain was unbearable, causing her to scream. She gritted her teeth to stop. In this split second, Li Qie grasped the stars and turned their lights into needles, throwing them towards the girl afterward. They struck her important meridians, turning her into a hedgehog. Unfortunately, the pain of the starry needles piercing was 10 times worse than the scalding water. She screamed once before trying her best to stop. Next, Li Qie used the 5 elements, karma, and the yin and yang to press down on her, seemingly wanting to crush her apart. She bellowed in pain but still gritted her teeth and persevered. The old man was happy for her. After all, how many people in this world had the honor of having Li Qie personally changing their fate? This wasn't a direct change, but it would lay a boundless foundation for her. The future was limitless depending on her Tao heart. The pain might be unbearable, but surpassing this meant a lifetime of benefits. With Li Qie's continuous refinements, the medicinal liquid in the cauldron gradually disappeared. On the other hand, a murderous energy manifested within the girl, becoming denser. The refinement technique from Li Qie was marvelous and effortless. Profundity just came naturally. The old man became more and more impressed. He had seen top alchemists at work before, the best of the generation. Unfortunately, they looked like new students compared to Li Qie, as coarse as can be. This is fine. Li Qie eventually recalled his technique after finishing. Meanwhile, the girl was still sitting in the cauldron in a state of zen. She had never felt this comfortable before, akin to her shackles being broken. She felt as if she could go anywhere now. Suddenly, black clouds engulfed the sky along with thunder. A heavenly tribulation seemed to be descending. The old man had a serious expression, realizing the significance behind this. Li Qie, on the other hand, only glanced at it. Ultimately, the tribulation didn't come down. Chapter 35-53. Just like that, peaceful days joined the 3 people, 1 dog, and 1 boar at the temple deep in the wilderness. Li Qie did his thing, chopping and burning firewood, then chanted in front of the wall painting. Fan Bai turned out to be the most diligent, always training hard after being taught, Buddha bowing. She repeated the training 10,000 times a day with full focus and not a moment of relaxation. The old attendant understood right away why Li Qie chose this girl. As long as she kept this up, she would be able to fly up the 9 firmaments. Li Qie was right, she would be able to exceed him. Unfortunately, the peace was quickly broken tonight. The hills were quiet and the beasts had entered a deep slumber. However, a powerful force emanated across the entire region. The old man noticed it right away and appeared before the gate. Both Lil Black and Lil Yellow also got up and stared in the same direction. Boom! Once the ripples reached a certain level, a beam shot straight at the sky and illuminated the area, adding a snow-white hue. The beasts became alarmed right away and rushed out of their lair. Others hid deeper within. The old man's brows furrowed as a result. Meanwhile, Lil Yellow barked a few times before going back to sleep. Lil Black did the same thing. It returned to its garden and grumbled a few times before dozing off. Looks like a bit of trouble. The old man stopped looking. No big deal. A nonchalant voice answered him. The attendant was startled and would have unsheathed his blade if he didn't recognize Li Qie's voice. The guy was standing next to him and he had no idea when. He smiled wryly as a result. In all of the south, only 3 to 5 people could approach him undetected. This would allow them to have the upper hand, perhaps assassinating him in a few moves. There's always a higher mountain and a better man. He was aware of this phrase, but Li Qie made it so apparent. Go to bed early, it looks like we'll have a fun show soon. Li Qie smilingly said, but the old man became afraid. There was something different about his tone. The old man knew that it wouldn't be a fun show. Those blind enough to cause trouble would find their blood flowing on the ground. He didn't care too much though, since if they wanted to court death, that's their own issue. Only a few more bones in the mountains. Others also took note of the commotion from the wilderness, especially Buddha Emperor Plateau that was the nearest here. The powers there became alarmed. The plateau was an auspicious ground with massive territories consisting of 1/3 of the holy ground, perhaps even vaster. It was heavily contested as well. 80 to 90% of the strongest clans and sects were located here. Thus, it had the most authority and wealth. There were more than 100 grand cities or so, each spanned for 10 million miles. Some were built on peaks connected by wondrous bridges, others inside the valleys. One would be sure that this area was the most magical and prosperous in the southern West King. It also had 5 main divisions virtually capable of representing the entire holy ground. All 5 were naturally alarmed from this divine light. In Duality Academy, the powerful teachers woke up. The students also got out of their bed and climbed up the nearest peak for a better vantage point. Where's that place? A young student pointed at the illumination. Myriad Beast Mountains. An older one recognized that direction and said, yes, that's definitely it. It's deep in there. That's the most dangerous area of the plateau, right? Chaos primal beasts reign that area. The students have all heard of it. More than that, a teacher told me that there are high-level heaven beasts, even the kings. One of them said. Yes, there are several kings there, even heavenly sovereigns want to stay away from them. An older one added. That place is large and the majority of high-level heaven beast kings are sleeping, it's hard to meet one. Someone who has been there before said, it requires luck to meet one, or at least that's what a teacher told me. The students from the academy all talked about this event. Duality Academy was the largest and strongest learning institution in all of southern West King. It belonged to the division named Metropolis. It was the largest of the 5 and had a vague definition. Anything not belonging to the other 4 divisions would be considered a part of Metropolis Division. The capital included the nobles and dynasties of Buddha Emperor Plateau along with other sections. Its main representative was the academy. Whenever there was a big change in the holy ground, especially the changing of a dynasty, the academy would speak for Metropolis. It had produced plenty of renowned geniuses across the generations. In Divine Ghost Division, numerous sects became startled as well. They all stared towards myriad beast mountains. The spectating ancestors had a serious expression. Divine Ghost was among the strongest of the divisions, made up of numerous races. However, the majority belonged to 2 races, Blood and Ghost. Despite the diverse demographic, these 2 races maintained solidarity through bonds and power. The entire division always rallied together to deal against intruders. A high-level beast king moving? One expert speculated. No, there's no dreadful beast aura. It might be a treasure. An ancestor shook his head. We should go take a look. The expert responded. Let the juniors scout, it's a good opportunity for training. The ancestor ordered. Yes. The expert agreed and went to carry out the order. On the other hand, the strongest division, Heavenly Dragon, didn't have a big reaction. This region had countless temples and monks. Very few monks bothered to come out to take a look at the light. Amitba. They simply chanted and stopped paying attention. Heavenly Dragon Division was often called Heavenly Dragon Temple instead. They were decisively the strongest force in the Holy Ground, consisting of 88,000 temples and 800,000 high monks. No other powers could stand against them. Remember, all 4 Tao Lords of Buddha Holy Ground had a Buddhist background. Thus, the Tao of Buddhism permeated across the land. There was a popular phrase, one can see a temple every 8 steps. This might be an exaggeration, but it showed the popularity of Buddhism. Moreover, Heavenly Dragon Temple has always supported Sacred Mountain. It could be considered a part of Sacred Mountain. 1. This name requires further context too. Chapter 3554. Those in Buddha Emperor Division located at the plateau also started moving in the shadows. It was located in the center of Buddha Emperor Plateau, serving as the central division out of the 5. This floating city was one of the largest in the Holy Ground. Currently, Vajra dynasty was in charge of this division. According to the rumors, this division was created by Buddha Tao Lord. Thus, it became the core of the Holy Ground. Though Sacred Mountain was the real supreme entity, it was too illusory. No one had an idea of its true location. Moreover, it never directly imposed its dominion, not even during the era of Buddha Tao Lord. Thus, Buddha Emperor Division was in charge of administration and management. Therefore, its ruler also had authority over the rest of the Holy Ground while representing Sacred Mountain. Of course, those capable of becoming the ruler of this dynasty were also qualified to reign, whether it be their power or intelligence. In the past, Vajra dynasty's capital was far away from Buddha Emperor Division. This changed after they took over, so they moved their capital here. Today, the officials of the dynasty became alarmed after seeing the light. There has been a lull for a long time, so the commotion made them contemplate. Is this a sign of the next era? A few ambitious people had this thought. After all, Vajra dynasty has ruled for a very long time now. Many thought that it was time to abdicate. If this were to happen, many among the 5 divisions would be eyeing the throne. Of course, it wasn't that easy to take over Buddha Emperor. Whoever did it would need the support of the other 4 divisions, then the approval from Sacred Mountain. Nonetheless, Vajra has ruled for several generations and people have grown impatient. Just a gust of implication was enough to tempt them. Of course, the majority of officials didn't share this thought. One general gazed towards the mountain range and said, "If a ferocious beast is coming, that's my time to make a name for myself." The holy ground always enjoyed peace, both internal and external. So many generals and experts hoped for something to happen so that they could finally be of use. All in all, it didn't take long before many sent troops towards the mountain range. The calmest of the 5 divisions turned out to be Mortal King Division. It didn't react at all. This division had the lowest population and land. However, it was perhaps the most dangerous with inaccessible strongholds and traps. A sect once said that at the plateau, it was better to provoke Heavenly Dragon Temple rather than Mortal King Division. The former was strong, but it consisted of kind, merciful monks. They would most likely spare their opponents. On the other hand, the members of Mortal King might actually eradicate a sect once furious. This division was a special entity even back during Buddha Dao Lord's era. It was added into the Holy Grounds territory but still remained neutral and didn't join Buddhism. Some other inhabitants and races also refrained from joining Buddhism. Alas, they were still affected by it, more or less. This wasn't the case for Mortal King. Moreover, this division had no interest in ruling the Holy Ground either, despite being quite formidable. They always remained nonchalant regardless of whatever happened in the Holy Ground, akin to the water in a well. Thus, the 5 divisions in the plateau had different reactions to the changes in myriad beast mountains. The nobles and powerful cultivators from Divine Ghost and Buddha Emperor rushed towards the mountain range for an adventure. The students from Duality took note of this and became agitated. The stronger ones also wanted to go there and train. The academy finally relented and allowed them to do so. However, it did note that they were responsible for their own lives. "Yes, we're coming." The spirited students heard the approval from the academy and immediately formed groups. They jumped on their mounts and rushed towards Myriad Beast. "You all, follow me. We'll train there." A teacher thought that this was a good opportunity and picked his favorite students for a trip. In just a short time, the desolate mountain range had numerous visitors. They caused the place to be chaotic and loud. The ones who stood out the most were naturally the students from Duality. The nobles from the capital and the experts from Divine Ghost needed to act properly due to their status. Thus, they kept it low-key. This wasn't the case for the students. They were young and vigorous on top of having permission from the academy. They rushed there with loud fanfare for the sake of training. Numerous groups flew straight into Myriad Beast Mountains. Even their mounts were excited and caused loud rumbles and quakes. They looked like feral children who didn't have any education and did whatever they wanted here. "Watch me." One student saw a pack of earth wolves. His group consisting of 8 students immediately surrounded the pack and started killing them. The wolves roared and tried to flee. These beasts were only at the intermediate yellow level, not worth that much. It's just that these students were eager to have some fun and didn't care at all. "Hey, look over there, so many ghost vines, let's get them." Another saw alchemy ingredients growing beneath a cliff. A dozen or so students rushed there right away. These groups were clearly here to have fun. Of course, a few prideful students with a prestigious background didn't hang with this loud crowd. They only took a quick glance around before delving deeper into the mountain range. Some of them weren't here for treasures and chaos primal beasts. They were only curious and came to sightseeing or to train. This particular group normally had a noble upbringing. In the sky, a group of 5 flew by and landed on a tree. They wanted to have a better look at the scenery. Rah! They saw a massive ox crazily running, crushing the peaks and rivers. "That one is strong." A female student in this group was surprised. Rumble. Behind this great ox were another 1,000 of its ilks. Their rampage flattened everything along the way in an unstoppable manner. "Those are barbaric bulls on the move," don't get too close. They will all attack us if we anger the Ox King. An older student warned. So how strong is that king? The female student asked since this was her first time seeing one. Junior Sister Ling, it's stronger than Teacher Chi. The older one smiled. The female student stuck out her tongue in a cute manner and didn't dare to get close. Chapter 3555. This group of students crossed through another peak and saw black clouds with thunderous explosions not far from there. Members of the ghost race? The female student known as Junior Sister Ling became curious since she saw figures in the black clouds. Oh, fellow students from the Black Cloud tribe. One of them was also from the ghost race and immediately came over to ask, "Where are you guys going?" However, the experts inside the clouds ignored them. A younger one glared at them with an arrogant expression. This group then moved towards the valley ahead. Humph, so rude. One student snorted after seeing the contempt. After all, the students in the academy were all proud, most were geniuses from Metropolis Division. No weakling could enter this prestigious academy. Black Cloud ghosts are famous recently, it's understandable that they're arrogant. An older student aware of this development said. Rumble. As they were talking about this particular tribe, loud explosions came from the valley ahead. Black clouds proliferated along with lightning bolts. I think they're hunting chaos primal beasts. One student scouted ahead and shouted. Come, let's take a look and see what amazing beast they've found. The others were awfully curious and rushed forward. Meanwhile, layers of black clouds engulfed the valley. The shrouded figures inside them sent down thick lightning bolts. What beast is in there? They're actually using a grand formation. A ghost student found this surprising. Rah! A massive shadow leaped out of the valley and easily smashed through the ceiling formation. Boom! The creature resembled a draconic beast with a serpent body and steel scales. It had wings and 3 heads. The jaws had red scales. This chaos primal beast shocked all the spectators nearby. Which primal beast is this? It's huge. A young student bellowed. Shit! It's a 3-headed winged serpent. A male student was scared out of his mind. Poof! The students were stunned along with the experts from the Black Cloud tribe. The serpent completely caught them off guard and opened its mouth, spewing out an inferno of lava, instantly drowning the valley. Ah! The experts from Black Cloud tribe couldn't stop the waves in time and were reduced to ashes. Wow, it's so strong. That is at least an Earth-level chaos primal beast. The students from the academy became aghast. The serpents suddenly looked over towards the students' direction. They felt as if they had just fallen into a pit of ice and immediately shuddered. Run! One student regained his wits and immediately fled. Shit, run! The others followed suit. Rah! The serpent immediately gave chase with incredible speed. One student looked back and saw it drawing closer. We have to split up, maybe it'll distract its 3 heads. An older student shouted. We're going this way. Another shouted and ran with one group. It didn't take long before the rest scattered in different directions. Screech! The sky suddenly turned dark. A gigantic bird emerged and started rushing for them as well. They were scared out of their mind, being chased by a ferocious serpent and fierce bird. Get on the ground and use the terrain. It's too easy being a target up there. An experienced student shouted and jumped back into the forest. The others realized it and commanded their mounts to run for cover. Let's go this way. The girl named Xiao Ling was lucky enough to run away from the bird. She and her 2 female friends made it to a peak. Meanwhile, they could hear loud explosions and cries from their friends. They were scared out of their mind and looked for a place to hide. Once everything quieted down, they finally went out. What should we do? They were lost after running away. They only came to sightseeing and didn't have a map after the group was split. This made them anxious. Any other place would have been fine since they were strong. However, this was Myriad Beast Mountain. An Earth-level beast like that serpent earlier would have been too much. Let's go, maybe we can follow the creek to the entrance. Xiaoling didn't have a good idea but still came up with something. Her two friends were okay with this and followed Ling. Unfortunately, the creek had twists and turns before disappearing into the ground. They lost their direction afterward like headless flies. The roars of beasts continued to frighten them. Hey, I think I heard someone. Xiaoling suddenly stopped after crossing several more peaks and told her friends. Really? Other students? The two girls started focusing. Who's the first to understand the Grand Tao? No one else but me. They could hear a song from a distance. They exchanged glances. It wasn't their fellow students. At least there's people, maybe they're from other sects. We just need to leave this place and we'll be safe. Xiaoling said and followed the direction of the void. Her friends were right behind her. They finally saw someone, a youth carrying firewood while singing with a leisure expression. Next to him was a yellow dog, skinny down to the bones from being hungry all year long. The youth wore a shabby robe and looked ordinary. He had a hatchet wrapped in cloth hanging by his waist. Anyone's first impression of him was that he was only a regular woodchopper. The three girls became disappointed. They thought they would be able to meet other cultivators, not a woodchopper. Hey, is this still Myriad Beast Mountains? Or is this outside? One girl shouted. The youth only glanced at them and proceeded with his task. We're asking you. The other friend became irritated since they were ignored and raised her voice. The youth still ignored them. Xiaoling, on the other hand, spoke respectfully. Young noble, may I ask where this place is? Myriad Beast Mountains. The youth responded with a lazy tone. Humph, so pretentious. The other two murmured. If this was any other day, they would have taught this rude mortal a lesson. However, they were surprised to find someone like him here. Young noble, may I ask why you're here? Xiaoling asked. Chapter 3556. The three girls couldn't understand how a mortal woodchopper was here in Myriad Beast Mountains. Here, obviously. The youth answered as if it was obvious without looking at the girls. Here. They were astounded. This was their first time knowing that the mountain range had mortal inhabitants. It was renowned as a land of perils in Buddha Emperor Plateau with plenty of vicious birds and beasts. The high-level chaos primal beasts also occasionally showed up. Not to mention ordinary cultivators, even heavenly sovereigns didn't want to stay here for long. Wait, are you a cultivator? One friend stared at Lichia. The other two did the same thing. They didn't pay enough attention earlier and thought that he was a mortal. I've cultivated for a few days. The youth responded. After careful observation, they found that he was indeed a cultivator, just not an expert. A violet marquis at best. A friend whispered to Xiaoling. The three exchanged glances. A violet marquis being able to stay around these parts? How strange. Maybe he grew up here and got used to it? The third friend said. What should we do? Xiaoling asked them. The two thought about it. They were lost right now and continuing aimlessly might make them stuck deeper in the mountain range. They stared at Xiaoling, signaling for her to decide. Let's find a place to stay first. Xiaoling suggested and the two agreed. Thus, they decided to follow the young woodchopper. Strangely enough, their mounts didn't listen to them and kept a considerable distance from him. Alas, they didn't actually notice this and kept moving. Young noble, we're separated from our friends and are lost right now. Ma, may we stay at your place for one night? Xiaoling had a hard time asking for a favor. Since she was a student at Duality Academy, she had a good background and rarely spoke humbly to anyone. The youth glanced at her, prompting her to immediately add, "We'll definitely reward you." As you please. The youth responded. The three were happy to hear this and hurried up. May I ask for your name, young noble? The silence along the trip bothered her, so Xiaoling asked. Li Chia. Li Chia casually responded. Of course, the three haven't heard of Li Chia's name before. They assumed that he was just an ordinary person. Why are you chopping wood? Aren't you a cultivator? One friend found this strange. From her perspective, cultivators were far nobler than ordinary humans, even new ones. Someone like Li Chia could do anything and it would still be better than this. For charcoal. Li Chia replied. This made them even more confused. The third raised her voice out of astonishment. You're selling charcoal for money? How foolish. You're a cultivator, why would you do something so lowly for money? You can make much more doing other things. The other two girls nodded in agreement. They weren't looking down on Li Chia. It's just that gathering wood was something reserved for lowly mortals. Li Chia only smiled in response, not minding the comment. If you just want to get by, there are other things you can do outside, better than selling charcoal. The other girls scowled since Li Chia didn't agree. There's no future in doing so. I think you're better off finding another job at the capital. For example, a patrol. The first one said. Li Chia still didn't state his opinion. The three continued to talk about Li Chia's bad decision. Meanwhile, Lil Yellow glared at them as if it was looking at a group of clowns. They just didn't notice the dog's expression, believing that it was only an old dog and not worth paying attention to. Lil Yellow then stared at the mounts in the distance and revealed its teeth, then licked its lips, putting on a strange grin. The three mounts were scared out of their mind, their legs started shaking. They wanted to tell their masters to leave this place as soon as possible. This was the most dangerous location since they could become the dog's food at any moment. Unfortunately, they didn't know how to speak. Plus, they were too afraid to do anything in the first place after being threatened by Lil Yellow. Are you not afraid of the beasts here? Xiaoling was curious because Li Chia showed no sign of caution as he walked through the forest. That serpent earlier scared the soul of them. They didn't dare to stay in this region alone. I'm used to it, there's nothing to be afraid of. Li Chia chuckled. But there are some ferocious ones here, especially the chaos primal ones. Earlier just now, we got chased by a three-headed winged serpent, that's why we got separated from the group. One of them responded. The other nodded. Earth-level chaos primal beasts are too scary and strong, it'll definitely eat you if it sees you. You just need to stay here longer. Do your neighbors want to eat you? Li Chia said. The girls had no response. You're saying that you consider those beasts your neighbors? No, they're violent and will definitely eat people who provoke them. One girl raised her voice. Lil Yellow thought that these girls were too silly. Who eats who? Li Chia would be the one eating all the chaos primal beasts here. They would be thanking the heaven if Li Chia didn't seek them out to eat, let alone trying to eat him. Haven't seen them try to eat me. Li Chia smiled. It's better to be careful. Xiaoling kindly warned, my teacher said that most chaos primal beasts don't have intelligence, only beastly instincts. You might consider them neighbors but they might not feel the same way. Lil Yellow glanced at her. No beast here would dare to consider him a neighbor. Their legs trembled instantly at his sight. It's fine, I have my hatchet right here. Li Chia tapped the weapon hanging by his waist. What can that thing do outside of chopping wood? It can't hurt the primal beasts at all, you need a treasure. One girl thought little of the weapon. It's not bad. Li Chia said. The three thought that Li Chia was too naive. First, he thought that beasts could actually be his neighbors. One day, he would become food for one for sure. Along the way, they didn't notice how quiet the path was, not even a single growl could be heard from the beasts. This was the opposite during their run prior. The beasts and birds have already fled in fear wherever Li Chia went. They didn't dare to whimper, let alone roar. Chapter 35-57. The three followed Wuxia back to the old temple. There's a temple here? One girl stared at the temple from a distance before entering. Are there monks here? The other also looked around. After entering, the three found that it was empty without any monk around. In the beginning, they were glad to see this because they thought that there would be monks inside. The location was Buddha holy ground, so there should be monks in charge of the temples. In addition, all temples were branches of Heavenly Dragon Temple. This wasn't the case here. The temple here had a different architectural style not found in the modern era. They actually didn't look for this detail in the beginning. It was just that the disparity was striking since they have entered many temples before. They saw a girl younger than them cultivating inside. She was none other than Fan Bai, who was repeating the same movement. They naturally found this strange but didn't say anything. After returning, Wuxia told the old attendant, "Prepare a place for them." He stopped paying attention to three girls afterward. "Yes, young master," the old man said before looking at the three. "Please follow me." "There are only you three living here?" One girl became curious as they followed him. "Yes," the old attendant responded. "But this is Myriad Beast Mountains. Are you not afraid of being attacked and eaten by primal beasts?" The other said. The three thought that he was an ordinary servant, nothing more. "The animals here are harmless and nice." The old man smiled, not bothering to reveal the truth. "Harmless and nice?" One of them said, "How?" "We met a three-headed winged serpent that immediately attacked us. We would be inside its stomach if we were a little late in reacting, not nice at all." They were still afraid while recalling the event. "I see." The old man shook his head and said, "Young master said so. The beasts here don't attack people." The three girls exchanged glances. Could these creatures really consider Wuxia's group as neighbors? "We've separated from our friends. If they come here, please help them too." Xiao Ling remembered something else. "You will have to ask the young master. I do not dare to make a decision on this matter." The old man said. "The temple is so big, I'm sure there's no problem taking in more people." One friend noticed the available rooms. The old man didn't reply. "We'll definitely thank you handsomely. We're from Duality Academy and will not freeload," Xiao Ling said. "Duality Academy? I see." The old man smiled. "You know about it?" The three girls assumed that Wuxia's group didn't know anything about the outside world. "Yes, I've been there during my youth," the old man said. "What about your young master? Why is he staying here?" The girls were curious about this young master and old servant. "Only the young master knows." The old man prepared the rooms, then said, "There are many beasts outside at night, please be careful and don't go out." He left afterward. The servant is strange, just like his master, one girl concluded. All three thought that there was something weird about the old man too. "I wonder how our fellow students are doing." Xiao Ling became worried. "Don't worry, so many from our academy came, I'm sure they've met others or a group with a teacher." Another consoled her. This sounded plausible, so Xiao Ling felt a little better. Tonight, the three of them stay in the temple. "Are you making charcoal now?" They saw Wuxia burning the wood collected during the day. Wuxia might not be strong but was still a cultivator. Why would he do something so mundane? "Yes," Wuxia said briefly, still focusing on his task. "I don't think you can feed yourself by doing this, charcoal is only worth a few coins. You should leave and find another job outside," one girl said without any intention of offending or looking down on him. Wuxia only smiled without breaking his focus. The three girls were virtually noble, so they thought little of his work. They watched for a bit before losing their interest and leaving. The old man found this amusing and shook his head, thinking that these three girls weren't meant for it since they lacked vision. A discerning spectator would immediately notice Wuxia's fire control and realize that he was an extraordinary master. Unfortunately, the 3 female students had decent cultivation, just not high enough to see that Li Qie was utilizing a supreme alchemy art. Why is your young master playing around like this? He's still a cultivator. One of them came closer to the old man and murmured, "We can see that he's a violet marquis. He should be working outside. The young master is mysterious and beyond my ability to speculate." The old man said. "What's mysterious about this? It's just burning wood for charcoal to make a few coins. Come to the capital, we'll find you something else to do, 100 times, no, 1,000 times better than this." One girl said. "Yes, come to the capital and I'll find something for you to do." Xiaoling agreed, thinking that Li Qie was being irrational and unambitious by staying here. "Perfect, Xiaoling will definitely find a great job. You should try to persuade your young master." The third one nodded. "He has his own plan." The old man chuckled. "Do you want to stay here for the rest of your life?" The first girl said, "There's no one here, completely separated from the world. There are dangers everywhere, living in the capital is way better." The 3 tried to be kind and wanted to give Li Qie a job at the capital in order to repay him for letting them stay. Moreover, given their status, that job would be more than sufficient. Li Qie's group would be able to live quite well. The old man smiled and stopped responding. On the second day, the girls were the last ones up. Li Qie was already gone. They saw Fan Bai training in the courtyard. Since they had nothing else to do, they decided to watch her. However, they eventually grew bored because she was doing the same thing over and over. "Are you cultivating?" One girl asked when Fan Bai was taking a break. "Yes, the young master taught me." Fan Bai seemed to be scared of the girls. "He only taught you this one move? You're working so hard yet you only know this?" Xiaoling found this hard to believe. They saw how hard Fan Bai was working yesterday. She was up early today too. In their opinion, this wasn't worth her commendable effort. It was unfair to her. "Yes." Fan Bai nodded. "Your young master is being ridiculous. This one move can't be considered cultivation." Another girl commented. Chapter 3558, He really didn't teach you anything else? The third girl became dissatisfied. Fan Bai didn't reply because she was already very satisfied. She memorized everything Li Qie taught her and would continue learning them no matter what. "How about this? I'll teach you a few things." Xiaoling had this idea. "In my opinion, you're wasting your time and effort learning just one move." "That's a good idea." The other girls agreed. "I will teach you a merit law," Xiaoling enthusiastically said. "Thank you, big sis, but there is no need." The young master said that one move is all I need. Fan Bai shook her head. "No, your young master is wrong. How can just one move be enough?" Xiaoling's friend immediately interjected, "Any random merit law from our academy is better than this move of his. Maybe your young master only knows one move, that's the only logical explanation." The other added, "Our Duality Academy is the strongest in Buddha holy ground. This merit law is also left behind by a heavenly sovereign and is certainly stronger than your young master's move. This is worthy of your effort," Xiaoling said. "I know duality." Fan Bai stared at them and still refused. "I trust my young master." She had heard of this academy during her vagrant stage. However, she still chose to listen to Li Qie instead. "This is foolish." One girl couldn't help murmuring. The choice was obvious for anyone, even a fool. Xiaoling was willing to teach her a powerful merit law for free. How could she still refuse? The old attendant has been watching this. The girls didn't know that Fan Bai's future would have been ruined by taking the offer. Fortunately, she was firm enough and remembered Li Qie's words, remaining untempted. Others couldn't have done the same thing. "Ladies, please don't disturb her training." He walked over and said with a smile. The three had no choice but to back off. As students of duality, they understood that it was extremely rude for them to interrupt someone's training. You should talk to your young master. Don't just teach her one thing. One friend remained indignant for Fan Bai. Right, look at how hard she's working. If he has nothing to teach, we can give her a merit law. It's suitable for anyone in the world and is countless times stronger than that. The other jumped in. The young master certainly has a profound reason for doing this. The old man smiled. What profound reason? Even Xiao Ling herself expressed annoyance. Your young master isn't a supreme or peerless existence. There's no profundity nor mystery in this. She didn't like talking negatively about Li Qie since he had helped them. However, she felt that the old man was trying too hard to be mysterious. Right, if your young master is capable of this, he wouldn't be a woodchopper right now. Another girl said. The old man could only reply with a smile. The three of them had no idea that a great fortune was there in front of them. Alas, they completely abandoned it. Thus, their future would not be comparable to Fan Bai despite their noble upbringing. Fan Bai would illuminate 8 desolaces while the best they could do was becoming queens. Of course, the old man didn't try to help them. After all, everyone was responsible for grasping their fortune. The 3 girls were bored while staying in the temple. They wanted to leave but were afraid of getting lost. All they could do was release a signal and continue waiting. Fortunately, friends actually saw their signal on the same day and came seeking them. The dispersed group eventually gathered along with other students of the academy. They were lucky to survive after scattering around the mountain range. Not one was killed or eaten. They talked about how frightening the encounter with the serpent was and that it would go down as an exciting story to be told. Classmate Ling, I caught a divine fish too. A male student was ecstatic to see Xiao Ling. He bragged, we ran to a pond and worked together to capture it. Having said that, he took out a chest containing water from the pond with a fire-colored fish with long feelers. It had yellow scales as if they were gilded. A gilded 5-colored loach. Its blood is very precious, you're quite lucky. An older student said with admiration, rumor has it that it is a side branch of a 7-colored draconic loach. It doesn't have a true dragon bloodline like the latter, but its blood is immensely nutritious. Valuable indeed. The students nearby were in awe. The first student was happy and told Xiao Ling, classmate Ling, I'll give it to you. His eyes exuded admiration. Everyone could tell that he was interested in her. All eyes were on the 2 of them. After all, Xiao Ling was a noble and had plenty of suitors. Thank you, classmate Zhang Yu, but I do not dare to accept such a precious gift. Please keep and use it yourself. Xiao Ling politely refused. The male student had no choice but to put the fish away, dejected. The crisis earlier didn't diminish everyone's enthusiasm. Most talked about the next location. Some thought that they should bring more powerful students and teachers to tag along. Others had enough and wanted to go back to the academy. So rowdy, what's going on here? A lazy voice interrupted the crowd gathered outside the temple. Many students quieted down and looked over. They saw a youth with firewood and a yellow dog. Who else could it be but Li Qie returning from his trip? The majority didn't give a damn after seeing Li Qie's limited cultivation. Young noble Li, our friends found us. Xiao Ling happily told Li Qie. It was a blessing that a dozen of them survived the encounter with the serpent. That's fine, but don't be loud and disturb the peace. Li Qie responded. Xiao Ling didn't expect this but thought that it made sense. This was Li Qie's place. You're right, young noble. She nodded. Myriad Beast Mountains isn't your place. The student named Zhang Yu who wanted to please Xiao Ling didn't like Li Qie's haughty attitude towards her. He immediately stepped forward. Is that so? Li Qie lazily glanced at him. His attitude didn't win him any love from the members of Duality. They stared coldly at him, thinking that he was thinking too highly of himself. They could be considered dragons and phoenixes. Few were chosen by duality, definitely not ordinary mortals. Li Chia belonged to the second group, just an unknown junior. How dare he treat them with contempt? Brat, watch your words. An older student said seriously, if anything gets broken here, we'll be sure to pay for the damages. Just take back your arrogant tone. Chapter 35-59, another student added, just a broken temple. We can smash it down and still shouldn't pay more than a few coins. Other students thought so too. The majority came from nobility and powerful clans. This temple was worth nothing in their eyes, the same with someone like Li Chia. His cultivation was nothing more than child's play. To put it bluntly, it was his honor to have them visit his humble abode, a blessing from the ancestors. Smash the temple? Li Chia couldn't help but smile while looking at the guy. And what if we do? Zhang Yu loudly said. Even the water splitter beast beneath him routed and raised its claws, ready to show its might. He was annoyed with Li Chia early and now, he was ready to show it after seeing the support of his peers. He gazed down at Li Chia while sitting on top of his beast. Tell me, how much is this temple worth? I will personally break it right now then pay you. He came from a rich family and performed well at the academy. He might not be superior compared to his peers, but as for a nobody like Li Chia from the mortal world? He naturally didn't give a damn. Shaoling's group of 3 didn't like this negative development. However, they were in a tough position since Li Chia's attitude enraged their friends. Li Chia put down the timber pieces on his shoulders. The students sneered after seeing this. What was this mortal going to do to them? Attendant, I am hungry. Go make food with that beast. Li Chia pointed at the water splitter beast before sitting down beneath a big tree. You think you're qualified to say something like that? My mount is a treasure beast, Zhang Yu snorted right away and laughed. He doesn't know his limit. The water splitter beast has immense strength. Just one stomp is enough to crush them to a pulp, yet they want to kill it? One student sneered. Let him come, Zhang Yu, let's see if he has the ability to do so. Another laughed. Zhang Yu stared at the old attendant and said, come if you're not afraid of death. Don't blame me if my mount crushes you. Even the mount started roaring haughtily. The students thought that Li Chia and his old servant were suicidal. However, the old man didn't mind at all. He spread his palm before Zhang Yu could finish speaking, knocking the youth off his mount. His saber pierced the beast's heart before Zhang Yu could get up. It didn't have a chance to resist. Everything happened so quickly before anyone could react. The old man then dragged the beast away, leaving a long bloody trail on the ground. Young master, how should I cook it? He asked. Roast it, I'm in the mood for that. Li Chia answered while enjoying the shade. Zhang Yu regained his wits and was furious. He spent a large sum to buy this mount, but these two wanted to eat it now? Little animal, I'll make mincemeat out of you. He roared and unsheathed his divine sword. Clank. A murderous energy pulsed from the blade. Enough. Shaoling saw that Zhang Yu actually wanted to kill Li Chia, so she shouted, this ends here. We are guests in this place. But he killed my mount. Zhang Yu didn't accept the mediation and still glared at Li Chia. I'll just get you another. It's inappropriate for us to be so loud at someone else's home. Shaoling spoke while staring at Li Chia. That's it? Zhang Yu still wanted to put an end to Li Chia. You're dissatisfied? I'll get you a golden-eyed water splitter beast then. Shaoling glared at the youth. That's not what I meant, you don't have to be the one. Zhang Yu became soft after seeing her aggressive eyes. Forget about it if Princess Ling is giving you a better mount. A female friend told him. I guess so. Zhang Yu had no choice but to swallow this anger. Princess Ling is too nice. An older student shook his head. He thought that this wouldn't have ended here if it was his mount being killed. This is her way of repaying him for letting her stay the night. Another nodded and said. As they were talking among themselves, an aroma of roasted meat permeated the area. The old attendant had prepared the beast and placed its entire head on a roasting rack. The thing became golden with tantalizing fatty drips. People couldn't help looking at the big chunk of meat. Some even salivated. They have all forgotten that this used to be Zhang Yu's mount. Fat and oil let out pleasant pops. The old man was certainly a first-rate cook. After he added the spices, the aroma became unbearable. Zhang Yu himself forgot about his mount and started salivating. That smells wonderful. One student said while gulping loudly, "This feels like we've been starving for days." The others felt their stomach rumbling after hearing this. Alas, no one dared to say anything. The dog and boar ran over too after smelling the aroma. They circled around the meat and growled, ready to eat. Amitba. A Buddhist chant came out of nowhere. People suddenly saw a young monk standing before the meat as well. He looked around 15 years of age and wore a kasaya. He was handsome and exuded spirituality as if he was gestated by 10 great mountains or that he was a source of Buddhism. However, upon careful examination, his kasaya was dirty and stained with oil, especially in the chest area. The spot was shiny. This made people think that the monk has been sneaking in meat and wiping it on his kasaya. He held a Buddhist bowl with a golden radiance, brimming with Buddhist affinity. It was clearly a great treasure. Amitba. He bowed towards the old man and placed his palms together. "Sir, will you be benevolent for a karmic deed? I haven't eaten in 3 days." He then raised his bowl forward to ask for a piece of meat. Scram. The old man uttered coldly without looking at him. He awkwardly pulled his bowl back while still fixated on the meat. He swallowed his saliva and continued begging, "Sir, I just need a tiny piece." The old man still ignored him. He's Golden Cicada Buddhist child." The students saw him and became startled. "You're right, from Golden Dragon Temple." Others recognized him. Buddhist child. The students bowed towards him regardless of how proud they were. "Don't be so polite now." The young monk bowed towards them back to return the gesture. However, his eyes were still on the meat. Chapter 3560, Golden Cicada Buddhist Child. The prideful students stared at him with respect. He was the most talented monk in Heavenly Dragon, the most blessed and also the youngest, a direct disciple of the sacred monk of wisdom, one of the 4 grandmasters. Even the top geniuses in duality couldn't stop him. In reality, very few members of the young generation could match him. In fact, some believed that he could eventually surpass his master and reach the height of boundless supreme. He would be able to enter Sacred Mountain and become the leader there. Of course, these were just speculations and rumors. Nonetheless, they served as a measuring stick to the Buddhist child's heaven-defying talents. Heavenly Dragon Temple has been focusing on grooming him as well, most likely waiting for him to take over the role of the sacred monk. "Young master, it is done now. Which part do you want first?" The old man placed the roasted meat in front of Li Qia and grinded his knives together. The students from duality still salivated, the same as Zhang Yu. The only difference was that he was also glaring at Li Qia with total hatred. "Which tastes the best?" Li Qia glanced at it. "The eyes." The monk shouted before the old attendant. Everyone could hear him swallow his saliva several times. "Our young monk here is right, the eyes are good." The attendant pierced the knife and took it out for Li Qia. "Please try, young master." Li Qia accepted it and took a bite before throwing it back onto the plate. He shook his head, "Not very good. I must be a bad cook." The old man said. "No, you did a fine job. The fire was perfect. It's just that the meat is too rough." Li Qia shook his head. "How ludicrous." A student immediately voiced his annoyance at Li Qia's perceived bravado. He was still in love with that meat. Meanwhile, the two animals were still circling and growling, but they didn't dare to eat without Li Qiye's permission. Let them eat this. Li Qiye smiled and told the attendant. The latter immediately swung his blade and separated the chunk into two halves before throwing it to Lil Black and Lil Yellow. The two happily barked before chewing on the meat to the envy of the crowd. Amitba, Black Benefactor, I am here for a chance to perform a good deed. Will you let me have a leg? Golden Cicada showed no sign of reservation, unlike the students. He stretched his bowl towards Lil Black. The boar immediately growled to show his ownership, not bothering to listen to the monk. Amitba, Yellow Benefactor, I haven't eaten in 3 days and 3 nights, let me have one piece. The monk turned towards the dog. Gao! 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 The dog rudely shouted and put on a fierce appearance, scaring the monk back. Amitba, no need to be so mean, just say no. The monk consoled himself. The students found this hilarious but didn't dare to laugh. The monk's gluttony was even more well-known than his cultivation prowess. He traveled seeking good food and didn't shy away from meat and wine. Fine, don't eat alone, let the young monk have a leg. Li Qiye told the two animals. The two had no choice but to agree while glaring at the monk. Amitba, thank you. The monk jubilated before running over, tearing off a leg and another piece from the dog and boar's portion. His bowl became as filled as can be. The two animals ran away afterward in order to stop him from taking more. He didn't care for appearances and sat down on the ground, taking one bite after another. His mouth was covered in oil while making loud sounds. It's good, it's good. He praised while eating. This little monk. I suppose I'm not that bad of a cook. It is your fortune to be able to eat my cooking. The old man happily said. You're completely right, sir. Amitba. His mouth was filled with meat so his words were unclear. The students were starving too, but to compete against two animals for meat? They couldn't stoop down to that level. That would be awfully embarrassing. Young master, do you want anything else? The old man asked after the failure with the meat. Don't we have a fish in the jar right now? Go make me some soup. Li Qiye ordered casually. Yes. The old man went to a jar in the courtyard and opened it. Initially, the students didn't care about a bowl of soup. However, this all changed once the old man opened the lid. A 7-colored beam shot to the sky akin to the coming of a treasure. What's that? Everyone looked over, attracted by the emerging beam. Splash! The old man grabbed a 5-pound fish from the jar, the source of the brilliance. It resembled a rainbow, blinding everyone. This 7-colored fish had long feelers just like the whiskers of a dragon. 7-colored draconic loach. The ancestor of a gilded 5-colored loach. The monk became startled after seeing this. That's what it is? The student's eyes turned agape as a result. Really? It has to be another fish that just looks similar. Zhang Yu refused to believe it. This was understandable. He and several other friends tried their very best and managed to catch the gilded 5-colored loach. This was extremely precious, so he was proud to present it to Princess Ling as a present. That's why there was no way Li Qiye could have one in a jar. Amitba, believers of Buddhism do not lie. This is a 7-colored draconic loach, a fish rumored to have the bloodline of a true dragon. The monk placed his palms together and salivated while looking at the fish. The crowd was astonished while looking at this incredible treasure. How do you have this fish? Xiao Ling couldn't help but ask. This crappy fish? I found it in a stream the last time I went to gather firewood. Li Qiye responded. Found it in a stream. How? Her friends said in disbelief. The other students felt the same way. How could this Li Qiye fella be so lucky? I'm here every day, is it that strange to find some food? Li Qiye commented. Young master, I'll go gather some other ingredients to go along with this fish, it'll be delicious. The old man had already killed the fish while the students stood there in a daze. He plucked something resembling cabbage and put it in a pot, then the fish. What, that's Dream Soul Sage, a supreme alchemy material. The monk stared intensely at the pot. People suddenly realized that there were many plants looking like it around the temple. That's a legendary medicine famous for its nutritious value, right? A student from an alchemy clan suddenly salivated while looking at the garden filled with precious materials. How do you have so many expensive herbs? Shaoling had no idea what they were despite staying here last night. Oh, they're all over the mountain, so I planted them for meals. Li Chia said. Chapter 3561, Dream Soul Sage was extremely precious. One might have the money yet still wouldn't be able to buy them at the capital. However, Li Chia planted so many for regular consumption. The student from the alchemy clan licked his lips. Last year when my clan master was refining a special pill, he was missing something like this Dream Soul Sage. He ran around the auctions and stores to no avail. This guy is actually just eating them. Any student with a little knowledge and common sense understood the value of Dream Soul Sage. If they were to have one root, they would be able to fetch it for a high price if not kept for their own. Now, Li Chia was treating it as a vegetable for eating. Moreover, he had an entire garden filled with them too. The disparity drove the students crazy. He wasn't far from being a mortal, yet he had such good circumstances, as if blessed by heaven. Worst of all, he didn't appreciate this at all. The students found this unbearably frustrating. Meanwhile, the old man brought up a covered bowl of fish soup. He opened it and rainbows emerged in a beautiful manner. The bowl looked as if someone had broken down rainbows and used them as an ingredient. Though it lacked the same aroma as the roasted meat earlier, it had a faint fragrance of the fish. It went beyond stimulating the appetite. People felt comfortable as if their pores were open. This pleasant sensation was hard to describe. Just the smell alone gave this wondrous sensation. What about actually eating and drinking it? 7-color draconic loach together with Dream Soul Sage. The young alchemist murmured, "This is beyond nutrition. It can change someone's fundamental cores, washing the meridians and enriching the essences. It'll greatly boost cultivation speed for 50 years. The other students heard this and wanted a taste so badly. Even a fool understood the value of that soup bowl. Amitba. Golden Cicada has finished eating the 2 legs, only the bones were left. He showed no shame or bashfully and came closer to Li Chia. He reached out with his bowl and asked, "Benefactor, a karmic deed, perhaps? That fish soup is perfect for the stomach after the roasted meat." The students smiled wryly. They have offended Li Chia, but even in the case of otherwise, they wouldn't be able to throw away their face for the sake of eating. Alas, a gluttonous monk like Golden Cicada had no qualms in doing so. His eyes were fixated on the bowl of soup. Forget about it. Li Chia waved his hand as if he was swatting a fly. Just one small bowl to save a life, benefactor, a greater deed than building a 7-story pagoda. The monk didn't relent. Gao. Ra. Lil Black and Lil Yellow returned to show their fangs at this unwelcome guest. The monk immediately leaped backward and placed his palms together. Amitba, Buddha values mercy. It's fine to not give anything, no need to try and hurt me. Li Chia ignored the monk while the 2 aggressive animals kept the monk away. The latter could only stare enviously at the bowl from a distance. Li Chia called for Bai Fan and poured some soup into another bowl for her. "You have trained hard, drink this." The girl knew nothing about the value of the bowl. Nonetheless, she would always listen to Li Chia, so she drank it down in one gulp. Her vitality suddenly billowed with tigers and dragons roaring. An army seemed to be marching inside her, instilling endless power. Control your mind and channel the mantra. She was afraid until she heard Li Chia's voice in her mind. She immediately sat down in the meditative pose and channeled her mantra. This circulated the churning vitality into the rest of her body in a smooth manner. Buzz. she became shrouded by a seven-colored radiance. Rainbows emanated from her as if she was the original source. The students from duality became envious. Drinking this soup was a great fortune akin to tiger growing wings. Amitabha. The monk stared at Li Qi's bowl while saliva oozed out of his mouth. However, he didn't dare to get close because the two animals were still watching him. He drank a little bit and chose to eat the eyes. They looked like pearls and immediately illuminated the area. He didn't think much of them and swallowed right away. This naturally made the students jealous. They would have taken their time to enjoy the bowl, unlike this distasteful man. Okay, I've had enough, you two can drink now. He stretched his body before giving the rest to Lil Black and Lil Yellow. In fact, he had very little compared to Bai Fan. He virtually only ate the eyes of the large fish. The two excitedly growled before rushing forward. Such a waste, the students couldn't believe it and gritted their teeth. They felt inferior to a wild boar and dog. They lived so long yet didn't get the chance to taste seven-colored draconic loach. On the other hand, this guy wasted it in such a ridiculous manner. Some had the urge to come over and rob those two animals. However, they still cared too much about their status. Only the monk didn't give a damn. He has been coveting the bowl the entire time. He used the sleeve of his kasaya to wipe away some saliva on his mouth before walking over. Amitabha, benefactor, no, Big Brother Black, Big Brother Yellow, do a good deed and quench my thirst by giving me some soup. He said without any shame. Lil Yellow gave him no respect and barked at him. Lil Black played nicer and shook its head. The students were speechless. The great genius of Heavenly Dragon Temple went as far as calling two animals Big Brother. I wonder what the sacred monk would do to him after hearing about this. One student wondered. The monk of wisdom was one of the four grandmasters of Buddha holy ground. Now, his disciple threw away his dignity for a bowl of soup along with the reputation of his master and his sect. No, the Buddhist child's gluttony is famous. The temple and the sacred monk have turned a blind eye to this. A different student responded. His sect couldn't do anything about it, so they let him do as he pleases. This is so sad, just give him a little bit. Li Qie smiled and shook his head. Amitabha, benefactor, you have the heart of a bodhisattva. Golden Cicada celebrated after hearing this. Chapter 3562, Amitabha. The monk sauntered towards the bowl. His expression made it apparent how happy he was. The students had no words to describe this. Prior to this, the monk used a Buddhist bowl to hold roasted meat. This was disrespectful enough. Now, it was time for the fish soup. Even a fool could see the value of that treasure bowl. Many students here knew about its frightening origin. Generations of sacred monks from Heavenly Dragon Temple kept then passed it down to the next. They also empowered it with their blessing. Thus, this was nothing short of a holy artifact, a symbol of Heavenly Dragon Temple's boundless abilities. Golden Siddhartha was given this bowl after gaining the recognition of the sacred monks due to his peerless talents. Alas, no one expected him to use it for meat and wine instead of subduing evil and spreading Buddhism. Nonetheless, they still found his current action questionable because they saw the dog and boar licking the soup bowl just now. This still wasn't enough to stop the monk from using his holy bowl. This was nothing short of sacrilegious and disrespectful to the temple and its sages. Unfortunately, Golden Cicada treated the bowl as nothing more than an old bowl for eating. If I do something like this, my seniors would break my legs. A student murmured. Others shook their head as well. Only Golden Cicada wouldn't pay attention to his prestige and background. Not quite true, the Supreme had a similar style back then. Everyone says that the Buddhist child might be the next in succession. An older student quietly said. The group shuddered after hearing the word, Supreme. They didn't dare to comment about this matter. Gao! Gao! Lil Yellow saw the monk being too greedy and immediately barked. He didn't only want the soup but also the fish itself. Yellow naturally wouldn't stand for this. Ba, I only want a piece, just a tiny piece. The monk said this, but he continued to pour the fish into his own bowl. Black didn't mind initially but eventually growled after seeing how greedy the monk was. Yellow barked louder and louder while showing him its sharp teeth. If it wasn't for Wuxia, it would have bit the monk's hand already. If the high monks of Heavenly Dragon were here, they might actually vomit blood at this sight. The temple's reputation was thrown away just like that. Little monk, don't push your luck or I'll let my dog bite you. Wuxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry and shook his head. Gao. Gao. Yellow became more aggressive after hearing this. Its eyes exuded ferocity, ready to tear off the monk's hand if he dared to take the entire fish. The monk saw this and instantly let go. He revealed an awkward smile and said, "It's just a misunderstanding, I never had any intention of taking the whole thing." He only took a portion of the fish before running away to the side and gulping down the bowl. The two animals also learned from this and started devouring the soup. They didn't even spare the fish bones. This was the case for the monk too. He cleaned up the entire bowl without leaving anything behind. He continued to lick the bowl as if not satisfied. The students thought that if it wasn't for his fame, people might actually mistake him for a terrible monk who didn't follow any creed. Ba, praise be Buddha. The monk rubbed his stomach and smiled. Benefactor, is your temple still recruiting? I don't mind staying here. The monk spoke as if he was ready to abandon Heavenly Dragon Temple for good food. No, you have a bad stench of meat on you despite being a monk. Wuxia shook his head. Ba. The monk placed his palms together and smiled. Benefactor, my bag of skin might be smelly but my appearance is brimming with Buddhist light, get out. Wuxia said without bothering to look at the guy. Little monk, provoke my young master and he'll throw you into the wilds as a feast for the beasts. The old man shook his head. Golden Cicada shuddered and placed his palms together. Ba, thank you for the meal, benefactors, I'll be going now. Having said that, he bowed then waved his sleeve, leaving in a cool manner just like a dignified monk. The only problem was how oily his kaya was. The students watched him leave and didn't know what to do next. However, a dozen men descended from above. They were from the academy judging by their uniform. Finally found you brats. The leader was a middle-aged man with a muscular build. He heaved a sigh of relief after seeing all of them here. Idiots, you think you're strong enough to run around in myriad beast mountains? You must be tired of living, I might as well throw you all off a cliff. Teacher do, the students obediently accepted the scolding. Whatever, it is good that nothing happened. The man glared at them and said, remember, you're responsible for your own death here. Though the academy had abstained from any responsibility, some teachers still tagged along in order to avoid needless casualties. That would be a heavy loss for the academy. Who are these gentlemen? The man noticed Wuxia's group afterward. Teacher, he is young noble Li who helped the three of us, taking us in last night. Xiao Ling reported. Thank you. The teacher bowed, finding the whole thing strange. He has never heard of people living here before. Moreover, he couldn't see through the old man at all. On the other hand, he didn't care for Wuxia because the guy was too ordinary and obvious. Leave if there's nothing else, don't disturb my young master's peace. The old man said before Wuxia's command. He didn't know what the temple meant to Wuxia, but the guy clearly didn't like people arguing here. Yes, of course. My apology for troubling you three. The teacher bowed again and left with the students. Nonetheless, he couldn't help glancing back at the old man one more time, thinking that he looked a little familiar. He thought that they had met but didn't remember the exact location and time. This was a strange feeling. He shouldn't have met a servant like this in the first place, let alone having a faint recollection. Chapter 35-63, Teacher Du tried for a bit and couldn't come up with an answer. Perhaps he hasn't actually met this old man and that this was only a weird feeling. Being stuck in this made him only think about the old man and not Li Chia. Who was that old man? Teacher Du realized he forgot to ask earlier. The young man was young noble Li. One of Xiao Ling's two friends answered since they were the most familiar. We don't know the old man, but the young noble calls him attendant. Attendant? Teacher Du frowned. Those without a name usually had a lowly background. Therefore, he shouldn't have met the guy before. Young noble Li? He focused on Li Chia instead. This guy left no impression on him, just another passerby. He's a woodchopper. The student named Zhang Yu said, not hiding his disdain and anger. Someone like Li Chia wasn't qualified to stand before him. However, the guy still killed his mount. If it wasn't for Xiao Ling, he would have killed the guy. A woodchopper? The teacher became surprised. He noticed that Li Chia was a violet marquis, which wasn't that weak. He could easily become a wealthy man in the mortal world. Why would he be working as a woodchopper? Young noble Li does gather wood and burn them to make charcoal. Xiao Ling said, but I feel that he might have another reason for staying there. A while ago, she thought that a cultivator acting as a woodchopper was too illogical and self-destructive. Upon further rumination, this might not be the case. As the old attendant kept on repeating, his young master had his reasons for doing things. Others couldn't speculate this. She initially thought that he was just trying to be mysterious. A woodchopper living in the wilderness had no future to speak of, let alone acting inscrutable. She had a change of heart afterward. He's nothing more than a woodchopper. He can burn all he wants and won't get immortal metal, only charcoal. Zhang Yu said. No precious metal, but he still gained a lot living there. For example, that 7-color draconic loach. He must have been staying there for a long time and know all of the precious materials and herbs. Another girl said. Xiao Ling and her two friends have changed their perspective on him, no longer looking down on his choice. He's nothing more than a blind cat coming across a dead mouse. Zhang Yu went on, there are precious materials everywhere in that mountain range. Anyone else born there would have picked up a 7-color draconic loach too. What are you all talking about? Teacher Du was surprised. Young noble Li actually boiled a 7-colored, the friend told the story in detail. The students who were there became envious. One said, he's so lucky, even finding that great fish. Teacher Du frowned again. He was more knowledgeable and experienced than these students. It wasn't that easy to find a 7-color draconic loach. It's not just luck. Xiao Ling said, young noble Li said that he was used to the place. He probably grew up there and became neighbors with the beasts. Is that so? Teacher Du pondered. This might be one possibility, but there was still something strange about the whole thing. Of course, some students disagreed. One objected, how can that be? It's the rule of the jungle there. The beasts respect power, any of them can eat him. That's right, princess. He was just boasting, so don't believe him. Zhang Yu added. Meanwhile, Teacher Du contemplated without saying anything. Golden Cicada Buddhist child was there too. Teacher Du smiled after hearing about the monk and the fish soup. He had heard about the youth's gluttonous nature before. Seems like this will be fun. Our academy's genius is here too, maybe they'll meet. He revealed. Senior Sister Lan is here too. The students became excited. Some of the males' eyes turned bright. Yes. Teacher Du nodded, we'll see if you're lucky enough to see her in action. It'll be a shame if she leaves too early. She'll show her prowess here. Everyone wanted to watch. I'm sure it'll shock everyone, we'll be able to see her supreme temperament and aura. Another female friend said excitedly. It didn't take long before the entire group talked about this, Senior Sister Lan. Some male students didn't hide their admiration at all. They were talking about their academy's top genius, De Galan. She was the most talented on top of being a direct disciple of the current dean, five-colored sacred sovereign. He was one of the 4 grandmasters of Buddha Holy Ground. De Galan was known to be undefeated in the academy. Even the majority of teachers thought that they were weaker. Both the male and female students considered her as an idol or goddess. She rarely appeared in public, so few of them were fortunate enough to see her. Thus, her trip to Myriad Beast Mountains made the group excited. Teacher Du led them across numerous peaks. Suddenly, gales blew away the clouds. The students looked up and saw a dragon, no, a massive serpent. 3-headed winged serpent. Xiaoling and her friends became afraid and had the urge to flee. However, they noticed that there were people standing on top of the serpent now. This fierce creature has been tamed. Divine Ghost Tribe. The academy students noticed the fog and mist surrounding that group. Friends, where are you going? Teacher Du started a conversation. The old man controlling the serpent also greeted with a smile. Dao brother Du, it's nice to see you here. Duality Academy was one of the strongest powers in Buddha Holy Ground. No teacher there was weak. Some could dominate the entire world. For example, 5-colored sacred sovereign. That's why he wasn't ignored like the students a while ago. The old man from the ghost race exercised prudence and respect when talking to Teacher Du. No one dared to look down on duality in the entire Holy Ground, not even Heavenly Dragon Temple, Vajra Dynasty, or Divine Ghost Tribe. Same, where are you heading, Dao brother? Teacher Du smiled. I heard that someone had found a mystical gem tree further ahead. The old ghost didn't hide this information. Chapter 3564, A Magical Gem Tree? Not just the students but even Teacher Du were surprised. The fruits of that tree are magical, capable of changing one's constitution. Just one fruit can fetch a sky-high price on the market. The student from the alchemy clan said. Magical indeed. The teacher nodded, yes, it'll change a young cultivator completely. He himself was tempted after hearing about the fruit. Teacher, should we go take a look? One student became eager. Brother Du, it should be good. The old man invited the students from duality in order to foster a good relationship. He smiled and said, the tree is still uncaptured due to a dichromatic ape. No one can get close. Let's go, teacher. The other students lost their patience. Teacher Du glanced at them and said, it'll be a waste of time. That ape is a famous monster here at the heaven level. It'll kill you with one slap. The students shuddered, especially the younger classmates like Yang Ling. Just one high earth level was enough to make them pee in their pants. Maybe Teacher Du himself wouldn't be able to handle this creature. We'll just watch from a distance, no need for the fruit. One student still didn't give up despite fearing the monster. Brother Du, it's fine to let the young one see the world. We'll just stare enviously at that fruit. The old ghost smiled. All right, we can go. Teacher Du saw the eagerness in the students and said, when we get there, you must listen to me, don't do anything stupid or be tempted by the fruits. Otherwise, don't blame me for dying. The students applauded. Of course, they only wanted to go for fun. They didn't dare to think about stealing the fruits from such a mighty creature. They followed the members of the ghost tribe and crossed several more peaks. A big crowd gathered ahead. In front was a cliff with a tree growing beneath. It had plenty of branches and leaves, causing it to have the shape of an umbrella. The older branches looked like bridges while the leaves were green and shiny. This was a magical gem tree. It had plenty of fruits the size of a peach. It had different color glows. A red color was a sign of maturity. It exuded a unique fruity scent that could be smelled from far away. People couldn't help wanting to take a bite. When the students from duality got close enough, they heard groanings and moanings. Blood stained the area near the tree along with corpses and dismembered body parts. The stench and corpses made people tremble. There were 1,000 or so cultivators present from all over the region, Necropolis, Heavenly Dragon, Mortal King, Buddha Emperor. The various tribes and races were here as well: humans, ghosts, blood members, heavenly devils. None of these experts dared to get close due to the presence of a large ape. It leaned on the tree like a tiny hill. Its fur was black from top to bottom with a luster. The thick hair looked like black needles draped on its body, adding to its power and ferocity. The only other color it had were its eye sockets. They had hair as white as snow around the outline, looking quite eye-grabbing. Thus, it was obvious that this was the famous dichromatic ape. It lazily leaned on the tree while glancing at the experts gathering around the tree. It seemed to have nothing but disdain for these weak cultivators. This isn't a regular heaven chaos primal beast, it's at the high level already. The students became startled. The heaven classification was naturally divided into 3 levels: low, intermediate, and high. The gap between the low and high level was immense. This ape could easily massacre everyone here. That's why an ancestor from the Moon Ghost tribe earlier got killed after one smash. An old cultivator shook his head, not daring to get close. The students were smart enough to keep a distance as well. It's not just the ape. A student noticed more chaos primal beasts resting beneath the tree: coiling serpents, the roosts of massive birds, a leopard, other aggressive apes. They were weaker than the dichromatic ape but still strong enough to intimidate the cultivators present. They're the ape's underlings, Teacher Du concluded. Underlings? Many students found this strange. Primal chaos beasts have intelligence after reaching a certain level. Teacher Du said, most preferred to be alone but some would team up. Moreover, the hierarchy was strict too: the strongest rules while the weak serve. A large group would be just as powerful as a minor dynasty. The students learned another thing today after listening. They then stared at the beasts again. The beasts on both the branches and on the ground kept a certain distance from the dichromatic ape, not daring to overstep their authority. They stared at the beast with great reverence. The ape's dominant status in this group was abundantly clear. Has anyone gotten a fruit yet? The old ghost who led them here asked while looking at the fruits. Obtaining them would be extremely beneficial for a sect. The scent of the mature ones was irresistible as well. No one can break through that defense. People have tried and failed. Someone who was here for a while elaborated. A high monk from Heavenly Dragon fought several beasts earlier. Eventually, the dichromatic ape joined in and sent him flying with one palm strike. He ran away with grievous injuries. The students became more impressed at this ape's power, capable of defeating a high monk from the Great Temple. Alas, people still didn't want to leave. They thought about waiting for someone else to try, then they could take advantage of the distraction and grab a fruit or two. This opportunity was just too tempting to pass up. Should we try again? A few experts from a clan in Necropolis wondered. They were wounded from a previous attempt. Forget it, this ape is just too strong. The leader shook his head. We'll lose our lives before getting to eat those fruits. With that, he led his group away. Poof! A mist of blood manifested on the horizon. It disappeared, revealing a dozen or so cultivators. They were quite strong. The leader was young, but the old men behind him had billowing vitality. Experts from the Nightwalker branch. Many recognized them due to their unique mist of blood. Chapter 3565. The group attracted everyone's attention. The mist of blood kept pulsing on and off around them. They seemed to be on the verge of disappearing at any moment just from a gust of wind. All in all, they had an ethereal characteristic. Nightwalkers, the crowd focused on the leader. The majority of the group was old at the sacred level. They were either elders or something higher. However, a youth was still leading them. The blood mist around him wasn't as concentrated as the old men's. Thus, his cultivation might be weaker. The most interesting thing about him was his eyes. There seemed to be a red light pulsing deep within them, capable of turning into a blood wheel. It gave everyone a strange feeling. Is he a disciple of a Tribulation Blood King? A youth became startled after hearing about the Nightwalkers. People would always think of the Blood King when this race was brought up because he was one of the 4 Grandmasters. The 4 beings were top existences in the south, only behind the 2 great supremes. No, not a direct disciple but still from a side branch. A powerful cultivator said, Zhuai Shuyan, the junior brother of Phantom's sacred child. Ah, no wonder why he's leading such a group. Looks like he's capable enough to rule his own domain. Someone had no idea of Zhuai Shuyan but has heard of Phantom's sacred child before. Phantom was one of the top talents in Buddha Holy Ground. He was the direct disciple of 8 Tribulation Blood King, famous alongside Golden Cicada and De Galan. Some thought that he would be able to unite the divine ghost tribe and compete for authority over the Holy Land. Thus, being the junior brother of this sacred child was a big deal. He is more than just his relation to the sacred child. Just a member of a side branch isn't enough. The real reason is due to his unique eyes, the blood eyes of the Nightwalkers. It's quite powerful. Someone in the know revealed. Zhuai Shuyan's eyes flashed after coming here akin to 2 turning blood wheels. Staring at them would make people dizzy at first. A bit later, they would feel as if their soul was being dragged away. Don't look at his blood eyes for too long or it'll leave an incurable internal wound. A senior warned the curious juniors who were staring into his eyes. Rumble. The elders of the Nightwalker spread out and summoned multiple pillars. They had clearly engraved runes on the surface and were refined specifically for a grand formation. Gentlemen, please give us some room. We're about to start a formation here. Zhuai Shuyan addressed the crowd after the pillars were pinned to the ground. They want to go big for those fruits. An expert from the previous generation understood their intention right away. Many started moving back to leave an open field for them. The Nightwalker was a large tribe, not to mention the prestige of the Blood King. Moreover, no one could take the fruits from the dichromatic ape anyway. Why not let this group give it a shot? Perhaps they would be able to attack successfully, then the rest could take advantage of this opportunity. Virtuous nephew, you want to have a direct contest against that ape? An expert familiar with this tribe asked. No, we're planning on taking a big risk by separating the primal beasts and sneaking in for the fruits. Zhuai Shuyan responded. That's possible. Someone nearby immediately said, the ape's power is unimaginable, it's impossible to trick it. Zhuai Shuyan was annoyed at being questioned in this manner. He glared at the cultivator and sneered, Mist sealing 8 firmaments is a supreme formation of our tribe. Mist sealing 8 firmaments. Those nearby became startled, that's one of their key formations, extremely powerful. Not just powerful. An elder from a big sect said while staring at Shuyan, your blood eyes will amplify the formation's effects. You have great insight, senior. Zhuai Shuyan was happy to hear this and laughed heartily. Meanwhile, the students from Duality were watching the elders of the Nightwalker set up the formation. Can they really get the fruits before the great ape? One student wondered. There's a strong probability. A stronger student commented, this formation of theirs is wondrous. Once trapped inside, each step has the distance of an entire world. No one can escape this confinement with one exception, Zhuai Shuyan. His eyes will serve as the formation control so he won't be affected. He'll become a part of the formation and can use it to stop the enemies. Sounds amazing, right? The students nearby were impressed. One of them said, no wonder why Zhuai Shuyan is highly regarded by his tribe. Failure is likely. Teacher Du shook his head with a serious expression, don't look down on the dichromatic ape. It is a famous beast here, very few in the entire Holy Ground can defeat it. The students didn't expect this. The Holy Ground had many hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Nonetheless, they thought that a high heaven-level beast should really be this strong, enough to intimidate anyone. Go. The elders moved in unison to control the pillars. The grand formation activated. Rumble. Pillars suddenly burst out of the ground near the tree. Bright Dao runes emerged and crisscrossed everywhere. Boom. In the next second, the formation encompassed the entire area around the tree. The mist turned everything white. Raw. The beasts nearby immediately lunged into action. Unfortunately, they found themselves to be stuck in the formation. Just half a step here required crossing 10 million miles. They instantly became lost in the numerous dimensions. Incredible. All the experts became startled. The tree was lost in the formation, but so did the guardian beasts. Let's go. The elders shouted at Zhuai Shuyan. He was already prepared, so his eyes became resplendent and red like rubies. He turned into a mist of blood and became one with the formation, no longer in sight. 1. Tribulation can be era. Chapter 3566. All of the Chaos Primal Beasts were lost in the misty formation, unable to find a way out. Meanwhile, Zhuai Shuyan has integrated himself into the formation. Is he about to do it? Many experts murmured since the beasts had no idea where he was. Success meant that he would be able to grab the fruits, an extreme harvest for his tribe. The spectators became greedy just thinking about the fruits. Some started scheming in the background. The ones from Duality Academy watched with bated breath. Teacher Du stared at the misty formation and finally glanced at the ape. Ever since the Nightwalkers got here with their formation, the ape hasn't moved at all. It seemed to be sleeping, unaware of the development with the sealed area. Not necessarily, they're underestimating the dichromatic ape. This formation shouldn't be enough. Teacher Du shook his head. He wasn't the only one with this belief. A few ancestors felt the same way, thinking that the Nightwalkers were thinking too highly of their formation versus a high heaven-level beast. Of course, the elders of this tribe were nervous as well. They were controlling the formation so they could spot Zhuai Shuyan. He was extremely close to the tree now. In reality, they knew that this formation alone wasn't enough to trap the ape. It was certainly mighty, but the ape was a true monster. For example, they wouldn't be able to trap a Tribulation Blood King with the formation. Nonetheless, they hoped that the formation plus the blood eyes would be able to slow the ape down a bit. They didn't want all the fruits, just 3 or 5 would have been more than enough. Get ready to back off. They exchanged glances and made preparation. It's about to happen. The other ancestors saw this and knew that Shuyan was close to the tree. The beasts such as the serpent, leopard, and others were still stuck in the formation. They didn't know that there was an intruder either. This is the key moment. Teacher Du stared intensely ahead. The students became anxious as well. They wanted to know if Shuyan would actually be able to do it. Is it over? How many fruits did he get? One student grasped their sleeves tightly and sweated for Shuyan. Trying to steal the fruits from a dichromatic ape was quite audacious. Raw. Just when everyone thought that success was imminent, the ape sleeping by leaning on the tree suddenly opened its eyes. It knows. Everyone became startled right away. Boom. The ape stood up and a terrible chaos energy shot out. The mist of the formation was instantly separated. Withdraw. The elders of the Nightwalker became aghast and made a fast decision. Rumble. The thick pillars flew out of the ground and headed straight for the ape just like thrown spears. Buzz. A faint mist of blood could be seen below the tree. Zhuai Shuyan didn't get greedy and stopped his mission. He channeled his eyes and shot out of the formation like a bloody arrow. Boom. The ape smashed downward with one hand, carrying the destructive immensity of heaven. The penetrating pillars weren't effective in the slightest and crumbled beneath its palm strike, piece by piece. Shuyan was a split second away from getting out of the formation. Alas, the shock waves of that palm strike still struck him. He was forced out of his mist form and got sent flying, bloodied. Go. The elders weren't afraid and rushed toward Shuyan. They caught him and carried him towards safety before stopping. Meanwhile, the entire formation finally collapsed from the ape's one move in a loud manner. Once the dust settled, the tree appeared before everyone again. The leaves were still fluttering to the wind, the fruits still had the same tempting luster. Raw! The ape roared again, causing all the spectators to tremble. After seeing that a point was made, it went back to sleep beneath the tree. Shit, that ape is so strong. The students from Duality were still shuddering with fear. That powerful formation, mist sealing 8 firmaments, couldn't withstand one move from the ape. That's a high heaven level beast for you. Cultivators in the same realm still can't touch it. Teacher Du didn't find this surprising. He's already lucky to be alive. Everyone saw Shuyan being healed in the distance and thought that he was fortunate. His condition was stabilized thanks to the effort of the elders. Even that formation doesn't work. An expert shook his head with regrets. A little bit more, just a little bit more. Shuyan got up and stared at the fruits on the tree with an ugly expression. He acted haughtily earlier, not expecting failure. With this development, the crowd thought that no one could take down the ape's defense. Don't mess around, the mighty ancestors need to come themselves or no one will be able to get the fruits. A pessimistic air of helplessness permeated the area. Who's the first to understand the Grand Tao? No one else but me, a relaxed voice suddenly sounded. Everyone saw a young man slowly sauntered over. He wore a shabby robe and had a woodcutter hanging by his waist. He carried a shoulder pole with timber on it. Why is there a woodchopper here? The cultivators became surprised. Why would there be one here in Myriad Beast Mountains? Hi, young noble Li. Yang Ling came over to greet him. This woodchopper with a calm expression was none other than Li Chia. He smiled and nodded at her. You're looking for firewood here? Yang Ling and her 2 friends asked. No. Li Chia shook his head, the area is still several peaks ahead. I'm just thirsty and will be grabbing some fruits. Chapter 3567. What fruits are you looking for? Yang Ling asked since this was the natural conversational flow. Li Chia looked over at the magical gem tree and said, over there, that tree has plenty of fruits. Magical gem tree, Yang Ling thought that she had misheard him. Initially, Li Chia didn't garner a lot of attention. Some found his appearance strange but didn't pay any more mind. However, his comment made everyone stare at him. Do you know what those fruits are? The girl's eyes were wide open. Fruits are fruits, to quench thirst. What else can they be? Li Chia shrugged. Ignorant brat. Zhang Yu, who had a feud with him, immediately jumped in. You don't even know magical gem fruits. Stop speaking or you'll embarrass yourself even more. The other students from Duality stared strangely at Li Chia. Some had disdain in their eyes, others thought that he was as bizarre as can be. Gem or no gem, as long as it can quench my thirst. Li Chia answered with a leisure smile. Nonsense, a frog wanting to eat swan meat. Zhang Yu sneered, you're not qualified to eat those fruits. Humph, you can't even touch them. That dichromatic ape can smash you to death with a single finger. Why must I be subjected to so much blabbering when I just want some fruits? What's so hard about plucking some? Li Chia shook his head. What's so hard about it? Zhang Yu purposely raised his voice to stop Li Chia from backing out. Am I hearing things? A woodchopper just declared that plucking the magical gem fruits is an easy task. Is he looking down on all the heroes in the world? The listeners certainly thought that Li Chia was being bombastically ignorant. The brat doesn't know the power of that ape. A few experts shook their head and didn't like the nonsensical comment. Those present, including the ones from the Nightwalker tribe, have failed to grasp a single fruit. Thus, Li Chia's comment could be construed as insulting them. How ludicrous. Zhuai Shuyan was annoyed already from being injured earlier. Now, he snorted and stared at Li Chia. The thing protecting those fruits is a dichromatic ape, a high heaven-level chaos primal beast. Just one breath from it can turn you into blood, yet you dare. His strong reaction was understandable. His anger couldn't be taken out on the ape. Li Chia became the new target. Just because you can't doesn't mean others can't. Li Chia waved his hand and interrupted the guy. Shuyan's anger nearly rushed out of his throat in the form of blood after hearing this. How are you so sure? Shuyan glared at Li Chia. Of course. Li Chia smiled, completely nonchalant. Not a single soul in the crowd believed him. No one here can make this claim. An expert shook his head. I don't think you can ever get one in your lifetime given your power. He's just spouting bullshit. Zhang Yu laughed and didn't hold back. Can't believe you all are having such a hard time getting a few fruits. Looks like your intelligence is far below average. You overestimate yourself by coming to this mountain range for an adventure. Li Chia smiled. This line offended virtually everyone in the crowd. The benevolent ones chuckled and ignored it. However, a few became aggressive. For example, Zhui Shuyan. Li Chia's comment struck him hard because he failed to grab the fruits just now. Huh, I see. If you can get even one fruit, I'll call you master. Shuyan sneered. I don't want a disciple like you. Li Chia refused. Shuyan's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He restrained his anger and threatened, if you can't do it, then you need to bow to me 3 times. Otherwise, he didn't finish, but everyone knew what he wanted to do just by looking at his eyes. The two of them had no prior feud. Alas, the guy just needed to vent while Li Chia purposely brought this on himself. So you insist on me grabbing those fruits? Li Chia became amused and grinned. Unfortunately, people here were foreign to this grin. Scared now? Zhang Yu said, words can't be taken back just like spilled water. It's too late for you to change your mind now. If you want to give up now, bow obediently 3 times. Shuyan uttered coldly. Brat, just give up. Your life is more important. It's not shameful to bow to young Lord Shuyan. An expert wanted to help Li Chia. This was reasonable because in their eyes, Li Chia was only a woodchopper. On the other hand, Shuyan was a genius with boundless potential. A few bows meant nothing. No one here thought that he would be able to grab the fruits. It was nothing more than a fool daydreaming. I was going to grab them anyway. Li Chia smiled and pulled up his sleeves, then walked towards the tree. Young noble Li, forget it. Just apologize to young Lord Shuyan, that ape will really kill you if you provoke it. Yang Ling thought that Li Chia was going for real. It's no big deal. Li Chia continued forward. Junior sister, just let him die since that seems to be his wish. Another student said. It's courting death. The spectators could see the outcome already. Just watch, when he gets closer, the dichromatic ape will crush him to a pulp with one finger. Zhang Yu snorted. In fact, the ape didn't need to do anything. The other chaos primal beasts were more than enough to devour Li Chia. Unfortunately, an extremely bizarre scene unraveled next, causing them to be slack-jawed. Chapter 3568. The dichromatic ape didn't need to do a thing against someone of Li Chia's cultivation. Just any of the other beasts could easily reduce him to a pile of meat. As Li Chia drew closer, these beasts immediately got up to everyone's horror. The ape itself actually got up this time too. Heart started skipping beats. Be careful. Everyone immediately retreated several steps backward in order not to be dragged into this mess. They couldn't handle the wrath of the ape. The brat's finished. Many had this thought. Li Chia had no chance of surviving because a high monk from Heavenly Dragon Temple still couldn't on this ape. Stop! Yang Ling and her friends shouted, feeling very nervous. Unfortunately, Li Chia didn't get smashed and betrayed their expectation. They saw the beasts including the ape bowed their head towards Li Chia with a respectful expression. They thought their eyes were playing tricks on them. Just think about it, these beasts were extremely strong, especially the dichromatic ape. It could fight against any human cultivator, fear wasn't part of its mentality. Thus, this development left the crowd in disbelief. The woodchopper wasn't a supreme character or anything. If he were a peerless Tao lord, then it would be understandable and acceptable. Alas, something even more ridiculous happened next. "Lil White, get me some fruits, I'm thirsty." Li Chia waved at the ape with a natural demeanor. A while ago, this would make everyone burst out in laughter. Why would a high-level heaven beast listen? Truly a suicidal attempt. However, the ape actually climbed up the tree and plucked several fruits. Moreover, it carefully selected the largest and ripest ones before respectfully handing them over to Li Chia. How can this be? The spectators became petrified. This was more outrageous than certain myths. "Hey, pinch me, I must be dreaming," a cultivator told his friend. "How the hell is this happening?" Even the experienced ancestors found this unimaginable. The ape considered the magical gem fruits as precious as its own life. That's why it spent all day and night protecting this place, always fighting the intruders. However, the ape actually gave Li Chia the best fruits. He was nothing more than a woodchopper with average cultivation. The crowd simply couldn't digest this. On the other hand, Li Chia had no problem taking a bite and swallowing the fruit. They could hear how watery it was after the first crunch. That hits the spot. Li Chia continued eating the fruit while the crowd salivated. "Little friend, wait, Dao brother, are your fruits for sale?" One cultivator had an idea and immediately presented a pouch of primal stones to Li Chia. He happily said, "I have 500 primal stones right here, 1,000,000,000 times more than what you'll make chopping woods in your lifetime. All for one fruit?" Though he couldn't get the fruits, he could still buy them off this woodchopper. The guy probably knew nothing, maybe these primal stones would be enough to tempt him. It would be an incredible profit. Can't believe you have the audacity to say something like this. Other experts were moved too. "Fellow Daoist, I will give you 5,000 stones for one fruit." Someone offered tenfold. 10,000 here. Another joined in with haste. "So many cheapskates, I will pay 50,000. A student from Duality participated. 80,000 from me, fellow Daoist, I just want one. Someone from the last generation lost his cool. These prices were all low compared to the actual value of the fruit. The buyers wanted an unrealistic profit and competed for it. "Friend, I will give you 200,000 and take you in as my disciple. I'll pass the sex merit laws down to you." Even an ancestor started persuading Li Chia by extending his branch. It didn't take long before the other experts offered higher bids. At the later stage, the offers were actually serious and tempting. For example, becoming an ancestor's disciple was an offer that a woodchopper couldn't refuse. Any weak cultivator would start palpitating with excitement. Li Chia only smiled and didn't say anything while eating his fruit. He acted as if they weren't precious in the slightest. 1, 2, 3, the number gradually dwindled to everyone's horror. They felt the pain from the ridiculous wastefulness. Please stop," an ancestor shouted after there was only one left. Li Chia's hand with the fruit stopped in midair, adding to the tension. All eyes were on this final fruit, afraid that he would take a bite out of it. "What?" Li Chia glanced at the ancestor. "Aren't you listening to us? Do you know what you're holding?" The ancestor was going crazy. "Yes, a thirst-quenching fruit," Li Chia answered in a matter-of-fact manner. "A thirst-quenching fruit?" The ancestor shouted loudly, getting the urge to choke Li Chia. Everyone else felt the same way. Chapter 3569. One would be hard-pressed to find a more wasteful event than treating magical gem fruits as something for regular consumption. Chomp. Li Chia bit the last fruit before the astonished spectators. "No, please stop," the ancestor screamed while the rest became slack-jawed. Unfortunately, Li Chia was a quick eater and the fruit disappeared from sight. Everyone felt their heart bleeding a little bit. Magical gem fruits, One expert wanted to send Li Chia flying since he had successfully enraged every cultivator present. Do you know how much wealth you had just eaten? The ancestor glared with indignation. Wealth? The purpose of this fruit is for eating. Li Chia replied. The ancestor tapped his forehead in exasperation, thinking that he was playing music to an ox. This brat had no idea how precious the fruits were, truly an idiot. However, one smart elder realized something. His eyes shifted back and forth. He told Li Chia, go get a few more fruits and my sect will make you our first disciple. We'll give you 300,000 primal stones and teach you our best arts. The ape showed zero aggression towards Li Chia even though he had consumed its precious fruits. Because of this, it seemed like obtaining more fruit was still possible. The other experts' eyes lit up after hearing this good idea, especially the ancestors. If Li Chia were to join their sect, this meant that all the fruits would be theirs as well. Not interested. Li Chia refused with a smile, stopping everyone else from offering. They didn't expect him to say no to such a tempting offer without a second thought. Why not? An ancestor from a big sect couldn't help but say, if you join my sect as the first disciple, you'll certainly become famous and soar. All you need to do is to pluck some fruits. Do you sell your neighbor's items? Li Chia glanced dismissively at him. Sounds like you're a thief. You. The ancestor had no response. What a strange response. Teacher Du found Li Chia's perspective to be bizarre. It's because young noble Li considers the beasts here to be his neighbors since he grew up here. That's why he has a deep relationship with them. They live peacefully together, so I guess the beasts share their things with him too. Yang Ling said. Such a strange thing does happen. Teacher Du stroked his chin and murmured. He actually didn't believe this too much because chaos primal beasts weren't that nice. Weaker existences were nothing more than food in their eyes. How could a weak woodchopper be friends with the beasts here? Because they were neighbors? He's being foolish in my opinion. Another student commented, even a fool knows what to do here. He won't ever have a chance like this again. Becoming a first disciple was a godsend opportunity, especially for those with weak cultivation or humble background. However, Li Chia actually refused this. Thus, the majority of the crowd thought that he was stupid beyond cure. His head must be different from everyone else, rendering communication impossible. Meanwhile, Li Chia walked to Zhuai Shuyan's front and said, kneel and bow 3 times. You. Shuyan turned red with rage. All eyes were on him now. Everyone nearly forgot about the bet earlier. Shuyan said that he would bow 3 times if he were to lose. This should have been impossible and Li Chia should have been killed by the ape. Shuyan needed to carry out his promise now. He was in a tough predicament since people were staring at him. His anger was unbearable for 2 reasons. First, Li Chia did what he couldn't so easily. Second, the guy wanted him to kneel and bow. Truly humiliating. It was just a joke, no need to take it seriously. An elder from the Nightwalker tribe tried to mediate. I don't treat my words frivolously. Kneel now, don't waste my time. Li Chia responded. Shuyan's expression became unsightly and red like a pig's liver. He was a famous prodigy. How could he kneel to a woodchopper in public? Don't push it, take 1 step back and everything will be fine. Shuyan took a deep breath and said. It's your loss. A man can handle losing instead of reneging. Yang Ling interjected. That's right, don't renege. Other cultivators wanted to stir the pot. This made it impossible for Shuyan to stop this. Of course, the crowd knew that there was no way Shuyan would actually kneel in public. And if I don't? Don't overestimate yourself, there's nothing you can do to me. The weak are prey to the strong, be smart now. Shuyan glared at Li Chia. This was a blatant threat. Not only would he refuse to carry out the bet, but he might also kill Li Chia. Most found this contemptible, but he was right, this world really belonged to the strong. What could Li Chia do? His cultivation was too weak to do anything. Further provoking the guy might end with death. It was smarter to just let it end and leave this place as soon as possible. So shameless. Yang Ling naturally took Li Qia's side. Unfortunately, she wasn't as strong as Shuayan either. Rah! Suddenly, the dichromatic ape stood up and roared while loudly beating its chest. When people regained their wits, they saw the ape standing near the Nightwalker experts. The other beasts also surrounded this group. Their bestial auras engulfed the area like a terrible storm, rendering others breathless. Shit, the ape is going crazy. The spectators ran far away, not wanting to be crushed to pieces by the great ape. Those trapped inside were naturally scared out of their mind. Chapter 3570. The elders from the Nightwalker tribe wanted to escape, but it was too late. Powerful beasts have already surrounded them. The ape, in particular, stood in the opposite direction. They had no chance of fleeing. What do you want? A frightened elder unsheathed his sword, causing a loud clunk and a pulsing flash. The disciples of the tribe also readied their weapons, ready to fight the beasts. Huh! The ape roared and took one step forward, completely spittling the ground. A terrible torrent of power rendered resistance futile. Even the elders staggered backward from just the sound wave. As for the other disciples, their chest was smacked repeatedly. Some dropped to the ground. The spectators nearby were pale and didn't dare to get close, let alone trying to save the Nightwalkers. See? My neighbors won't stand for this unfair treatment. They have my back. Li Qia smiled and said, "It's not too late to bow, or don't blame me for being cruel when you're nothing but meat paste. After all, my neighbors have a hot temper, it'll be out of my control when they go crazy." The Nightwalkers couldn't help staring at Zhui Shuyan after hearing this, the same with the spectators. It was true that Li Qia couldn't do a thing to him or his tribe. However, no one expected these chaos primal beasts to interfere for his sake. How magical! An expert murmured while staring at Li Qia. So the brat really grew up here and became the favorite of the mountains? He must have deep ties to the beasts here. Another elder found this unbelievable. Chaos primal beasts and other creatures were wild and ferocious. This made it impossible for a peaceful coexistence with cultivators, let alone possessing a good relationship. The only exception was when a cultivator was strong enough to control them. However, for something like the dichromatic ape, even a heaven sovereign couldn't command them. Now, it was willing to stand up for a mere woodchopper. Thus, they agreed with what the elder said earlier. That seemed to be the only logical explanation. Just accept defeat and kneel. The strongest elder of the Nightwalker was terrified. Forcing their way out was impossible against those beasts. The price would still be monstrous in the case of success. Nothing's more important than staying alive. Another elder said, "Heroes suffer setbacks at times, lose today and win tomorrow." Zhui Shuyan's expression was extremely ugly. To kneel before a woodchopper in front of everyone was more agonizing than death. He thought that he was stronger than Li Qia, so he reneged. Now, any of these beasts could easily kill him. Even the elders told him to kneel. If he didn't do so, the entire group would die here. He would become a sinner of the sect. Thus, his knees fell to the ground. He immediately bowed his head 3 times, thinking that he would never forget about this humiliation. His hatred for Li Qia was deep to the bones. He tried to stand up afterward, but Li Qia stomped down on him. Normally, he would have cut the guy to pieces, but the circumstances were against him. He had to swallow this anger. "What are you doing?" He gritted his teeth. "You haven't admitted defeat despite losing." Li Qia smiled. Everyone thought that Li Qia was being a tad overbearing. However, this was to be expected of the loser. So domineering. One student quietly praised. "It's idiotic, he better changes his ways soon or death will come knocking." Another student scowled and disagreed. Many agreed with the latter. After all, not just Jue Shuyan but the rest of the Nightwalkers wouldn't forgive Li Qia for this humiliation. Shuyan's expression was as twisted as can be beneath Li Qia's foot. Unfortunately, his peers and seniors were staring at him. I fully accept my loss. His words betrayed his thoughts. Alas, he needed to endure this shame. Now that's better. Li Qia said, remember to open your dog eyes wider in the future or you won't be as lucky. Shuyan clenched his fists tightly, swearing of eventual retribution. Okay, I'm no longer thirsty. Time to go. Li Qia laughed and patted his hands. He then picked up his carrying pole and left without looking at anyone else. Young noble Li, where are you going for wood? Yang Ling asked. A place with good ones, of course. Li Qia's voice came from the distance and he started singing again. Everyone watched the guy disappear into the forest, forgetting about the beasts. However, they have already dispersed and returned to the tree to rest. I'll never let this go. Shuyan's fingers dug into his palms. Revenge was necessary in order for him to have peace. He wanted to let Li Qia taste a fate worse than death. Let's go. The elder of the Nightwalker told the disciples. There was no need to stay here any longer since they have failed to grab any magical gem fruit. Plus, they have been humiliated enough already. What a devilish brat. One expert said regarding Li Qia. A miraculous one, a product of myriad beast mountains. I wonder what he can do in the outside world. Perhaps more miracles. An older master praised. I've never heard of anyone being able to live in harmony with the beasts here. Truly unprecedented. One ancestor stroked his chin and mused. We're going. Teacher Du didn't say anything and stood there in silence for a bit. He eventually led the students away. The latter didn't dare to linger around and gave chase. Teacher Du found the whole thing very strange. At first, his sole focus was on the old attendant. Now, it looked like Li Qia was the one deserving his attention. Chapter 3571. The relationship with the beasts was one thing, but Teacher Du was equally perplexed regarding Li Qia's attitude and bearing. When he faced certain temptations, he chose a different choice from the rest. He was still a Violet Marquis cultivator and should know the importance of joining a large sect for better merit laws. Becoming the first disciple of one meant soaring to the sky. Those from a humble beginning would certainly trade the fruits for this chance. It would be countless times better compared to staying here as a woodchopper. Thus, people should have focused on this more than the beast's issue. In retrospection, his moral character was worthy of admiration, a true man of virtue sticking to his path. Teacher Du couldn't help admiring the guy and even thought about recruiting him into duality. Of course, this had nothing to do with Li Qia's ability to grab the magical gem fruits nor his friendship with the beasts. This wasn't for any personal benefit, he simply appreciated the guy's choice. Everyone knew that they lived in a cruel dog-eat-dog world. It was rare to see someone going against the mold. I can't believe young noble Li and the beasts here are actually neighbors. Yang Ling said to one of her friends. He told them this before but they dismissed it, thinking that he was just exaggerating. This was no longer the case. It has to be his characters. Anyone else growing up here might not be loved in the same way. She thought about it and added, it's extraordinary that he didn't trade the treasures of the beasts for his own gains. She wholeheartedly admired him for his choice because she wouldn't have been able to do so. Characters? More like idiocy. Zhang Changyu became jealous and snorted, I think there's something wrong with his brains. An early death is inevitable for someone like him. Nonsense. Yang Ling became infuriated and glared at him. Don't put someone down because you can't do the same thing. It paints an unsavory picture of yourself. Zhang Changyu was furious too but didn't dare to argue with Yang Ling. He shut his mouth and directed this anger towards Li Qia. I'm not quite sure, I think it was indeed foolish for him to not join a sect by trading the fruits. An older student said, it was a godsend opportunity. It's hard to rise without one. The disparity between a first disciple and a woodchopper is obvious. Moreover, that would give him more room to become an incredible existence who can perform wondrous tasks. That's why, in my opinion, his choice was narrow-minded. Not necessarily. Teacher Du shook his head. Missing the chance to join a big sect might not be a loss. There are fortunes decided by the unknowns. Perhaps a bigger opportunity awaits him. The students exchanged glances. Some agreed while others didn't feel the same way. The latter thought that these fortunes were too intangible. Direct benefits such as joining a big sect were far better. That may be the case, but what he did to Zhuai Xueyun was too much. That's definitely a looming disaster. Another student said. There is no perfect strategy that covers all bases. Cultivation is throwing away the fear of death. If one always thinks about the pros and cons, it'll lead to stagnation. They might as well stay immortal. Teacher Du put on a dignified expression and elaborated. On the other hand, young Noble Li didn't care about the benefits, nor was he afraid of a stronger foe. This should be the mindset of a cultivator. It'll allow you to go further. The students contemplated after hearing this. Teacher Du stared at his students and went on. Numerous sects and cultivators have existed in history, the same with invincible merit laws and peerless geniuses. However, very few actually reached the apex to illuminate the realms. Do you think those who became Dao Lords did it because they had top talents and the best merit laws? His eyes became profound after saying this. Then what about your group? Duality Academy has numerous top merit laws that you all can access. Ask yourself, would you be able to surpass those before you and become a Dao Lord? He asked. The students didn't answer. Their talents weren't inferior to the others, hence their entry to the academy. Moreover, the academy was the number one in the south. In fact, it might be one of the best in all of 8 Desolaces with regards to merit laws and manuals. Would they be able to reach the apex given the favorable circumstances? They didn't dare to answer. The biggest aspiration of some was to become a heavenly sovereign. The realm of invincibility was too far to reach. Normally, the most important thing to become a Dao Lord is actually the Dao heart. Teacher Du finally concluded. Some students have heard this before from the other teachers or the seniors back in their own clan. However, they thought that it was too intangible. Teacher, what is a Dao heart? One female student asked. He slowly explained, people have different definitions, but in my opinion, young Noble Li not caring about benefits nor fearing the strong is a type of Dao heart. He looked at the group and continued, you might think what he did was truly stupid. However, could you have done the same thing? Your talents and cultivation might be higher, but I'm afraid there's a chance that he'll accomplish more in the future. Many students didn't buy this. They had prestigious backgrounds and incredible talents on top of using high-ranking merit laws. How could a woodchopper surpass them? This Li Chia hasn't cultivated anything worthwhile. He's nothing more than a woodchopper in myriad beast mountains. How strong can he become? One student objected. Supreme merit laws mean nothing. Don't forget the phrase left by our progenitor, the Tao comes naturally. Teacher Du responded. The students trembled with pride. Their progenitor was a renowned figure, duality master. They heard about his exploits and stories at a young age. He was not a Dao Lord yet was still greater than one. No one dared to refute Teacher Du in history. Duality had a unique position, so his teachings were respected. In fact, even the Dao Lords wouldn't dare to question him, let alone these juniors. Boom! A loud explosion destroyed the peace. The ground shook violently and a beam rushed to the sky. What's that over there? The students stared in that direction. That's the beam we saw the other night, right? One of them said. Chapter 35-72, The beam illuminated the mountains and alerted both the cultivators and the beasts. Numerous experts from the great powers rushed towards the base of the beam. This was their initial goal in the first place. It was just that once they got here, the beam was nowhere to be found. Now, the opportunity has resurfaced. The cultivators rode the winds forward, including Teacher Du's group and others from the academy. It's over there. Teacher Du's eyes were fixated in that direction. They looked up and saw numerous beams shooting through the sky. A flood of cultivators was also heading there. Fellow Daoist do you know what's ahead? Teacher Du noticed a familiar person crossing through the air and started a conversation. Fellow Daoist Du, the expert stopped and answered, a supreme treasure of the Buddhist affinity has emerged, I'm not too sure. This is just information from my senior brother. I'm going ahead now. He then continued onward. Everyone who heard about this Buddhist treasure competed to be the first there. A supreme Buddhist treasure? Teacher Du's eyes slightly shifted. To be addressed as such meant that this artifact must be quite amazing. This was because there were plenty of Buddhist treasures in the holy ground. The students behind him had a look of anticipation after hearing this. For cultivators of this realm, possessing a treasure like this had significant meaning. Teacher, let us hurry and get there. They couldn't wait to take a look at this so-called supreme Buddhist treasure. Of course, obtaining it would be even better. The academy was a relatively special existence in the holy ground. It didn't forbid students from cultivating Buddhism, nor did it actively spread this doctrine. All in all, the academy allowed the students to do as they please. All arts and Tao were accepted. Thus, the students didn't particularly want Buddhist treasures and merit laws. Nonetheless, they wouldn't refuse one of this level either. You want to give it a shot? Teacher Du glanced at them and said, not to mention the experts from all over the world, you can't even outcompete your seniors. Excitement turned into wry smiles for the students upon hearing this. The group was the youngest right now in the academy and also the weakest. They naturally couldn't compete against the seniors who have trained there for several years or even decades. We just want to broaden our horizon, nothing else. One student awkwardly answered. They naturally understood their limits. Thus, their goal here was for sightseeing and increasing their knowledge. Follow right behind me and don't cause trouble. The ferocious beasts are one thing, but people are vicious too. Don't blame me for not warning you first. Teacher Du said. He was experienced enough to know the perils of the world, unlike these young birds. Yes. The students cheered after getting permission from their teacher. Teacher Du sighed and brought the group towards the source of the beam. During their trip, they saw numerous cultivators soaring above them without hiding anything. Mighty auras engulfed the air like torrential storms. Of course, these brazen men were clearly powerful and had strong backgrounds. That's why they could travel in this manner. They also heard loud explosions from cavalries grinding the air. Murderous intent and battle-hardened presence could be easily sensed. They felt their scalp tingling as a result. The border guards are here too. One student became startled. Does that mean His Majesty has ordered the troops to come for the treasure? The political landscape was complicated at the holy ground. Though the Vajra dynasty was in charge, there were many countries and sects not under its jurisdiction. That's why some didn't like the dynasty extending their armies throughout the region. This army guarding the border was one of them. It's too complex for you all to understand right now, it's best not to comment. Teacher Du nonchalantly said. Though this wasn't a warning, the students kept their mouths shut on this topic. Of course, Duality Academy didn't need to look up to Vajra dynasty. However, most students were from Metropolis Division, meaning that they were nobles. Their seniors and ancestors have worked for Vajra, so it was better to refrain from talking about it. They were aware of the ongoing political competition. The light had disappeared before they made it there. This didn't affect much because too many people were heading to that area. Once they got close, they saw people on the peaks and trees. Armies also floated in the air. The place was completely packed like a busy street. Tens of thousands of cultivators were present. However, they were greeted by an unpleasant stench of blood as well. Its thickness made people want to vomit. The streams nearby no longer had clear water, only blood, flesh, and viscera. The group didn't get close and chose to stay on top of a peak to judge the situation. In reality, many students from Duality got here before them and camped on this peak. They were older and stronger than Yang Ling's group and had teachers with them as well. What's the situation? One student asked after finishing the climb. An older student shook his head. No one can get into that valley. Yang Ling and the others followed his gaze. They saw a valley with abandoned temples inside. Not a single one was intact. They were as broken as can be, some only had walls left. This location meant for Buddhists has gone unnoticed in this mountain range for some time. How come I've never seen this place before? Teacher Du was surprised. It was sealed by a top Buddhist technique. Another teacher explained, I just don't know who broke a hole through the seal. Take a look. Teacher Du saw one peak on top of the valley with a broken hole. Runes were still floating around there. Chapter 3573. The cultivators outside were completely attracted by something within the valley. The large area only had one entrance. The other entrances had been sealed by a mighty force. This entry point was the broken hole on the peak with a flight of steps leading down. To the right and left of this path were numerous Buddhist statues. They had been here for who knows how many years and were covered in moss. The temples inside had irreparable damages outside of a few. For example, the largest one could barely be recognized. However, one hall within remained intact. Because certain sections were broken, those waiting outside could see inside the hall. They saw shelves made from precious sandalwood containing treasures and scriptures. These things still had a luster after so many years. The scrolls, in particular, were magical. When the breeze blew the pages over, an ocean of runes would emerge along with wondrous hymns. These phenomena made it obvious that they were top scriptures. Even the high monks of Heavenly Dragon Temple would be tempted. The treasures also had incredible pulses, seemingly opening up portals that can lead others to salvation. However, the thing commanding the most attention was a stone platform in the center. It was made from individual blocks that were quite coarse. However, once placed together in this manner, it looked natural instead of simple. An egg was on top of this platform, around the size of a bowl. The shell was golden, seemingly cast from gold. The shell wasn't glossy and smooth. It had many bumps, a sign of struggle during its inception. Strange runes covered the thing, chaotic yet naturally formed. Some could view the runes as the true shell of this egg. It was also absorbing Buddhist light from the treasures and scriptures on the shelves. No light could escape from this golden egg. The absorption process would make the runes flash and slightly move. Then next came the hymns of thousands and thousands of Buddhas blessing this egg. All of this made its value apparent. People couldn't help but salivate while staring at it. What is this egg? Both the early and latecomers had no idea. Even the knowledgeable ancestors have never heard nor seen such an egg. Teacher, do you know what that egg is? A student from Duality asked. Teacher Du and the others glanced at each other. The teacher in question shook his head. I have never seen it. There aren't any records relating to it either. What beast is that lying on the platform? Yang Ling's friend noticed a chaos primal beast. In the beginning, the group fully focused on the egg and didn't notice the beast. It looked like a hornless dragon with some differences. Its scales had a blue glow and were covered in mysterious diagrams. They looked like paintings of landscape. The beast wore a crown with feminine characteristics. The creature was clearly a female. It occasionally opened its mouth to suck in and release chaos energy. It seemed to be gestating the egg. That's a world draconic king in the myths. It's stronger than the dichromatic ape. Teacher Du said seriously. Stronger than the ape? Yang Ling blurted out, the ape is a high-level heaven beast already, it's a high-level heaven king, hence its name. Another teacher said, high-level heaven isn't the strongest rank. There are kings, emperors, and gods. The students took a deep breath after learning about this. The ape earlier was already strong enough. This draconic creature was even stronger. So that's the draconic king's egg? A female student wondered. An older teacher stared intensely at the egg before concluding, "No, I was fortunate enough to see a world draconic king's eggs during my youth. They don't look like this one. This egg must be something else. The draconic king is willingly trying to incubate it. It must be another high-level heaven emperor. Maybe the god level." One more teacher said. "A god-level egg? I've never seen one before." The older teacher said, "That's a chaos primal beast capable of fighting against Tao lords. There aren't that many in all of history. Not just that, this egg might have deep ties with Buddhism." Teacher Du added after seeing how the egg captured Buddhist lights. "Hard to say, if this is the case, it'll cause a disaster." The older teacher looked up and said, "I wonder if those old geezers will be able to restrain themselves." The students didn't notice anything, unlike the powerful teachers. The latter noticed numerous ancestors hiding above in the clouds. They had various reasons for not showing up. Rumble. Meanwhile, fierce battles waged outside the valley entrance. An army of powerful cultivators was fighting against chaos primal beasts in order to break through the entrance. The primal beasts also had numerous groups led by heaven-level beasts. Some among them were actually at the high level. They seemed to be patrolling and protecting this valley. Judging by the current situation, they weren't here at the start and only came recently. The powerful cultivators were currently fighting against lion-like creatures. Heavy casualties occurred. "That's the border army, right?" A student became surprised. Unfortunately, this mighty army was on the verge of being routed. Rah! The crazed Lion King roared furiously and opened its mouth, swallowing 1,000 troops in the blink of an eye. Boom! It sent the commander flying with one smash. Its victim vomited blood continuously. The commander couldn't escape before being surrounded by another horde of beasts and was torn to pieces. Chapter 3574. The frontier army was reduced to dust in no time at all. Not a single soldier survived the hordes of beasts. Their commander suffered the same fate. Several more groups were attacked in no time at all. They didn't even make it near the entrance before being surrounded by beasts. More than 1,000 cultivators were killed. These groups came from the big powers and had ancestors at the sacred level. This was still far from enough. The students from Duality finally realized the reason for the carnage and the stench of blood earlier. "They're so strong," all cultivators shuddered in horror after seeing the massacre. The groups earlier were nothing short of impressive, especially the frontier guards. They were battle-hardened but didn't last long. "Who can actually get in there?" One student murmured. "Isn't First Senior Sister here?" Another said. "You're right, maybe she can give it a shot." The first became excited and looked around. They were talking about the academy's top genius, De Galan. She might be the strongest there as well, at least among the student body. "It's useless." A teacher who got here early shook his head and said, "Student Lan managed to escape the beasts but still couldn't get through the powerful defense inside." "She couldn't?" The students shuddered. If De Galan couldn't, no other students had a chance. Even the teachers would find it impossible. Xiaolan failed. Teacher Du was surprised and stared at the valley. "What kind of defense is in there? Do you see those steps? The statues to the left and right are just too strong." Student Lan was repelled by them. The teacher pointed forward. All eyes turned towards the entrance with the steps leading down the cliff. Numerous statues there were covered in moss. Prior to this, the students assumed that they were mere decorations. This was no longer the case. "Maybe the headmaster can do it." A teacher said, "No one else but those on his level can obtain this golden divine egg." "Is the headmaster here too?" Some students blurted out. The teachers exchanged glances and didn't answer. However, judging by their expression, the students thought that the headmaster might actually be here. Maybe we'll be lucky enough to see the headmaster's might. Some became excited. The current headmaster of duality was Five-Colored Sacred Sovereign, one of the 4 grandmasters of Buddha Holy Ground. He became a heavenly sovereign at a young age and was among the top experts of the South. His involvement here would naturally shock the entire region. With enough time, the other grandmasters might come too. One teacher glanced at the sky and said seriously. The students took a deep breath after hearing this. The 4 grandmasters were 4 giants pushing up the sky here. It was hard to find others at this level. Moreover, they were elusive too and rarely showed up. Their presence meant that something big was happening. According to the teacher just now, this place warranted the appearance of more than just one. Fellow officials, it's time to work together. One old man suddenly declared, no one can enter alone. His voice wasn't particularly loud, but everyone could hear him. They all stared in his direction. He wore an official robe and had an impressive stature. His expression was fierce and powerful. He looked more like a general than a court official. Senior Defender Shang from the Ministry of War, a general under Minister Sima. An expert immediately recognized him and became startled. He didn't come alone and had a valiant group behind him consisting of incredible experts with strong bloodthirst. Sir Shang is a brutal figure who flattened numerous problems for Minister Sima. Others shuddered. The Minister of War was notorious in the Holy Ground, known for his ruthless and decisive measures. He flattened many obstacles for Vajra. The legions of Vajra became stronger now than at any time in the past. He was gifted in the military arts. Numerous powers wanted to join him in order to create something great. Sir Shang was one of his generals. This meant that either the Ministry of War or the dynasty itself desired this golden egg. In reality, no one ruled forever. This was an accepted fact in the Holy Ground. Vajra was in charge for now but not in perpetuity. This golden egg had deep ties with Buddhism. It could strengthen their authority and sovereignty, so it was crucial the seniors and elders exchanged glances after hearing him. Some powers didn't care enough to give him face, but this wasn't the case for both who were from the noble clans. They were from the dynasty, more or less. You're right, sir. An old man wearing an embroidered robe said, these beasts are just too strong. We have no chance without the help of a grandmaster. It's better to work together. The Marquis of South Peak. Eyes turned towards him. He was granted a noble title by the court along with hereditary territories, meaning that his son would inherit both the title and his land. He was an important official in the frontier. 1,000 experts behind him made his power obvious. Who will the egg belong to if we get it? One person asked. Everyone wanted this supreme Buddhist treasure for themselves. How would they split it? This egg belongs to the virtuous. Sir Shing said, who in this land is more virtuous than His Majesty? Thus, when we get it, we'll offer it as a tribute. Sir Shang said with a serious tone. People exchanged glances after hearing this. I don't know if his cultivation has improved, but his sycophantic ability certainly has. One high elder snorted and spoke among his group. The powerful ancestors felt the same way but didn't comment on this. Vajra was currently in charge, but it wasn't an ironclad reign. The ancestors from the 5 divisions of Buddha Emperor Plateau didn't think much of it. They naturally wouldn't offer the egg to the king. The conversation came to a lull until a Buddhist chant could be heard, Amitba. Chapter 3575. People stared ahead and saw a monk standing by the entrance to the valley. His kasaya was stained with oil. His expression wasn't dignified like a monk's should be. Golden Cicada Buddhist child. Everyone knew who this monk was, the genius of Heavenly Dragon Temple and the beloved disciple of Wisdom Sacred Monk. Unfortunately, his gluttony nature actually overshadowed his cultivation and Buddhist attainment. Everyone in this region knew about this. Since when did he get there? No one saw him a while ago since they were focusing on the conversation between Sir Shang and South Peak Marquis. He actually made it through the beasts? The crowd became surprised. Tens of thousands of beasts were patrolling right outside of the valley. Not even water could get through. Numerous cultivators have tried only to fail. Most became food for the beasts. Thus, the monk's success took everyone by surprise. Golden Cicada lives up to his fame. He must have some heaven-defying abilities. An ancestor couldn't help but praise. This young monk is qualified to fight Student Lon. One teacher nodded approvingly. He's that strong? Some students didn't believe it. Though people knew that he was a top genius and an enlightened monk, most didn't have a good grasp of his actual power. They only focused on his gluttonous image. How can the disciple of wisdom's sacred monk be weak? Teacher Du said. This was indeed the case. Wisdom's sacred monk was on the same level as five-colored sacred sovereign. There was no way that the monk would be weak. It was rather understandable that he would be able to contest against de Golan. Meanwhile, Golden Cicada had a serious expression while standing at the entrance, with zero sign of complacency. Amitabha, merciful Buddha. He placed his palms together and respectfully said before taking the first step onto the stairs. Buzz. The step beneath lit up upon contact. A Buddhist light emerged and illuminated the rest of the steps along with the dozens of statues. The spectators could see that the statues weren't actually moving. However, there were illusions of them opening their eyes and lowering their head to look at the monk. It's happening, let's see how capable this young monk is. One teacher said with eagerness in his voice. Buzz. Golden Cicada started glowing as well. His oily kasaya had Buddhist runes on the surface. The movement of the runes opened a scripture. This activation created a barrier. Amitabha. He walked forward with reverence onto the valley. Halt. All the statues roared at the same time, akin to great Buddhas taking down evil. The listeners were scared out of their mind, feeling suppressed from the pressure. They simply roared and chanted to stop the monk instead of directly attacking him. Rumble. Waves of Buddhist chants smashed him without any mercy. However, the Kasaya's runes served as an ocean of power. They built a wall around him to stop the sonic attack. Alas, he was still trembling inside. Everyone could tell that he was experiencing painful blows. As he took more steps, the roars became increasingly stronger. Boom! One could see cracks among the thick runic barrier. Clank! 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 He took out his Buddhist bowl and started hitting it. With each hit, the bowl shot out bright lights. Within the lights were sacred Buddhas. They started roaring in the same manner. The various sonic waves started smashing each other. Rumble. The remnant forces caused the entire valley to quake. Weaker cultivators couldn't handle the roar and had to run away. Most were pale as a result. These sonic waves weren't aimed at them yet were still unbearable. On the other hand, Golden Cicada was facing the full brunt. Most people in his shoes would have been reduced to blood. He's not letting his master down. An ancestor wasn't stingy with his praise. The students of duality got a new perspective on his power. No wonder why their teacher said that he could fight against their senior sister. Golden Cicada made it to the half-point mark. His kasaya was visibly drenched with sweat. The two sides didn't use any technique from start to finish. However, this competition was extremely dangerous. Just one mistake would result in death. The struggling monk seemed to be faltering by this point. It's over, the young monk still can't do it. A teacher with eyes as bright as torches concluded. Boom! He didn't make it to the 2/3 mark before losing to the statues. In the next second, he used a peerless speed to retreat. Unfortunately, he was still half a beat too late. A terrible wave struck him and sent him flying backward while vomiting blood. Nonetheless, he used the momentum to make it back to the entrance. He didn't bother wiping the blood off his mouth before disappearing from sight. The beasts couldn't make it to him in time. Failure. Many cultivators shook their head after seeing the wounded monk. Of course, some heaved a sigh of relief because the monk wasn't able to get the golden egg. Looks like we'll have to work together. Eliminate the beasts first, then think of a way to get in the valley. Otherwise, don't even think about the golden egg. Senior Defender Shang reminded everyone. Though some didn't want to work together with Vajra, the guy actually made sense. Working alone wasn't viable. I agree. Just the beasts alone are insurmountable when alone. South Peak Marquis supported. Chapter 3576. Most agreed with the Marquis regarding the difficulties of getting through these beasts. They didn't have the means to sneak past them like Golden Cicada Buddhist Child. If only young Noble Li is here, he'll be able to go there without losing a hair regardless of how many beasts there are. Yang Ling couldn't help thinking about Li Chia and murmured. Though she was quiet, the senior defender had sharp ears. He immediately turned around and asked her, "Who is young Noble Li? What is his ability?" Yang Ling didn't expect anyone else to hear her. She had to answer, "Young Noble Li is a woodchopper in Myriad Beast Mountains. He lives peacefully together with all the chaos primal beasts here." Sir Shang didn't care much after hearing that the guy was only a woodchopper. That's not useful to him at all. "Just a woodchopper," he said. "This woodchopper is devilish though." Someone who has seen Li Chia before spoke out. Even a dichromatic ape was friendly towards him and gave him its prized magical gem fruits. It's unfathomable. Dichromatic ape? Sir Shang immediately changed his tune and asked this cultivator, "Really now?" "It's true, why would we be lying?" This cultivator became annoyed and said, "I'm not the only one who saw it, others who are here did too." He asked the ape to give him fruits and it did. The listeners were startled since they didn't see it in person. The dichromatic ape was famous as a ferocious beast in this region. No one could get close to its magical gem tree. It's a high-level heaven chaos primal beast, no one can control it. Both Sir Shang and the Marquis didn't believe it. The Nightwalker tribe knows this best. The one being doubted turned towards the Nightwalkers. Zhuai Xueyun and the elders were present and didn't appreciate being in the spotlight. Xueyun scowled and turned away. This was utterly humiliating and he didn't want to bring it up again. "That woodchopper can order the beasts here?" Sir Shang directly asked the elders. Xueyun would have acted out if the guy asking wasn't a big shot. The brat is strange indeed. He can live together with the chaos beasts, or at least the dichromatic ape. An elder didn't want to antagonize Vajra. This confirmed the event, so both Sir Shang and South Peak Marquis exchanged glances. In reality, this couldn't be fabricated since many saw it with their own eyes. It left a deep impression on them. "Maybe if we let this Li Chia come here, he'll be able to talk to them and enter the valley," one older expert suggested. So what? It's not that easy since even Golden Cicada Buddhist Child couldn't make it through the steps, let alone a woodchopper. Xueyun finally spoke up. "Don't be so sure. Young Noble Li grew up here and knows the place like the back of his hand. Maybe he'll know another path into the valley or the beasts will lead him inside. Isn't there a world draconic king there? There must be other paths." Yang Ling defended Li Chia. Still only a woodchopper." To which Xueyun only snorted. "Where is he staying?" Sir Shang has made up his mind and asked Yang Ling, "An old temple inn." Yang Ling instinctively answered before realizing that this could cause trouble for Li Chia. She immediately stopped. "Where is the exact location?" Sir Shang's eyes narrowed, looking quite fierce. "Senior Defender, mind your words. We're students of duality, not subjects of the dynasty. We have no obligation to answer your questions." Teacher Du stepped forward. This served as a warning to Sir Shang and as a reminder to his students. Those nearby became excited after seeing a potential conflict between Duality and Vajra. Vajra was the sun in the current generation. However, Duality has been around for so many years, witnessing one Tao Lord after another. This was a testament to its power. It had no need to suck up to Vajra, so a teacher there could speak to a senior defender in this manner. Fellow Daoist Du, you can't put it that way. Sir Shang was a fierce general who had killed plenty of people. He strongly responded, this pertains to the foundation of the holy ground, which is why its current leader, Vajra dynasty, is being involved. The golden egg can't fall into evil hands. Everyone should work together and share the responsibility with His Majesty. Sure, that's true for the officials of Vajra, not the members of Duality. Teacher Du didn't give him any face and responded, that's why you need to stop interrogating our students. He was as clear as can be, not allowing the senior defender to question Yang Ling. Duality Academy is quite imperious now. One spectator commented. Many powers weren't under the jurisdiction of Vajra, but they still gave it some face, at least on the surface. Duality wasn't one of them. Don't forget how Duality was built. An older expert said, Duality Master creating the academy back then actually affected the foundation of Buddha holy ground. The academy was nothing in the past, but it still maintained an unyielding attitude. This isn't something new. Everything belongs to the king, do you dare to not listen? Sir Shang's eyes turned cold. He was part of the Ministry of War, so his stance was naturally on the side of the dynasty. He also had the belief that Buddha holy ground belonged to Vajra. Senior defender, I don't agree. An old teacher immediately shouted back, have you forgotten about Sacred Mountain? The holy ground is led by Sacred Mountains and the Supreme. The king doesn't possess everything. Sir Shang's expression changed, realizing that he had carelessly misspoken. Vajra was current in charge, but it was only because Sacred Mountain didn't want to directly rule the holy ground. The real master of this region was Sacred Mountain and its supreme. Though the latter hasn't shown up in a long time, he was still the apex existence here. The strongest in the south weren't the 4 grandmasters but the 2 supremes. One of them was the master of Sacred Mountain. The holy ground started with Sacred Mountain. The source of Buddhism was also there. Vajra was only a manager of sorts. Sir Shang has overstepped his bounds with the previous comment. Ahem. South Peak Marquis tried to mediate the situation, focus on the issue at hand right now, which is how to obtain the golden egg by working together. If anyone has a good idea, feel free to say it. For example, that woodchopper mentioned earlier might be one. No one else brought up the issue again after this divergence. Who's the first to understand the Grand Tao? No one else but me. Suddenly, an ode could be heard from a distance. Chapter 3577. The ode attracted everyone's attention. They saw a young man meandering over. He dressed in a simple manner without any decoration. A woodcutter was hanging by his waist, a carrying pole on his shoulder. He had a natural and free expression as he sang a strange song. Young noble Li. Over here. Yang Ling called out for him. Li Chia stopped and stared at her. What is it? It's nothing. This place is very lively with everyone gathered. You should come with us. She winked at him with good intention. She thought that Sir Shang might be scheming, wanting to use Li Chia. Thus, if he were with the academy, at least Sir Shang wouldn't dare to do whatever he wanted. That's Li Chia? Sir Shang wasn't impressed by Li Chia since he really looked like an ordinary woodchopper. A cultivator at the Violet Marquis realm was insignificant in his eyes. The Marquis and the others also stared at Li Chia. They found it hard to believe that this woodchopper could coexist peacefully with the chaos primal beasts here. Yes. Someone else told Sir Shang, he really got some magical gem fruits from the ape. Even a high monk from Heavenly Dragon Temple and the Nightwalkers couldn't do it, yet he had no problem. He then gave a brief recollection of what happened during that event. That's nothing short of a miracle. Both the senior defender and the Marquis remained skeptical. Sir, it's absolutely true, thousands of people saw it. Those from the Nightwalker tribe even experienced this. The cultivator swore. As for duality, the students who weren't there became very curious. They believed it because Yang Ling's group had no reasons to lie. Unfortunately, Li Qie seemingly didn't see Yang Ling winking repeatedly. He shook his head and smiled. If there's nothing, I need to bring some firewood home, can't be delayed. Yang Ling stomped exasperatingly on the ground since Li Qie didn't notice danger was approaching. She said with an urgent tone, just come over here, I'll explain later. No need, gathering wood is more important. Li Qie shook his head and refused. Yang Ling felt the urge to beat someone since Li Qie couldn't tell good from bad. She wondered if he was dumb beyond cure. Princess, just let him die if he wants to so badly. Zhang Changyu would be more than happy to see Li Qie die. It's none of your business. The anxious Yang Ling glared at him. Zhang Changyu never dared to go against Yang Ling, so he kept his mouth shut. The anger once again was diverted towards Li Qie. Teacher Du decided to descend to the ground, landing in front of Li Qie. We meet again, young noble Li. He didn't put on an act at all, looking as friendly as can be. What is it? Li Qie seemed disinterested in the amicable teacher. Anyone else wouldn't like this. After all, Teacher Du was a man of status, around the same level as an elder from a big sect. He was well respected by the students in duality as well, the geniuses included. Teacher Du didn't seem to mind and smiled. Young noble Li, Duality Academy always has love and appreciation for talents such as yourself. Would you like to join our academy to advance your studies? The students from Duality were surprised first, then the rest of the crowd. Though Duality had its door open for everyone in the world, the entry requirements were severely stringent. The students either had an incredible background, strong talents, or something brilliant about them. 1 in a billion wouldn't be an exaggeration. An invitation like this was very rare. Only others asked to join Duality, never the other way around. Duality is quite calculating. They're inviting him in order to monopolize the fruits. An elder calmed down and sneered. Right? Other experts clapped their thigh in full agreement, thinking that they knew Duality's goal. They started sneering at the academy. Teacher Du turned a deaf ear to this and only focused on Li Qie. What do you think, young noble? Li Qie also ignored the others and stared at the teacher. He smiled and shook his head. No point in going to Duality to learn more, it's more comfortable chopping woods here. Nonetheless, I will remember your goodwill. The refusal was certainly unexpected for the students. It took immense effort for them to join, needing to surpass numerous trials. Now, Li Qie was turning down this great opportunity. This is a mistake. Yang Ling performed her trademark foot stomp again and hurriedly told him, you should know that joining our academy is far better than staying here. It'll guarantee you a great future. She implicated that the senior defender wouldn't be able to do anything to him if he were to join their academy. Vajra might be strong, but it wouldn't directly confront Duality, nor would it do anything to a student there in public. I prefer my current life. Li Qie waved his hand and smiled. Idiot, I'm trying to save you, she murmured, vexed. Just let him fend for himself. Other students snorted since their teacher was refused. They had a terrible impression of someone so unambitious. If you ever change your mind, our door is always open for you. We truly appreciate talented people and will not let you down if you visit us. Teacher Du stared at him and said. He then paused and glanced over at the Marquis and Senior Defender, whether on purpose or not, then said, of course, if you have any problem, you're welcome to come to find us. You know where we are. With that, he floated back to the peak. Brother Du, this brat is worthy of your effort? A different teacher asked him. Yes. Teacher Du's eyes were profound as he stared at Li Qie. I've never seen someone with that type of personality and character before. Just that alone is worthy of joining our academy. His talents don't matter. What do you mean? An older teacher joined in. unmoved by external temptations. Teacher Du responded seriously. Chapter 3578. An elder from a big sect descended to talk to Li Qie right after Teacher Du. Young friend, are you interested in learning peerless merit laws? The elder smiled at Li Qie. Here at Shifting Cloud, we have an 8-step Zen search technique. It would allow you to fly freely in the air. Do you want to take a look? He then took out a scroll. Clouds emanating from it, seemingly wanting to lift Li Qie up. 8-step Zen search? Li Qie smiled while looking at the scroll. As long as you're willing to join Shifting Cloud and be my newest disciple, you can start learning it right away. Plus, you can learn even more in the future. You'll have the clouds hidden in your sleeves and will gain numerous abilities. The merit laws of Shifting Cloud aren't that strong. Another ancestor appeared in front of Li Qie. He took out a treasure bottle and opened it. It seemed to be capable of swallowing heaven and earth. He said, "This is the all-encompassing bottle of our sect, the Night Court. If you are willing to become our royal clan's first disciple, I'll give you this bottle along with our top techniques." Your Night Court isn't strong enough. A sect master floated down in front of Li Qie and said, "Young friend, join me as my first disciple. You'll be in charge of 3,000 martial brothers and sisters, a territory consisting of 8,000 miles as well. Young friend, join our clan and I'll let you have my daughter's hand in marriage." Numerous sects and kingdoms tried to recruit Li Qie in no time at all. They understood his value after hearing the story with the dichromatic ape. His mediocre cultivation and talents didn't matter, the same with him being a woodchopper. Just his access to those magical gem fruits alone was priceless. These ancestors and sect masters didn't mind giving him good stuff in the beginning in order to bait him into their sect. Future promises could change later on. Nothing was more important than getting him in the door right now. "Unfortunately, I'm not interested in any of your things." Li Qie waved his hand and said, "Merit laws and the role of first disciple? I would rather be free as a woodchopper. As for treasures, they can't match my woodcutter." He patted the hatchet hanging by his waist. Everyone became speechless. They stared at him as if he was an abomination and thought that they had misheard. The conditions and promises were incredible. He could have become the first disciple of a big sect or the chief of a royal clan. Others dreamed about being in his position, especially those from lowly backgrounds. Hard work alone wasn't enough to achieve these things. Alas, Li Qie refused all of this. They thought that only a fool would do so, but Li Qie didn't look like a fool. "Are you sure? I guarantee that you'll be a marquis if you join me in the future." One ancestor asked for confirmation. "Absolutely, I am free to do what I want here as opposed to being a first disciple or successor." Li Qie chuckled. The ancestor had nothing else to say, thinking that Li Qie was just an unambitious fella. "See?" Teacher Du told his peers since they were watching as well. The teachers found this quite strange. This was their first time meeting a weird fella like Li Qie. "He's interesting, no wonder why you tried to recruit him, Brother Du," one teacher replied. "I'm interested too." An older teacher smiled, "If he joins our academy, I'll want him. You'll have some competition." The students found this astonishing. Though they had prestigious backgrounds, they would have salivated at the offers prior. Some of them wanted to run up to Li Qie and slapped him, telling him to just accept the deal. Others wanted to split his head open to take a look inside, to see if there was something wrong with him. That's the only explanation. So idiotic, giving up godsend opportunities. One of them said bitterly. Imagine wanting to be a woodchopper instead of a first disciple. Another was jealous. An idiot like him will be nothing more than a dreamless woodchopper. There's no fixing rotten wood. Zhang Changyu coldly uttered with disdain. Of course, he felt great jealousy inside and wished that he was in Li Qie's shoes. No one is truly free in this world. Senior Defender Shang and South Peak Marquis finally joined. "You are a citizen of Vidra and must obey." Sir Shang glared at Li Chia. What's Vajra? Li Chia acted as if he had never heard of the dynasty. Such impudence. Another official yelled right away, ignorant brat, questioning the dynasty's authority is punishable by death. Clank. He unsheathed his sword and bright gleams shot out. Sir Sheng, watch your dog from overextending its paws. Teacher Du spoke up, act with propriety and know that Vajra is not above Sacred Mountain. Not everyone who lives in the holy ground is a citizen of Vajra, the same with the territories here. All eyes turned towards Sir Sheng after hearing this. In reality and to a certain extent, the 5 divisions were actually equal. The other 4 in Buddha Emperor Plateau had no need to give Vajra any face. He's right. Another sect master spoke up, are you saying that you can command us and that we must obey? Sir Sheng, you can't represent Vajra, not even Minister Sima would dare to do so. One more added, only Sacred Mountain has jurisdiction over Buddha holy ground. Chapter 3579. Careless words from the senior defender were met swiftly with rebuttals from dissatisfied sects and kingdoms. Of course, they had a reason to speak up right now. In recent generations, Vajra has been growing stronger and more prosperous on top of stretching its authority. In the last few years, Vajra carried out expeditions and unified many sections. This caused plenty of war and backlashes. The other 4 divisions naturally didn't appreciate this since Vajra was coming close to infringing on their interests. Moreover, the dynasty was only acting as a surrogate for Sacred Mountain to deal with administration. It wasn't qualified to unite the holy ground. Nonetheless, its ambition to overstep its boundary was as clear as day. Sir Shang spent his entire life working for Vajra. In his mind, Vajra was the ruler of Buddha holy ground. He was smarter than to actually express this thought since it would lead to attacks from all sides. No disciple from Sacred Mountain has shown up for a while, the same with a successor and the Supreme. No one knew if the Supreme was still around. Nonetheless, Sacred Mountain was still the lord of the region. Its reputation and prestige didn't diminish in the slightest. After all, the Supreme there was a being comparable to a Tao Lord. The 4 divisions would never agree for Vajra to replace Sacred Mountain. However, Sir Shang's words implied so, hence the instant backlash. Not to mention a senior defender like him, even the current king of Vajra couldn't utter this treacherous sentence towards Sacred Mountain. The rest of the region would go against them. For millions of years now, the governing power required the permission of Sacred Mountain. In this particular case, Vajra. Therefore, it was trying to bite the hand that feeds it. Ah, gentlemen, Sir Shang didn't mean it like that. He only wanted our little friend here to contribute, that's all. South Peak Marquis had no choice but to mediate again. He knew to tread carefully lest they wanted to suffer the wrath of everyone here. It was a shame that he was on the same boat as this senior defender. In his head, he cursed the guy for being an idiot. Sir Shang's expression wasn't pretty to look at. He couldn't say anything right now under these unfavorable circumstances. In fact, if this escalated, Vajra would be the first to eliminate him. Meanwhile, Li Chia had an idle expression, seemingly enjoying the development. Eventually, Sir Shang coughed and told him, I am a senior defender of Vajra. Today, I wish to ask you to contribute to the dynasty. Earlier, he acted as if Li Chia was doing something punishable by not following his order. Now, his tone suddenly shifted into something softer. This Vajra dynasty or whatever has nothing to do with me. Li Chia replied. You. The senior defender had commanded 100,000 troops before on the battlefield. People cowered after hearing his name. Not to mention a lowly woodchopper, even top experts would keep their mouths shut in front of him. Now, the former actually insulted the dynasty as well. Normally, he would have killed the transgressor already, but the current situation didn't permit it. Every sect present wanted to recruit Li Chia. This was especially true for Duality Academy. He, unfortunately, didn't have anything to hold over Li Chia. The guy wasn't from Archaic Sun, nor was he an official for Vidra. Young friend. The Marquis joined in with a smile. Sir Shang has no ill wills towards you. He only wants to give you a chance to make something of yourself. If you're interested, we can recommend you for a spot in the court, at least the 5th rank. This is enough to rule a region with plenty of treasures and beauties. If you have no more fart to let out, stop wasting my time. I'm very busy with unfinished wood to chop. Li Qie said. Fool. Sir Shang trembled from rage for a while before finally uttering. The experts in the other sect laughed. They felt quite good watching the senior defender not being able to do a thing to Li Qie after his haughty act earlier. The brat is very funny. Even the teachers from duality became amused. Meanwhile, the students still found Li Qie's choice to be inscrutable. They have thought about becoming officials for Vidra in the future, perhaps a role like the senior defender. Where are you going to start gathering more? The Marquis remained friendly and asked, wanting to get closer to Li Qie. Over there. Li Qie pointed at the valley and smiled. There are old trees that have grown quite big, it's time to chop them down. Everyone became astonished. There were indeed some trees in that valley. The problem was, that place was a forbidden zone right now. Know your limits. Zhuai Xuan, who has been quiet, finally snorted. Do you know the seal around this valley? A woodchopper like you can't enter. Li Qie didn't mind at all, treating the guy as heir. This made Xuan feel as if he had just missed a punch in an awkward manner. You can enter the valley, young friend? The Marquis stared at Li Qie in disbelief. The others felt the same way. Why not? Li Qie answered, you can't? Well, yes. The Marquis replied, there is a power blocking us. Really? I don't notice it. Li Qie shrugged. So there's a shortcut? The crowd became excited after seeing Li Qie's nonchalant answer. They took it as confidence. Humph, no way, the beasts might spare him but he can't make it past the steps. Zhang Changyu snorted. Remember, young noble Li grew up here, he might know another way. Yang Ling gave him the side eye. Both the teachers and the students were paying full attention at this point. How do you get in? Sir Shang's eyes lit up as he shouted. Ears seemed to be growing as everyone tried to listen to Li Qie, wanting to know the alternative entrance. Chapter 3580, Li Qie solely had everyone's attention. Some even inched closer in order to listen to his response, not wanting to miss a single word. After all, knowing this other entry meant potentially grabbing the golden divine egg and changing their future trajectory. By walking, of course. How else can it be, crawling? Li Qie smiled at the Marquis. The listeners became speechless with black lines on their forehead. They exchanged glances with each other, some glared angrily at Li Qie with fury in their eyes. They felt that Li Qie, a lowly woodchopper, was playing with them. The Marquis thought that he would be able to get the right answer from Li Qie, not expecting such an answer. You! The hot-headed senior defender was livid while shouting, Brat, you must be tired of living to mess around with us. He was already furious about this matter, so this naturally didn't help. Li Qie smiled at him and said, So you have a problem with my response and prefer to crawl? Sir Shang, young noble Li isn't wrong. Of course one would have to walk to enter that valley, but if you choose to crawl, I'm sure nobody will say anything out of respect for your choice. Up on his peak, Teacher Du clapped and laughed, clearly adding oil to the fire. Unfortunately, the senior defender couldn't do anything to him outside of wearing an ugly expression. The guy snorted and waved his sleeve angrily. The Marquis took a deep breath to calm down. He asked seriously, You can really just walk in, young friend? Of course, no need to perform a full kowtow rite or anything. Li Qie nonchalantly responded. Impossible. Many among the crowd blurted. There were numerous chaos primal beasts guarding outside the valley. Many experts and elders have been killed. As for Golden Cicada Buddhist Child, he managed to get through the beasts but not the defense inside. Both his cultivation and Buddhist attainment were impressive but not enough to deal with the sonic waves from the statues. Now a woodchopper said he could go there? How could anyone believe this? Moreover, they could see that he was only a violet marquis. Such a cultivator could be found everywhere in Buddha holy ground. Even if a miracle were to happen for someone to successfully enter the valley, it definitely wouldn't be him. He's just boasting. The students didn't believe it after seeing the failed attempts and bloody aftermaths earlier. Absolutely impossible. Zhang Chanyu said, even if the beasts let him in, just one roar from the statues is enough to turn him into blood. I agree. The majority had this belief. However, Yang Ling trusted him and said, he'll definitely have a method after growing up here. It's useless, the only thing that matters is strength here. If one can rely on methods and schemes to win, there's no need to cultivate. Zhang Chanyu snorted. So will you bow and accept defeat if he can actually do it? Yang Ling taunted. Zhang Chanyu didn't answer because he would never bow to Li Qia after the guy killed his mount and humiliated him. Meanwhile, the teachers talked among themselves. The older teacher said, what do you think? He doesn't look like he's boasting. Some teachers thought that Li Qia was a talent worthy of development. However, they remained skeptical and were being polite by not expressing this. It's difficult, nothing short of a miracle. Another teacher said. Just watch, judging by his appearance, he's not lying nor bragging. Plus, given his characters, he shouldn't do something like that. Teacher Du said. The teachers stopped talking and waited for the result. Anyone can brag, I'm afraid you won't be able to back it up a while later. Zhuai Shuyan snorted, only to be ignored again. He gritted his teeth angrily. The other experts didn't think that Li Qia could do so either. Even the ancestors had no solution to this problem. You really can go in? Will you do it right now? The Marquis started losing his patience. Sounds like you want to make a bet with me. Li Qia said. I'll do it, what will you bet? The Marquis hesitated for a moment before making up his mind. You're at least more interesting than the fool next to you. Li Qia chuckled. Brat, you want to die? Sir Shang gripped the hilt of his blade and roared. Li Qia had insulted him several times just now, fully testing his patience. He wanted to cut the guy down. The Marquis hurriedly stopped him and laughed. Sir Shang is a general used to the battlefield. He has a straightforward personality and doesn't hold back, please excuse him. The Marquis was smooth and slick, aware of how to please people. He grasped his opportunity and said, all right, let's have some fun. Don't worry, I won't make it hard for you if you can't go in, I just need a favor or two. But in the case of success, I'll give you 1,000,000 stones. Not interested in that. Li Qia smiled at him. You just need to bark like a Pekingese after I win. It's not a bad choice considering your personality. Hey. The Marquis expression changed. He would rather lose the stones than bark like a dog. Forget it if you don't want to. Li Qia said. No, I'll bark if you can go in. The Marquis found value in Li Qia's friendship with the beasts and actually agreed. Not bad. Li Qia nodded, thinking that this Marquis was flexible enough to be successful. And this sir over here, do you want to bet too? Li Qia smiled at Sir Shang. The latter snorted and turned his head away, not paying attention to Li Qia. And you? Oh, don't forget what I said last time. Li Qia glanced over at Zhuai Shuyan. The youth turned red and scowled, not wanting to bet against Li Qia. The last loss was already humiliating enough. Anyone else? Li Qia turned towards the crowd. They exchanged glances. Men of status like them naturally didn't want to bark like a dog. Seems like all of you can't match up to this pretty boy. Li Qia tapped on the Marquis' shoulder. The Marquis became awkward. He was quite old already, yet Li Qia called him a pretty boy. Chapter 3581. Thus, only South Peak Marquis agreed to bet with Li Chia. Forget it, I'll stop messing with you all since it's wasting my work time. Li Chia shrugged and headed for the valley. Young friend, you're going without any preparation? The Marquis called out after seeing this. No need to take a shower and light some incense first. Li Chia chuckled. The Marquis smiled wryly. It looked like he was being bothersome by worrying. Li Chia made it to the outer region filled with tens of thousands patrolling beasts. The leaders were high-level heaven, strong enough to break down any cultivator. The spectators watched his steps with bated breath. He'll be torn to pieces walking in like that. One expert noted that Li Chia wasn't on guard, still carrying the shoulder pole in a relaxed manner. It was as if he was strolling through a village instead of walking into the jaws of beasts. He's not big enough to fit between the teeth of one beast. One expert murmured. Most became anxious and started sweating for him as he got closer and closer. The ones currently in front of the valley entrance right now were primal lions. Not long ago, they had just annihilated the border army. Even the commander went down. This is the end for this brat. Someone who hasn't seen Li Chia before murmured the moment he saw a lion showing its fangs. On the contrary, Li Chia was completely nonchalant. Hey, Lil Spot, looking good and in high spirit? You too, Lil Fur, you all must have eaten too much, look at your bloated stomach. How many people did you eat? Li Chia got up and chatted with them. The lion earlier ran over and started licking Li Chia like a puppy. It showed its fangs to greet him, not to bite him. This was also the case for the other leaders. Some ran over and licked his legs. Others rubbed their head on his thigh or playfully pushed him. They were all at the high level of the heaven classification. Anything lower didn't dare to get close. In other words, they weren't qualified. The crowd became slack-jawed, unable to believe their own eyes. How could these high-level beasts act so familiar with Li Chia? It was as if they wanted to be closer to him. Are you seeing this? One ancestor asked in disbelief. These things can kill sacred-level ancestors, why are they so docile towards a woodchopper? One sect master took a deep breath. This is like something from a dream. A high elder's mouth was wide open for a long time. The beasts could easily take down sacred-level big shots, maybe with just one slap. Now, they looked like Li Chia's pets. For example, the horde of lioness creatures took down an entire army just now. They were as ferocious as can be. This memory was still fresh in everyone's mind. It reminded them that these things weren't cute pets. The teachers of duality found this unbelievable as well, like a story from the legends. See? I told you that this brat is magical. Teacher Du wasn't surprised. Yang Ling took pride in this too and loudly declared, I said earlier that young noble Li grew up here, he can live together with the chaos primal beasts, they consider each other neighbors. Meanwhile, the students were left speechless. Okay, I need to get going, I'm behind today with gathering wood. Li Chia smiled at them. The beasts heard this and returned to their original position. They became powerful beasts once more, a stark contrast to a moment prior. What kind of charisma does this brat have over the beasts? Why are they so close to him? No one had an answer to this question. It's bizarre. One expert said, if I were in his position, would stop chopping instantly and just become the king of myriad beast mountains. People found logic in these random comments. Li Chia had so many possibilities here instead of wasting his time gathering wood. No one could stop him from establishing his dominion. Once again, they found his choice to be baffling. This was akin to someone having a mountain of gold and silver yet still wanted to work on the farm. Nothing else in this world could be so utterly ridiculous and foolish. Impossible to believe and understand. The old teacher from duality murmured, this young friend either has great wisdom or the mind of a child. He's not a fool, at the very least. That's why I praised his characters. Teacher Du said. Right. I would have used this advantage for greater things instead of staying here to chop wood. A different teacher sincerely said. In reality, no one would pick Li Qia's route given the circumstances. It was too wasteful. We must either get this brat on our side or eliminate him. Sir Shang eventually calmed down and told his group. His eyes flashed with murderous intent. In his opinion, Li Qia could become a great threat to the dynasty. The Marquis didn't say anything. He had his own land, so his perspective and conduct were different from the battle-hardened general. Chapter 3582, He's entering the valley now. One expert said loudly. Li Qia stood by the entrance with the stone steps before him. Anticipation was at an all-time high for the crowd. What will he do to stop the test of the statues? Another murmured. I think all of his methods will be useless due to his cultivation. Only heavenly sovereigns can take it directly. An older expert commented while shaking his head. He wasn't looking down on Li Qia and simply stated the truth. The best example was Golden Cicada Buddhist child who fled due to injuries. Li Qia could be reduced to blood if he took this path. What will he do? Will the statues play nice with him too? One teacher from Duality said. He wasn't the only one confused. Everyone else racked their brains and couldn't come up with a particular method due to the disparity in cultivation. They estimated that the heavenly sovereign realm was necessary to get through. No methods or schemes could make up the gap between a violet marquis and heavenly sovereign. Let's wait and see, maybe he'll show us something unimaginable. Teacher Du had indescribable confidence in Li Qia. By this point, all eyes were on him. No one wanted to miss a single action. However, the only preparation he did was stretching before taking the first step. He seemed to be unaware of the danger. Watch out, the power there can reduce you to nothingness. A spectator shouted. Everyone assumed that the sonic waves would catch him off guard and kill him soon. Alas, nothing actually happened during his ascent. The steps didn't react at all. This was completely different than when Golden Cicada tried to climb up, since they lit up and the statues were activated. 1 step, 2, 3. Li Qia had no problem moving up while still singing. Why? The experts outside became as astounded. Golden Cicada wasn't the first to attempt this. Dugalan of Duality tried as well. The result was exactly the same, being repelled by the sonic waves. Their failure was a testament to the valley's defense. The question was, why is it not activated against Li Qia? The all-destroying sonic waves were nowhere to be found. How strange, the Buddhist test isn't happening to him. One knowledgeable ancestor had no explanation. Maybe it stopped working? Another cultivator wondered. A senior immediately glared at him and said, to lay down something like this required the power of the heavenly sovereign realm, at the very least. Do you think such a character can make a basic mistake? The cultivator smiled awkwardly. The senior was right. This was akin to a Tao Lord making a mistake with an elementary move, simply impossible. What sorcery is this? Sir Shang's eyes widened in disbelief. He was here relatively early and saw the repeated failures. That's why Li Qia's success was beyond his imagination. This exceeds reason and common sense. One duality teacher said. This line resonated with the rest of the crowd. I'm right again, this brat is as devilish as can be. Teacher Du said. Is it actually fine though? Some cultivators were still nervous because he wasn't finished. The statues could still suddenly activate and kill him. As time passed, he easily finished the downward steps and made it to the valley. The spectators finally heaved a sigh of relief. He's fine. One of them felt as if he was the one taking the trip. He did it, Yang Ling celebrated and finally relaxed. She was tense earlier and clenched her fists tightly, going as far as sweating. It seemed that Li Qia was telling the truth earlier. Everyone thought that he was messing with Sir Shang. Now, they finally understood his answers. For everyone else, entering the valley was a perilous undertaking, but for him, this was no different from a walk. There was no pressure and burden. Many became happy because they saw hope. Even a woodchopper could enter this valley. Pessimism struck them earlier because of the failures. They thought that only a grandmaster would be able to get the golden egg. Li Qie changed their mindset right away. He's going for the golden egg. Someone shouted. People calmed down and started watching again. They saw Li Qie walking towards the stone platform. Both the juniors and ancestors became tense again. They saw the world draconic king not attacking him. The two seemed to actually be chatting. They just couldn't hear the conversation due to the defensive barrier of the valley. The brat really knows all the chaos primal beasts here. One ancestor was completely convinced by Li Qie's ability. Even this great beast was friendly with him. Doubters had no choice but to accept this strange reality. Chapter 3583. Eyes nearly dropped to the ground as the two conversed. This amazing creature is a king among high-level heaven beasts. Heavenly sovereigns are afraid of it. One expert became jealous since Li Qie could talk to it freely. No one here would dare to get close to this creature, but Li Qie treated it like a friend. My life would be so good if I can do this. Another expert salivated. Just think about it, being able to talk on the same level as a high-level heaven king beast. This would truly be beneficial for the future and made everyone jealous of him. They watched as he came closer and closer to the golden egg. The beast didn't try to stop him. Why isn't the king moving? It should be protecting the egg. One spectator took a deep breath. This egg was clearly precious beyond imagination, enough to make this beast king value it more than its own life. Nonetheless, it still let Li Qie get close. He arrived next to the egg and rubbed it with a natural expression. He looked as if he was touching an egg of a chicken from his farm. Everyone's heart started beating faster from being nervous. Take it, just take it. One expert clenched his fists while murmuring. Take it out here. Another ancestor said. Virtually everyone wanted Li Qie to take the egg outside. Since they couldn't come into the valley, they needed Li Qie to bring it out. Various other possibilities would happen next. They could try to buy it from him or just rob him of it. Ultimately, the chance would be higher than zero. What do you think? The oldest teacher of duality looked at Teacher Du. I'm confident that he won't take it out. That's not who he is. Teacher Du shook his head with a smile. Brother Du, you have great trust in him. A different teacher smiled. I'm sure I haven't misjudged him, he deserves my trust. Teacher Du responded. Sure enough, Li Qie only gently rubbed it for a bit before leaving to gather firewood. God, this brat makes no sense. One spectator couldn't help blurting out. What's wrong with him? He must be sick in the head to care more about wood than that divine egg. One ancestor stomped the ground and cursed, not caring about his image. He has no idea what's precious and not. Another ancestor thought that his brains had some shortcomings. This was akin to ignoring a mountain of gold for a pile of scrap metals. Anyone would curse after seeing this foolishness. If one of my men does something like this, I'll make mincemeat out of him and feed it to the dogs. Sir Shang gritted his teeth. It sounded as if this was still a light punishment, not enough to satiate his anger. An aberrant fella. South Peak Marquis thought that Li Qie was the strangest person he has ever met. Conventional wisdom didn't work on analyzing him. Numerous crowd members despised Li Qie even though he didn't do a thing to them, wanting to stomp him to death. Picking wood over the golden egg? Letting him live in this world was a waste of food. Most importantly, they wanted him to take the egg outside. This completely ruined their plan. Next came the sounds of Li Qie chopping a tree in a rhythmic manner. It became the only sound here since everyone was preoccupied with watching him. They thought that this might be the stupidest thing a man could do given the situation. See? Teacher Du proudly smiled. Brother Du, your insight is incredible. I am lost in admiration. The other teachers were impressed. I wouldn't have been able to resist the temptation. The oldest teacher commented sentimentally while looking at Li Chia. The other teachers didn't say anything, admitting that they would have fallen to the temptation as well. The value of the egg was just priceless. What's wrong with him? One student quietly said. The egg is one thing, but if I were in his shoes, would try to be famous instead of chopping wood. An older student started daydreaming. Just imagine, being able to live in peace with chaos primal beasts. There was no need to chop wood. Other things using this resource would allow them to soar. That's why you can't become someone like young Noble Li. Yang Ling told them, he considers the beasts as his neighbors so he won't take their items. All of you are thinking about stealing from your neighbors. The students didn't say anything. She made a lot of sense, but they thought that everything was possible when the egg was so valuable. Embarrassment and shame no longer mattered. Just one decision then would make them world-renowned, 1,000,000,000 times better than being a woodchopper. The older cultivators present felt the same way and couldn't understand Li Chia. They considered him either unconventional or idiotic. After he finished chopping and placing the wood on his shoulder pole, he started singing again. He's coming out. Everyone became excited again to see this. Chapter 3584. A hush fell over the area as people watched Li Chia leave the valley from the main entrance. The wood on his pole seemed to be quite heavy, causing the stick to bend and creak, seemingly on the verge of breaking down. Alas, this weight didn't affect Li Chia. His back was still straight, his steps soft and his expression relaxed. This wasn't too surprising to the crowd because timber had a limit to its weight. After all, a violet marquis cultivator could still lift 10,000 pounds without a problem. However, their real focus was still on Li Chia, not the wood and the pole. The only sound that could be heard were his footsteps and the creaking of the pole. These were the only movements as well. No one said anything, yet they all unanimously crowded around him, whether it be the ancestors or experts from various sections. All of them had the same idea and goal: keep Li Chia here. The brat is in danger. A teacher from Duality became worried since Li Chia looked like a fat sheep at this point. No one wanted to let him leave. What, there's a party? Li Chia put down the pole and smiled at the crowd, seemingly unaware of the looming danger. Be careful. The worried Yang Ling shouted at him. Of course, this didn't matter because Li Chia couldn't leave containment in the first place. Running wasn't an option even if he wanted to. Nonetheless, he harbored no such thoughts while smiling at the experts. Young friend, you have done something magical and opened our eyes. South Peak Marquis couldn't help praising. Words aren't enough to describe it. He was telling the truth. Li Chia's miracle astounded everyone. Don't forget the bet between us. Li Chia said. I have lost indeed, you won in a magnificent manner. The Marquis didn't play dumb. Gao. 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 Having said that, the Marquis actually barked a dozen times in a row without any hesitation and discomfort, to the astonishment of the crowd. He was a Marquis with bestowed land. His status was just as high as the senior defender, perhaps even greater. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to consider him on even footing with a prestigious sect master. No one in his shoes would want to bark. Even if they had to, they would do it begrudgingly or try to twist the narrative. Or, they would only bark a few times just to get it done. The Marquis showed no sign of this, so the atmosphere wasn't too awkward for everyone else. The latter was both surprised and impressed. Not bad at all. You're quite a talent. Li Chia smiled at him. The Marquis chuckled and continued, it's a complete defeat with no chance of rising again. He mocked himself since this was indeed a humiliating event. Little did he know how valuable it was to earn praises from Wuxia. What did you and the World Draconic King talk about? Sir Shang was standing closest to Wuxia. Just idle chat, like what did we eat today and when will the egg hatches, that's all. Wuxia smiled, not minding the potentially hostile crowd. More than 10,000 people were staring at him with greed flashing in their eyes. He resembled a delicious lamb right now. All of them could lunge forward at any moment and devour him. Anyone else would have been trembling in fear, but Wuxia had no reaction, as if he was born slow. When the divine egg will hatch? Zhuai Xuan became impatient and blurted out. However, he regretted it because Wuxia hasn't been answering him. This could be further humiliation. Unexpectedly, Wuxia actually answered him this time. Still missing a little spark, it needs more time. Why didn't you bring it out? An ancestor gazed at Wuxia with malice that wasn't hidden well. Why should I? The egg belongs to this place. Plus, nothing good will come of it. Wuxia became surprised. Why is it not good? Sir Shang uttered coldly. The king told me that this egg is ominous and dangerous. Taking it out will invite a calamity, something very frightening. It's best to leave it in the valley. Wuxia nonchalantly said. Nonsense. One high elder disagreed. I saw you touch the egg and you're perfectly fine right now. I'm familiar with it. Wuxia said, maybe the egg has sentience and knows that I'm a neighbor. That's why it didn't hurt me. Who knows about other people? Ridiculous, no one is buying this. Sir Shang said. Your choice. Wuxia shrugged. Young friend, take the egg out and I'll give you 1,000,000 stones, 3 cities, and 8,000 beauties. One royal lord hurriedly offered. Don't forget about our agreement. Another big shot said. It's not the time for that yet, still the time for a transaction. Whoever can buy it will get it, yes? The royal lord responded. It seemed that many powers have formed an alliance a bit ago. Sure. A sect master then turned towards Wuxia and said, young friend, give me the egg and I'll give you 30 treasure chests and 8 merit laws. You'll be our vice sect master too. Young friend, we will let you marry our princess and give you 3 bottles of supreme pills, enough to give you 3,000 years of cultivation. In 3 years you'll reach the yin-yang realm. Chapter 3585. Numerous leaders stated their price one after another. The value escalated until it became quite tempting. The listeners salivated and wanted to be in Wuxia's shoes. 8,000 miles of land, 80,000 beauties, numerous pills. Their hearts skipped a beat while listening to the offers. Just agree already. One couldn't help urging Wuxia as if wanting to live vicariously through him. They fantasized about having their own territory and picking any of the beauties. This was the peak of life. Wuxia waved his hand and said, tempting offers, but I won't do something like taking the egg out. What does it take? Just let us know and we'll satisfy your demands. One sect master didn't give up. Many sects and kingdoms were willing to pay any price for this golden egg. I don't want anything, especially not selling this egg to you bunch. Nonetheless, I appreciate the sentiment, but the only thing I want to do right now is to be a free woodchopper. He directly refused all of their offers. Silence naturally ensued as people stared at him as if he was a fool. Are you ill? One youth chastised him. There's a chance to become a king right now, yet you insist on staying a woodchopper. If you don't want it, let me take your place, you can stay a woodchopper. He was spilling out the thoughts of the crowd. My illness is a love of being a woodchopper. Wuxia smirked. The crowd had a hard time being angry since Wuxia was consistent from start to finish. Nonetheless, they thought that being this wasteful of an opportunity might cause lightning bolts to strike him. At this point, a few leaders exchanged glances and reached an implicit agreement. You might not have anything you want, but more power will grant you safety. Sir Shang spoke seriously with a glint in his eyes. Those nearby had the same thought. If persuasion didn't work, it was time for force. This was the most direct and effective method to solve this problem. The guy was only a violet marquis. Anyone here could easily subdue him. I'm very safe right now. Li Qie smiled. Is that so? Haven't you heard of this phrase, a man's wealth is his own ruin? Sir Shang said insidiously. No one here was willing to give up on the egg, and Li Qie was the only potential route. Thus, they would do anything for it. Many powers weren't on Vajra dynasty's side a while ago. This was no longer the case since they had reached an agreement to resort to force and potentially torture. Moreover, Sir Shang was ready to play the part of a bad guy before them. They didn't mind this at all. Never heard of it before. Li Qie said. Young friend, the situation is unfavorable for you. The Marquis said, you just need to bring the egg out and don't worry about who gets it in the end. You can continue to live your life in peace by doing so and do your own things, such as being a woodchopper. No one will trouble you anymore. And if I don't? Li Qie smiled. I'm afraid it'll be hard for you to stay alive. A sect master was no longer joking around. His words were filled with murderous intent. As an official of Vajra, I care for the people and want you to be safe. Unfortunately, the will of the crowd is hard to change, so I'm powerless. The only thing I can do is make sure that you'll be fine after you bring out the egg. Sir Shang said. Such hypocrisy. Teacher Du snorted, a cat crying for a mouse. You're the one who wants the egg the most, so don't act so virtuous. Everyone can see through your plan. Sir Shang didn't bother responding to Teacher Du, the same with the other masters and lords. A while ago, they were actually on the side of duality to go against Vajra. Now, they chose the side of the senior defender and kept quiet for their own benefits. Sir Shang is right, we'll make sure that you'll stay safe if you bring the egg out. A royal lord said. Don't be afraid, young noble Li. Come to our camp and we'll escort you. Teacher Du declared. Unfriendly gazes fixated on the teacher the moment he finished. Teacher Du, do you wish to oppose everyone here? Can your academy handle it? The previous royal lord said. Have to try to know, it's a good chance to see what other sects can do. Teacher Du heartily laughed. I advise you to worry about your own business. Your academy isn't the only great power in the holy ground. A clan master snorted. Sir Shang and a few top leaders exchanged glances at this point. He suddenly shouted, switch the location. Poof! A bright flash took everyone by surprise. When they regained their wits, Sir Shang and a dozen of sect masters and royal lords were nowhere to be found. Li Qie is gone. Those left behind panicked since they needed him for the golden egg. They took him away. An old expert's expression soured. Flash teleportation. The oldest teacher of duality scowled. Looks like they have strategized beforehand, let's see where you're going. He swung his hand and began deriving the Grand Tao. Poof! The scene before Li Qie changed. They were now standing on top of a peak still in myriad beast mountains. Sir Shang and other leaders were present. For example, the sect master of Shifting Cloud and the royal lord of Night Court. This was a temporary alliance forged for obtaining the golden egg. It's just you and us now. Sir Shang glared at him. Let's talk. About what? Li Qie chuckled. Young noble Li, we're not evil or anything, just cooperate and we won't mistreat you. Don't make it difficult for us. Shifting Cloud sect master said. I hope you will pick the right choice. Don't force our hands, it'll be too late then. Another royal lord threatened. Chapter 3586. The leaders who tried to persuade Li Qie with sweet offers have finally shown their fangs, seemingly on the verge of eating him alive. They have resorted to an inferior strategy. It would have been great for him to accept an offer since this would make things simpler. There was only one egg, so whoever got it from Li Qie would be the winner. Now, it became a headache since no one had a clear claim to the egg. How could they divide it? And if I don't obey? Li Qie was amused by the greedy eyes of these lords. Don't worry, we'll make you obey. Sir Shang had a frightening gaze due to the glint, causing people to uncontrollably shiver. You will experience our military's 389 types of torture. Ha ha ha, I'm sure you'll be begging for death soon enough, but I won't let it end so soon. His nefarious laughter and bloodthirsty expression indicated a penchant for sadism. I see. Li Qie responded with a smile. Feel free to smile, no, laugh even. Sir Shang said, I'm afraid you won't be able to keep that face once I start. You won't be able to cry either. His nefarious grin became wider as if he truly enjoyed torturing someone. The leaders here who knew him weren't surprised to see his twisted hobby. Even if you don't care for yourself, think about those close to you. A sect master persuaded, I heard you have a servant and a young girl. Trouble will come to them too if you pick the wrong choice. They won't have a good end if you don't obey. We won't do something like that, but what about the more villainous souls? There's no guessing what they'll do and they don't hold back. Another royal lord added. Plus, if it's not us, others won't spare you and your friends after finding out your ability to access that valley. He continued, your servant will die and that young miss will suffer extraordinary agony and it'll be your fault. Cooperate with us and we guarantee with our reputation that nothing will happen to you, provided that you take out the egg. Next, you can continue being a woodchopper and no one will bother you, yes? A big shot kept the persuasive attempt going. These are reasonable assessments of the situation, so you must reconsider. This chance will only be there once, don't blame us when you fail to grasp it. Sir Shang uttered, just think about the little girl when she falls into the clutch of evil men. They'll torture her and she'll no longer bear any semblance to a human. That will be all your fault. This was no longer an implication. He clearly threatened that perhaps he himself would torture Li Qie's friends in order to make him submit. Plus, they were actually right about one thing. If they didn't do it, someone else would anyway. In a sense, Li Qie forced them into doing this by not obeying. This does make sense. Deep in Li Qie's eyes was a flash of amusement as he seemingly pondered. Unfortunately, they didn't understand his expression and thought that their threats have proven effective. The guy was changing his mind now out of fear. They exchanged glances and Sir Shang spoke first. In order to avoid pain of the flesh and unimaginable consequences, obediently cooperate with us. Young friend, it's not too late to change your mind or we won't be able to stop Sir Shang from his punishment. He is known to carry his responsibilities above all else without showing mercy. Another sect master said. Everyone labeled Sir Shang as the bad guy here since he was the first to reveal his nefarious intent. From now on, all the blame could be placed on him regardless of what happens next. But, this egg is ominous, nothing good will come from bringing it out of the valley. Anyone who touches it will suffer a disaster. Li Qie hesitated. Don't worry, that's nothing. We have so many experts here, more than enough to suppress one egg. You just need to bring the egg out to us, that's all. One royal lord interrupted Li Qie. But I can't take it out. Li Qie waved his hands, acting helplessly. Can't take it out? Why not? A sect master shouted. Because there is a power binding it there, I can't move it. Li Qie said. Really? Don't think about lying to us, the consequences are grave. Sir Sheng immediately shouted. Why should I? I might have already taken it out if I could. Li Qie replied. The group exchanged glances, still skeptical. If Li Qie really couldn't bring it out, then they would have wasted their time. Don't try to bullshit us. One royal lord bellowed. I'm telling the truth. Li Qie sincerely said with innocent eyes. They saw his appearance and were slightly convinced. Unfortunately, this meant that all of this was for nothing. Maybe he's telling the truth. One person said. After all, This might be the reason why Li Qie refused all the tempting offers. He couldn't bring the egg out in the first place. Everyone's mood sank to the abyss right away. The golden egg was right there. However, Li Qie said before pausing. What? Just spill it. The easily agitated Sir Shang shouted. I can't bring the egg out, but I can take you inside. It'll be up to your own abilities whether you can move the egg or not. Li Qie smiled. Really? Everyone became excited and stared intensely at him. Absolutely. Li Qie nodded earnestly and said, I'll bring your group into the valley. This is possible? They exchanged glances, still skeptical. Yes, I've brought my old servant there before, it's perfectly fine. Li Qie smiled. Hope surfaced again for the group. We can give it a shot. They eventually reached a unanimous agreement. Brat, don't try anything stupid or your friends will get it. Sir Shang coldly threatened. I know, it'll be perfectly safe. Li Qie seemed to have given up on struggling. It's decided then. The group made up its mind. Poof. Suddenly, several figures appeared. Chapter 3587. The newcomers startled the group, who immediately turned around and saw the teachers from Duality. Teacher Du and the others have managed to calculate the position of the teleport and immediately ran here. Wow, so admirable, a bunch of sect masters and kings kidnapping a junior. You all have thrown away the Holy Ground's reputation. Sai, you're misreading the situation. One sect master responded. We're only negotiating with our young friend here about a few things. There were too many people back there, so we went somewhere else. We haven't done anything to him, look, not even a hair of his is gone. Right, we haven't done anything, you can ask him yourself. Another royal lord laughed. They quickly absolved themselves of any responsibility for two reasons. 1, Duality wasn't one to be trifled with. Second, it wasn't good for their reputation either. If Sacred Mountain were to catch wind of this, they would be left in an awkward position. Duality is overextending its reach? Are you purposely trying to provoke our dynasty? Sir Shang snorted and said, if that's your intent, let's see what you can do. I see, if you're interested, then let's see how your cultivation is. Teacher Du snorted and gave him zero face. Teacher Du didn't need to be polite. Although Vajra was currently in charge, the academy was no slouch either. Their students consisted of heavenly sovereigns and even Dao lords. Please calm down, there's no actual feud or anything here, why draw the swords? One royal lord immediately stopped the two from fighting. The two sides were too even and had great influence. Many experts from various sects joined Vajra as officials. On the other hand, others also joined Duality to learn. In fact, some of them here were alumni. In a sense, the academy might actually have greater influence than Vajra. Yes, no reason to destroy the peace. Another sect master hurriedly chimed in, Sir Shang, take one step back. Teacher Du, please calm down. You know that Sir Shang doesn't hold back his words. These leaders knew that the senior defender was only a general under the Ministry of War and couldn't represent Vajra. He might be executed by his own dynasty if he were to provoke Duality. That's why they didn't need to offend the academy for his sake either. Moreover, they knew that Duality would only show consideration towards Sacred Mountain, no one else. It had plenty of alumni in high positions from the other 4 divisions. This was doubly true for Metropolis and many current officials. Thus, Duality could act without qualms and not care about any other power. Furthermore, their founder, Duality Master, was in existence who shook the holy ground to the core. From this, the academy was fundamentally fearless. Ultimately, the group right now deduced that Sir Shang was the one at a disadvantage in an actual confrontation. It was better to de-escalate the situation during this key moment. Sir Shang had no choice but to swallow his anger after hearing his allies. How are you doing, young noble Li? Teacher Du lost interest after seeing that a fight wouldn't break out. I'm fine, I'll just be bringing them in the valley for a look. Li Qie smiled. Bringing them there? The teachers stared at him in astonishment. The egg is sealed by a great power that I can't move. We'll see if they can take it out or not. Li Qie shrugged. Humph, they must be threatening you. Teacher Du and turned aggressively towards the rest. Sir Shang glared back at him without any hesitation. Brother Du, we're not at fault here. We simply reasoned with young noble Li. One sect master said indignantly. Yes, we're doing this for his sake. If evildoers were to find out, they wouldn't let him be. We're men of status, so we won't ruin our reputation over this. Another royal lord added. The teachers didn't fully believe this, but it made some sense. Eventually, Teacher Du told Li Qie, young noble Li, as I said before, you just need to join us. Our academy has the power to keep you safe. He wasn't bragging. Everything would change the moment Li Qie becomes a student of duality. This group wouldn't dare to cross the line and touch the beehive. Young noble Li, think about yourself and your friends. Sir Shang brought this up again. Senior Defender, any more from you and we'll make sure you won't leave this place. Teacher Du immediately retorted, threatening the Senior Defender who threatened Li Qie. The teachers were capable of making the mountain range Sir Shang's final resting place. This wasn't an empty threat. You dare to threaten a general of Vidra? Sir Shang's expression became unsightly. The threat earlier was no different from a slap to the face. Yes, if you aren't convinced, let us fight. If you defeat me, I'll leave right away. Teacher Du got straight to the point. Sir Shang trembled with rage, but this teacher was powerful indeed. Gentlemen, once again, there's no need for this. Sir Shang just isn't good at choosing his words. The others had to work hard again. I'm okay with just bringing them in for a look. The golden egg belongs to the faithful ones, those who can take it away. Li Qie smiled. Right. Whoever can get it means that it should belong to them in the first place. It's amazing that you understand this. One royal lord applauded. I see. Teacher Du couldn't do anything else and said, then let's go back now. Yes, yes. The rest was afraid of another potential skirmish, so they agreed right away. Poof. The scenery changed and they were back outside the valley. They're back. The tens of thousand cultivators became excited after seeing the group again. They were anxious a while ago since it was obvious what Sir Shang's group would try to do. Thus, they heaved a sigh of relief to see Li Qie perfectly well. How are you doing? South Peak Marquis came forward and noticed that the two sides didn't fight. Silence. Sir Shang has been angry this entire time, so he shouted thunderously. Numerous became frightened as a result. Everyone kept their mouths shut, but their eyes weren't on Sir Shang but rather Li Qie. Chapter 3588. Ahem, I have reached an agreement with Sir Shang's group and will be bringing everyone into the valley. The center of attention, Li Qie, cleared his throat and spoke with a smile. Just our group. Sir Shang interrupted him right away. Everyone else became surprised. They thought about it and it seemed that Li Qie was forced into submission a bit back. No, he said everyone. A quick-witted listener said. Since Li Qie could come into the valley freely, maybe he would be able to bring everyone else in too. They would have the chance to obtain that golden egg then. Li Qie acted startled by the shout. He then innocently stared at the senior defender and said, not everyone? Just your group? Of course you're bringing everyone in. The experts who didn't join the temporary alliance immediately shouted. That's right. Young noble Li, this egg is a gift from heaven and everyone has claims to it, as long as they are virtuous. You have to bring everyone in order to make it fair. A high elder tapped on Li Qie's shoulder and showed support. Why should Senior Defender Shang get to monopolize it? Does everything beneath the sky belong to Vidra? That would be too imperious and tyrannical. Another expert added. Vidra can't stop us from entering the valley. Does it wish to antagonize all other powers? Another side suddenly rose, completely opposing Sir Shang. The First Alliance naturally didn't like this development. They wanted the egg for themselves, but now, everyone else wanted a piece. The young friend agreed to let my group in. It has nothing to do with you. Sir Shang coldly uttered. The more people, the worse it was for them. Young Nobly has agreed to let us in now too. One ancestor didn't relent and snorted. He's not a member of Vidra and doesn't need to listen to you. Yes. A royal lord immediately added, don't worry, young Nobly. Take us in there and we'll guarantee your safety. If you only bring the senior defender in, he might kill you after obtaining the egg to keep it a secret. What are you trying to say? Sir Shang's group became furious after hearing this. You heard me. The speaker wasn't afraid of the group because the tempting egg has emboldened him. No one would give ground when the egg was on the line. We're simply telling the truth. Your group might try to kill him, but if everyone else gets to go in, then I'm sure no one will dare to do anything to young Nobly. He continued. I think he's right. Li Chia said, your group might really kill me to keep it a secret. I would rather have other powers join too. Sir Shang's group had an ugly expression. They already had an agreement with Li Chia, but things got more complicated now. Vidra can't monopolize the egg. We'll see what the other powers have to say about it. Teacher Du had a good time gloating. If Vidra insists on entering the valley alone, it means that it wishes to kill young Nobly on top of antagonizing everyone else. Another master took advantage of this opportunity for a serious accusation. Ahem. Li Chia said, seems like your group really plans on killing me. It's better if I stay with them. He then slowly walked towards the other group. Yes, young Nobly, stay with us and we'll guarantee your safety. There are thousands of sects on our side, far safer than if you stay with them. This group immediately cheered. Come over here, young Nobly. One ancestor walked forward, seemingly ready to protect Li Chia at all cost. Sir Shang's group became more alarmed. This was akin to having their boiled duck flying away. No. The sect master of Shifting Cloud smiled at Li Chia and said, young noble Li, nothing like that will ever happen. We guarantee your safety after entering the valley. You're worrying too much, young noble Li. The royal lord of Night Court also chased after Li Chia and said, you're perfectly fine staying with us. Really? I still think I'm safer with them. Li Chia remained skeptical. Absolutely. Shifting Cloud sect master patted his chest and guaranteed, I stake my reputation as the sect master of Shifting Cloud on it. I will protect you. Li Chia still looked doubtful after hearing this. In my opinion, we all need to go in together in order to keep young Nobly safe. That's the best course of action. You should really think about it, young Nobly. A clan master from the other side said with a serious tone. The members of this side loudly expressed their agreement. They naturally wanted to enter the valley too. Sir Shang and his allies exchanged glances. Their alliance was strong but still not enough to fight against all the other powers. Plus, Li Chia seemed tempted to join them right now. All of their efforts would be wasted in that case. Therefore, they reached a decision while debating it using their eyes and expression. The oldest elder of the alliance coughed and said, ahem, let's just go in together. They had no choice but to agree because the majority was about to rob Li Chia from them. At that point, they would all die fighting outside before anyone could set foot into the valley. That's fine, we unanimously agree. An elder acted as the representative of the other powers, however, this doesn't mean that the egg is divided equally. Whoever is the most capable will get it. The listeners thought about it before nodding their head. Sir Shang's alliance was extremely strong, but everyone remained confident and hopeful. They thought that during the actual skirmish, they might be the ones lucky enough to grab the egg first. Thus, the goal here was to enter the valley first. Of course, Sir Shang's alliance still had the biggest advantage right now. It's decided then. All eyes were on Wuxia. He stared at them and waved his hand. I can bring all of you in, but that egg is ominous. Don't blame me if something happens. 1. Idiom meaning that something good is already in your grasp yet you still lose it. Chapter 3589. They naturally didn't heed his warning in the slightest while being fully tempted by the golden egg. The only thing on their mind was entering the valley. Don't worry, just take us inside and we'll handle other matters. One expert became impatient. But Wuxia remained hesitant. The golden egg is evil and bloodthirsty, a disaster might be looming. If it's truly evil, then Vajra should guard it so that no one will become its victim. Sir Shang said. In that case, it's actually better to take the egg out so that everyone can work together to keep the world safe. Young noble Li, you have a responsibility to take us in there. An elder on the other side actually agreed with Sir Shang. He took the side of justice without feeling shameless at all. Young noble Li, let's hurry up. Others became restless. Fine. Wuxia gave up and said, don't blame me if anything happens. He looked unwilling before warning. It's not too late to give up or death might be the outcome. We know, we're responsible for any danger, don't you worry. They all wanted to rush for the golden egg right now and actually thought that Wuxia was being annoying. I'll take everyone in then. Wuxia relented. Men, get ready. Everyone has been waiting for this, an elder commanded his group. Numerous groups lined up, seemingly ready to assault the valley. Secret alliances were made on the spot too. It became obvious that working alone wasn't enough to obtain the egg, hence the need for allies. Provide backline support and create a Dao platform. We're leaving the moment we get it. A few powers prepared backup plans and didn't bring all disciples inside. Those left behind needed to prepare formations and even Dao platforms. This would allow them a swift retreat once successful. Whoever obtained the egg would become everyone's target. That's why a retreat plan was crucial. Sir Shang, members of South Peak will stay outside the valley as support. We'll wait for your triumphant return. South Peak Marquis didn't want to take the risk and decided to stay outside. Very well, I'm counting on you, Marquis. Sir Shang nodded. Due to their ranks, he actually couldn't order the Marquis. Moreover, he personally didn't want the guy to enter in the first place since he would need to share credit with the Marquis after getting the egg. He thought that he did all the work in creating an alliance. Sharing the limelight and rewards was unacceptable. Teacher, do we go too? Many students were eager to try while watching the mobilization. They were hopeful too. Perhaps they would be blessed by heaven and manage to grab the egg during the skirmishes. Tired of living already? The oldest teacher glared at them and scolded, just watch here given your skills because when a fight actually starts, all of you will be crushed like ants. Stop fantasizing about being lucky. The students didn't dare to retort. Though they were gifted and could be considered heaven's favorites, they were still too young and weak compared to the senior students, let alone big shots such as ancestors from the other powers. The teacher was right. They would be crushed like ants in an actual fight. There's something strange amidst. That golden egg might actually be dangerous. We'll just observe. Teacher Du exercised caution. That guy might just be scaring people. Zhang Chanyu quietly said. However, Yang Ling still heard it and glared at him. Young noble Li has never lied before. Zhang Chanyu once again lost to Yang Ling, unable to respond. Okay, let's go. Sir Shang didn't wait for people to get ready and told Wuxia. Sure, are we good to go? Wuxia shrugged and smiled. Yes, we're ready, lead the way, young noble Li. Others didn't want to wait a single second more and shouted. Off we go. Wuxia looked helpless as he walked forward to guide the group. The group followed right behind him. Everyone wanted to be closer to the front. Meanwhile, the Chaos Primal beasts still patrolled outside the valley. Their bestial auras combined together into an ethereal ocean of dread. As the group got closer, the beasts immediately glared at them. They naturally shuddered with trepidation. Even the ancestors became tense after getting close enough. They took out their weapons and put on a defensive posture, ready to fight at any moment. Wuxia began talking with the beasts. No one understood what he was saying, but it seemed effective. The patrolling beasts retreated like the receding tides and watched from the distance. Cultivators heaved a sigh of relief at this sight. It's impossible not to have a meteoric rise with such an ability. One expert became jealous. Wuxia could definitely become the king of this mountain range. I would be world-renowned right now instead of a woodchopper. What a fool. Others thought that there was something wrong with Wuxia for not taking advantage of this opportunity. All in all, the nervous cultivators followed Wuxia into the entrance. This is the last chance, it's not too late to change your mind. Wuxia told them, it's better to not mess with that ominous egg. We appreciate your concern. One ancestor immediately said, but as Buddhists say, who will venture into hell if not me? We need to take this risk if the egg is actually evil in order to watch over it. That's right, we need to make the sacrifice. Everyone else chimed in, thinking that Wuxia has been wasting too much time. Very well, let's go in. Wuxia turned back towards the entrance and whispered to himself, there's nothing I can do if you all want to suicide. Unfortunately, no one heard his last sentence. At the same time, the spectators outside the valley watched the group enter. They regretted it since nothing dangerous happened so far. If they had known this, they would have joined in for a chance at the golden egg. Chapter 3590. Everyone held their breath while standing before the stone steps, recalling the failure of Golden Cicada. They knew just how frightening these steps were due to the statues to the left and right. Very few among them could survive the sound waves. Could we actually make it down there? One high elder asked Wuxia. It's fine as long as you follow me. Wuxia nodded. Really, one expert was skeptical and said, what if the statues suddenly attack us? Don't worry, that will never happen. Wuxia looked quite sincere and innocent. I guarantee it, just follow me. Having said that, he took the first step. There was no reaction from the steps and the statues. They seemed nothing more than just inanimate objects. However, the experts on top were still afraid. They exchanged glances. None wanted to be the first. Are you coming or not? I'll stop then. Wuxia asked while standing at the halfway point. I'll give it a shot. One expert finally bit the bullet and moved his leg on top of the first step. Everyone watched with bated breath, not wanting to miss a single detail. Though this expert was ready for the worst, he was still overwhelmed with fear. He kept his eyes closed, but it seemed perfectly fine. Once he opened his eyes, he found that he was standing on the step, unharmed. It's fine. He was ecstatic and moved down towards Wuxia. I'm going too. After the first successful attempt, everyone else gave it a shot. The first step was still frightening, but the anxiety went away since everything was fine. Let's hurry up. They gave chase. Others competed to be the first on the steps at this point, not wanting to fall behind. On the other hand, the older characters like Sir Shang exercised caution. They didn't fully trust Wuxia, so they still maintained a full defensive state with their weapons drawn during the first step. After numerous steps, they finally increased their speed to catch up. I told you that I would bring you into the valley, I'm not a liar. Wuxia said while looking at this group. They smiled with an awkward expression and didn't respond. They're all in now. The spectators outside cheered for their seniors. This whole thing is inscrutable. Teacher Du shook his head and said. The other teachers felt the same way. It was one thing for Li Qie to be able to communicate with the chaos primal beast since he grew up here. However, the actual defense of the valley and the Buddhist statues were left behind by a mighty existence. Safe entry required immense power or a profound method. Both options didn't apply here. The former required the power of a heavenly sovereign at the very least. As for solving the puzzle, a Tao Lord might be necessary. Only a being at this level truly understood the mysteries of the Grand Tao. Li Qie was only a violet marquis, but he did something incredible, able to bring thousands of people inside with him. No one could explain this. He's just too devilish, that's why we can't understand. The oldest teacher shook his head. Their group couldn't see through Li Qie. He began to give them a bizarre feeling. They're in now. One student shouted and pulled the teachers back from their rumination. Sure enough, under Li Qie's guidance, they were standing before the broken temple. The golden egg was right before them. Anxiety returned as if they were heading into battle. Some felt their legs trembling. This was because of the world draconic king laying on the stone platform. This was a king among the high-level heaven beasts. None of them would dare to fight this creature. They could already sense its power while standing outside the valley. However, due to the distance, they didn't feel a direct pressure. Now, its aura was breezing past their face since they were too close. Just one strand felt as if they were being cut by numerous blades. The pain was discomforting. What a terrifying creature, some staggered backward in horror, unable to withstand its mere aura. What should we do? An ancestor trembled, lost. Okay, I'll bring you all in. Li Qie waved his hand at the experts. No rush, tell the draconic king to move first. Sir Shang placed his hand on Li Qie's shoulder and demanded. Didn't we agree that I only needed to bring you in? Li Qie stared at him and said. Young noble Li, be a good person all the way, tell that beast to leave. Everyone stared at him. No one would be able to obtain the egg with that world draconic king around. They would all lose their lives as a result. Li Qie was the only possible option since he could communicate with the creature. It's better for you to tell that thing to leave. Who knows what'll happen if you don't? Sir Shang's eyes flashed while his hand was still on Li Qie's shoulder. He would pay any price right now for that egg. Li Qie's life meant nothing to him in comparison. Threatening me again? Li Qie smiled. No. Sir Shang shook his head. We will guarantee your safety, but who knows about your friends? Like that old servant and the little girl. The implication was rather obvious. Young noble Li, if the egg is truly as evil as you say, it will not be good once it gets out. Even your friends and family might get hurt since they're the closest here. That's why you should help us get it. One ancestor added. The crowd's gaze on him became increasingly hostile. Just a while ago, they promised to protect Li Qie at all cost. Now, they have forgotten it entirely after seeing the golden egg and agreed to conspire with the senior defender. You're tuning in to the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.